The fuck?
I'll edit that, Chairman.
No worries. Okay, I move that we reconvene this meeting of the Zoning Board of Appeals. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Brooks?
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito? You're muted, Commissioner Esposito.
Yes, sorry.
It's okay. Commissioner Toya?
Yes.
I vote yes, we are back. Okay, and we are now on calendar numbers 444-22-Z and 445-22-Z. This is 1333 South Claremont. You're with Counselor Fatikas?
Yes.
Okay. How
Chairman,
many
I just-
witnesses do you have for this one?
So there should be two witnesses. There should be Jorge Sanchez and then Peter Sterniak. And both have confirmed that they were on. We were emailing.
Oh yeah, we saw Peter earlier.
Sorry, what was the other name? In my list, I don't have names for this case.
I'm sorry, so it's Peter Sterniak, who looks like he's on, and then Jorge Sanchez.
And if there are any supporters or objectors, please raise your hand and we will get you promoted.
If Jorge Sanchez can also raise the hand, because I don't see.
Yeah, we've got Peter, but we do not have Jorge. I see Jorge. Let me see if I can promote him. I think we got him. There we go. And again, if you're in support or objection for this matter, 444-22-Z and 445-22-Z, 1333 South Claremont, please raise your hand and we will get you promoted. And Jorge, you need to accept the promotion now that we're trying to promote you. While Jorge is, okay, we got Jorge. Jorge, could you state your name and address, please?
My name is Jorge Sanchez. My office is at 4400 South Wentworth, Chicago, Illinois, 60609.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. And Peter Sterniak, can you state your name and address, please? You're muted right now.
Oh, right. Here I am. Hello, everyone. Peter Sterniak. My office address is 6650 Northwest Highway 205, Chicago, Illinois 60631.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Okay, thank you. Counselor Fatikas, we do not have any objectors on this matter. So please proceed with the short form.
Great, thank you, Chairman. Again, for the record, Nick Fatikas from the Law Offices of Sam Banks. I'm here on behalf of the applicant and property owner Vista Holdings LLC. Again, that entity owns the subject property at 1333 South Claremont. The subject property measures 25 feet wide by only 75 feet deep, and it's currently vacant and unimproved. The applicant is proposing to develop the property with a new two-story single-family home. The issue is that because of the subject lot's 75-foot lot depth dimension, in order to permit our project, variations are required to reduce the front setback and the rear yard open space total. Again, two witnesses on behalf of the applicant, Mr. Jorge Sanchez, and our project architect, Peter Sterniak. And with that, I would like to just call Mr. Sanchez to testify to his affidavit.
Okay.
Jorge, can you please, you've already been sworn in. You're the managing member of the applicant Vista Holdings LLC, is that right?
Yes,
And again, your plan is to develop the property with a new two-story single-family home?
yes, it is.
And it's your understanding that the lot's 75-foot depth dimension is the hardship that the variations are intended to overcome, is that right?
Yes, it is.
And Jorge, initially, you actually contemplated moving into this property as your own home, is that true?
Yes, we thought about moving into to the house.
And because this is an applicant entity, an LLC applicant entity, we also provided the zoning board with an economic analysis showing if it were to be rented, what type of rental rates you would anticipate, is that right?
Yes, it is.
And you also submitted a written statement summarizing your position in this case, is that right?
Yes,
And if you were to continue to testify, would that testimony be consistent with the statements we provided?
yes, it will be.
Thank you very much. Peter, again, you've been sworn in. You're the project architect on this project.
Correct.
And the lot's 75-foot depth dimension is the hardship, again, that the variations are intended to overcome. Is that right?
That's correct.
And even with the requested front setback reduction, we'd actually align with several of the homes on our side of the street.
That's correct.
And with respect to the open space total, again, it's a direct relation to the fact that we only have 75 feet of lot depth to work with. Is that right?
That's right.
And it's your understanding that my office submitted witness statements on your behalf in this case?
Yes,
And if you were to continue to testify, that testimony would be consistent with the statements we provided. Is that right?
that's right.
Chairman, that concludes the applicant's case in chief. We'd be happy to answer any questions you or the board members have about our project.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from the board? Hearing none, we will take this matter under advisement.
Thank you, everyone. Happy
Thank you, sir.
Thanksgiving.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, and now we are moving to let's see, 446 and 447 were continued, so we're moving to 448-22-Z, 449-22-Z, and 450-22-Z. This is 2213 North Lehman Avenue.
And Chairman, on this one, there will be one witness, Luis Martinez, the project architect, who will be participating virtually. And then the applicants have actually come to my office, and they'll be testifying from my screen.
Okay, so let's get your applicants sworn in.
So
Is this Marjorie?
Marjorie Sanabria.
Great. Could you state your name and address, please?
My name is Marjorie Sanabria. My address is 2213 North Lamont Avenue, Chicago, Illinois, 60639.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Thank you.
And then
Great.
Luis Martinez is our project architect. Again, he confirmed a little while ago that he was signed in on Zoom.
We've got him. Luis, could you state your name and address, please?
Yes, Luis Martinez, architect,
And your address?
2132 West Concord Place.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. If you're here in support or objection for 448-22-Z, 449-22-Z, and 450-22-Z, please raise your hand and we will get you promoted. But Counselor Fatikas, I am not seeing any objectors, so you can proceed with the short form.
Okay, Chairman, and there is a little bit of background on the case, so I'm going to try and do that in my introduction, and then we
Yeah.
can answer questions from there.
Sounds good.
Again, for the record, Nick Fatikas from the Law Offices of Sam Banks. I'm here on behalf of the applicants Ulysses and Marjorie Sanabria. The applicants own and live at the subject property located at 2213 North Lamont. The subject site consists of a single zoning lot measuring 30 feet wide by 126 feet deep, and it's improved with a two-story single-family home and a detached garage at the rear. Now, we're here because the applicants are proposing to bring an existing 1- and 2-story rear addition to their home into full compliance with the zoning ordinance. As you may have learned from our proposed findings of fact, the Sanabrias completed the rear addition to their home back in the year 2000. They hired a contractor and believed the work was fully permitted. Then in 2005, a city inspector cited the property for a permit violation related to the detached garage at the rear of the lot. The home itself was never cited or part of that violation. The Sanabrias retained an architect and obtained a permit for the garage to resolve that violation. And a copy of that permit for the garage was submitted with our findings of fact submittal. And for the next, call it 15 years, they lived in their home without any issues or notices from the city. Unfortunately, though, in late 2019, a city inspector came out and cited the rear addition, again, 19 years after the fact. It turns out that the contractor who completed the work in 2000 never obtained permits for the addition. So the Sanabrias hired a new architect to prepare plans to bring the existing home building conditions into full compliance with the zoning ordinance. And in order to do that, the applicants are seeking variations to reduce the north and combined side setbacks, the rear yard open space, and increase the allowable floor area ratio to account for the floor area contained in the addition. Again, I want to be very clear that the requested variations are being sought to permit and maintain the existing building conditions at the property. Again, the same conditions that have existed for approximately 22 years. You've already sworn in Ms. Sanabria as a witness, as well as Mr. Luis Martinez. And with that, I would ask to call my first witness, and I'm going to do my best to screen share so you can see both of us, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Marjorie, again, you and your husband Ulysses own the subject property at 2213 North Lamont,
Yes,
and you and your husband purchased the property actually back in 1977, is that right?
yes,
And you raised your family there, correct?
yes, we did.
And as I explained in my introduction, in approximately 2000, you added a rear addition to provide your family with additional living space. Is that right?
Yes,
22 years later, it turns out that work was never actually permitted. Is that right?
yes,
So you're seeking variations today to obtain a permit to bring the existing building conditions into full compliance with the ordinance. Is that right?
yes,
And provided the board grants the requested variations, your plan is to continue to live in the home as your primary residence, correct?
yes,
So again, this is a compliance effort and not a motivated purely by financial gain. And Marjorie, is it your understanding that my office submitted witness statements on your behalf in this case?
yes,
And if you were to continue to testify, would that testimony be consistent with the statements we provided?
yes, it would.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, if I can call Mr. Martinez.
Yes,
Louis, again, you're a licensed architect in the state of Illinois,
Yes,
and you designed or prepared the plans required to bring the existing home conditions into compliance with the ordinance. Is that right?
yes, that is correct.
And is it your professional opinion that the home's existing footprint, and more specifically that it was originally built favoring the north side of the subject lot, creates the practical difficulties and particular hardships necessitating the requested zoning relief?
Yes, that's correct.
And on top of that, of course, that's in addition to the fact that the work that was done in 2000 was never actually permitted, right?
That is correct, yes.
For the record, though, Louis, you were not involved with the property in the year 2000, correct?
No, no,
You did not- you did not prepare the plans or work with the contractor 22 years ago. So you're coming in clean in terms of your history at the property. Is that right?
That is correct. Yes.
And Louis, it's your understanding again that my office submitted witness statements on your behalf in this case?
Yes.
And if you were to continue to testify, your testimony would be consistent with the statements we provided. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you, Chairman. That concludes the applicant's case in chief. Again, we did get into a little bit more of the specifics in our findings of fact regarding existing building walls. But again, it's a compliance effort 22 years later. And that's part of our, that's the focus of our case.
Is it all to bring existing conditions into compliance, or all these variations to bring existing conditions into compliance?
Yeah, we had to write it up as proposed because it was never permitted. So in order to get the permit for the existing conditions, it's drafted. And that was actually, I got one call from a neighbor 2 doors to our north. And that was their question. So, well, what's changing? And again, I don't want to provide hearsay. My interpretation of that conversation was, as long as the building's staying the way it has for the last 22 years, there weren't any issues. And once we explained that, I didn't receive any other calls from neighbors regarding this project.
Okay. Any questions from the board? Okay, we will take this matter under advisement.
Great. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. Okay, next up is calendar number 451-22-Z. This is 2044 to 46 West Erie. If you are here in support or objection, please raise your hand and we will get you promoted. Okay, I can see we have, looks like we have the applicant. Sarah, if you could unmute and state your name and address, please.
Sarah Huck, 1813 West Ohio Street, Chicago, Illinois, 60622.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Thank you. Do we have Rayhan as well?
I am here.
Could you state your name and address, please?
Rayon Huck, 1813 West Ohio Street, Chicago, Illinois, 622.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Okay, and then Gary, can you state your name and address, please?
Yes, Gary Barrow, BBA Architects, 1010 South Wabash.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes.
Okay, and then I can see that we have Erica. Are you here in support or objection?
I'm another architect on the project from BBA Architects.
Okay. Are you planning to testify today as well?
Yes,
Okay, can you state your name and address, please?
Erica Blauat, 152 North Maple Avenue, Elmhurst, Illinois.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes,
Okay, thank you. And we do not have any objectors on this one. Counselor Fatikas, you can proceed with the short form.
Okay, thank you again, Chairman. For the record, Nick Fatikas from the Law Offices of Sam Banks. I'm here on behalf of the applicant property owners, Sarah and Raheen Huck. They own the subject property at 2044 through 46 West Erie Street. The adjacent lots had previously been improved with a single-family home and 2 detached garages. We did submit, Mr. Chairman, a copy of the old survey, or the survey showing the prior existing conditions with our findings of fact, and I did want to reference that as part of today's proceeding. The Hawks have since taken down those improvements and are currently under construction on a new two-story single-family home of their own. In working with their architects, they have come up with a design change that would add a one-story addition to the rear of the home, connecting the rear of the home to the detached garage at the rear of the lot. The issue is that the subject lot is substandard in depth, measuring 121.5 feet. So in order to permit the addition, the applicants are seeking a variation to reduce the rear setback from the required 34.02 feet to 26 feet. Otherwise, the proposed addition wasn't designed to comply with both the setback requirements, open space and floor area total allowed for the property. Again, we do have both Sarah and Rahan sworn in, and Gary and Erica as well. And with that, I would like to ask Sarah to be my first witness.
Okay.
Sarah, again, you and your husband own the subject property at 2044 through 46 West Erie.
That's correct.
And as I described it again, it's a 48-foot wide lot, but only 121.5 feet deep, correct?
Correct.
And you're under construction on a new two-story single-family home that you intend you and your family to live in and occupy, correct?
That's right.
And the work that's going on at the property now is fully permitted and within the scope of that original permit, right?
That's correct.
Now, continuing to work with your architect, you've come up with a design change that would add a one-story addition at the rear of the property, correct?
Correct.
And that's essentially filling in the 8-foot gap between the rear of your home and the entrance to the garage, right?
That's correct. Yes.
And as part of this process, we took a little bit additional care in designing that to be more transparent. So it has more of a glass aesthetic with a lower roof line. Is that right?
That's right.
And that was purposely done to mitigate any type of new impact the addition might have on either of our adjacent neighbors, but in particular, our adjacent neighbor to the east, correct?
Correct.
And as part of the process, you also met with both of your immediate neighbors and obtained letters of support from both immediate neighbors for your project, correct?
I did.
And it's your understanding that I've submitted a copy of both of those letters of support as part of our findings of fact submittal. Is that right?
Yes.
And is it your understanding that I also filed witness statements on your behalf in this case?
Yes, that's correct.
And if you were to continue to testify, would that testimony be consistent with the statements we provided?
Yes.
Thank you. Gary, if I can start with you. If there are any other design questions, we can defer to Erica, if that's all right, Mr. Chairman. Good.
Yes.
Perfect. So again, Gary, you are the project architect and your firm developed the plan for the original two-story single-family home at the subject property?
Yes.
And you also developed the plan for the proposed one-story addition between the rear of the home and the garage, correct?
Yes.
And it's in part, it's your professional opinion that in part, the substandard zoning lot dimension creates the particular hardship or difficulties that the variation would overcome. Is that right?
Yep, that's correct.
And that's really because without the relief, the applicants would really be stuck with an inefficient or unusable 8 feet of space between the rear of their home and the entrance to the garage, right?
Yes.
So again, the design solution was a one-story connection between the two structures, correct?
Yes.
And with respect to that design, again, you specifically inset the east building wall to provide further separation from our neighbor to the east. Is that right?
Yes.
And the addition again was designed to have glass walls and a lower roof line to mitigate again any type of visual or change on the neighboring properties, correct?
Yes.
And really what this also allows us to accomplish is it maintains over 1,000 square feet of open space at the rear of the property for the applicants to use and enjoy with their family, right?
Right. The goal was to keep as open a space as we could and also have quality side yards with the neighbors.
Right. And with respect to the open space total, we almost triple the technical requirement for the lot with, again, that 1,000 square foot plus or minus dimension, correct?
Yeah.
And our position is that it helps offset any open space lost by the proposed addition between the home and the garage.
Yeah.
And Gary, it's your professional opinion that the requested variation, if it were to be approved, and the resulting addition would be consistent and compatible with the neighboring buildings on our block. Is that right?
Yes.
And Gary, is it your understanding that my office filed a witness statement on your behalf in this case?
Correct.
And if you were to continue to testify, would that testimony be consistent with the statements we provided?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, that concludes the applicant's case in chief. We'd be happy to answer any questions you or the board members have about our project.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I do have a question. I'd like you to go a little bit deeper on the hardship here. I mean, I get that, you're talking about a lot that's, 3.5 feet short, but it's also 48 feet wide.
Yeah, so it's really, if you look at it from just the zoning map perspective, it's two adjoined 24-foot wide lots with that 121.5 foot depth dimension. So it is unique when compared to a standard or typical city lot. And without getting into the philosophies of open space and the rear yard and rear yard setback, we have the opportunity to provide more open space and have usable functional space at the rear of the property on what I'm calling the west half of the lot, based on this specific design. And what we're looking at right now, the screen that we're looking at right now in our position shows kind of the minimal change that would occur between the garage and the home. Again, purposely offset, it creates a little bit of a courtyard aesthetic. And the idea was to have that kind of glass, I've been calling it conservatory. I don't know if that's the right term, but to just have something that was a little bit more aesthetically pleasing and wouldn't have an impact on our neighbors. And again, it just helps fill that 8-foot space. If we had a longer lot, maybe we could have redesigned or reorganized the outdoor space, but otherwise that 8-foot really doesn't get used. And the family thought that this was a really unique opportunity to try and add that feature, but still at the same time maintain all the open space for the family going forward.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from the board? Okay, we will take this matter under advisement. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Happy Thanksgiving.
Happy Thanksgiving. All right, next up is calendar number 452-22-S. This is 4102 North Sheridan. If you are here in support or objection, please raise your hand. We will get you promoted. I think we have all of your witnesses here, Councilor Fatikas. I'll start with Mr. Barrett. If you could state your name and address, please.
Michael Barrett, 3111 North Lincoln Avenue, Chicago 60657.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Thank you. Christopher Bohm, could you state your name and address, please? Christopher Bohm, if you could unmute and state your name and address, please.
Christopher Baum, 2453 South Archer Avenue, Chicago.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Terrence O'Brien, could you state your name and address, please?
Terrence O'Brien, Old Apostrophe B R I E N, maintain offices at 145 Revere Drive in Northbrook.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, and the board recognizes your expertise.
Thank you.
Okay, Councilor Fatikas, you have no objectors. Oh, let me read the Department of Planning and Development's recommendation. This is the recommendation for calendar number 452-22-S. The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval to establish residential use below the second floor for a proposed transit-served 4-story, 32 dwelling unit, 27 dwelling units, and 5 efficiency units, building with 16 parking spaces and 32 bicycle spaces on site, provided the development is consistent with the design and layout of the site landscape and parking area plans dated November 9, 2022, ground floor plan, second floor plan, and west and east elevations dated September 21, 2022, third floor plan, fourth floor plan, roof plan, north elevation, and south elevation dated July 18, 2022, all prepared by 360 Design Studio. And with that, Councilor Fatikas, you can proceed with the short form. You have no objectors.
Great. Thank you again. For the record, Nick Fatikas with the law offices of Sam Banks. I'm here on behalf of the applicant, 4100 North Sheridan LLC. The applicant owns the subject property located at 4102 North Sheridan Road. The site itself measures 65 feet wide by 193 feet deep, and it's improved currently with a 1-story retail building and surface parking at the front of the lot. Now, the applicant is proposing to take down the existing building and develop the property with a new 4-story, 32-unit residential building. In order to establish and permit residential uses below the second floor of the proposed building, the applicant is seeking a special use because the property is located in a B3-3 zoning district. But for the special use for the ground floor component, the rest of the building was designed to comply with the entitlements allowed in the B3-3 zoning district. My first witness is Michael Barrett, who is the managing member of the applicant. Mike, it is true you are the managing member of 4100 North Sheridan LLC.
Yes,
And again, that entity owns the property at 4102 North Sheridan Road, correct?
yes,
And you're seeking, again, a special use to permit residential uses below the second floor of your proposed 4-story, 32-unit residential building.
correct.
And based on the immediate area, you believe that an all residential building is consistent and compatible with those other improvements in land uses, correct?
Yes,
In fact, with the exception of our immediate neighbor to the north, you're almost entirely surrounded on Sheridan Road by other 3-4-story multi-unit residential buildings. Is that right?
yes,
And is it true as part of this process, Mike, you work directly with the Uptown Development Partners and Buena Park Neighborhood Association on our proposal?
yes, we did.
And again, based on that process, you agreed to provide additional landscaping elements that have been incorporated into our plan, as well as to wrap the building in a red brick facade that mimicked more of the traditional design of the existing buildings around us. Is that right?
Yes,
And again, based on those commitments, you've obtained letters of support from both the Buena Park neighbors as well as the Uptown Development Committee. Is that right?
yes,
Mike, it's your understanding that my office filed witness statements on your behalf in this case?
yes,
And if you were to continue to testify, would that testimony be consistent with the statements we provided?
yes, it would.
Thank you. Chairman, I don't need necessarily to call Chris, the architect, as a primary witness. It's a special use. If it's okay with you, I could go to Mr. O'Brien. If there are questions about the building, we can make Chris available to answer those.
Sounds good.
Terry, again, you were retained in this case to determine whether the proposed special use met the general criteria for special uses as set forth in the code.
That is correct.
You physically inspected the subject property and the surrounding area.
Yes, on August 31st, I inspected the subject property surrounding the area, and I've also done other zoning work in the area, so I'm quite familiar with it.
And you also prepared a written land use report summarizing the existing uses and land uses in the surrounding area. Is that right?
That is correct. Yes, sir.
And again, briefly, this is a stretch of North Sheridan Road that has other multi-unit, all residential buildings on both sides of the street. Is that right?
In a 3-block radius from Kyler Avenue in the south to Buena Vista on the north, in excess of 70% of the properties fronting on either side of Sheridan Road have residential uses on the ground floor. There's really only about 3 uses that are commercial, or one's actually the Chicago Public Library at the corner of Buena Vista and Sheridan, and then there's 2 other commercial uses in that 3-block radius. The rest is all residential ground floor uses.
And for that reason, you believe that what we're proposing is consistent and compatible with the surrounding land uses?
Most definitely, yes, sir.
And that it's also your professional opinion that, again, each of the special use criteria is being met with this application?
Yes, I addressed all 5 of those criteria within my report and concluded that it does meet all those criteria.
And Terry, it's your understanding that my office submitted a copy of your written report to the board?
That is correct, yes, sir.
And if you were to continue to testify, your testimony would be consistent with the findings and conclusions contained in your written report. Is that right?
That is correct, yes, sir.
Great. Thank you so much, Chairman. That concludes the applicant's case in chief. We'd be happy to answer any questions about the project that the board members might have.
Thank you. Any questions from the board?
No, I just have one comment. This is Commissioner Toya. Counselor, I appreciate you going deep with all the community groups in Uptown on this project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Toya. Any questions from the board? Okay, we will take this matter under advisement.
Thank you.
One second. Okay, up next. Oh, you know what? I'm gonna continue a matter. Just find it on my sheet. For the record, we are continuing calendar number 310-22-Z. Oh, let's see, is he here? Do we have David Kadzai?
Chairman, we have Lee Anthony Brown. I'm trying to promote him. The applicant, I don't see David Kadzai.
Okay. Okay. All right, Lee Anthony Brown, if you could unmute. Lee Anthony Brown, if you can unmute, please. Lee Anthony Brown, can you unmute?
Chairman, we lost Lee Anthony Brown. He is no longer here.
Okay, all right, well, we're gonna continue this. This is calendar number 310-22-Z for 8215 South LaSalle Street is going to be continued to February 17, 2023, and no further notice will be given. Okay. Up next is calendar number 454-22-S. This is 1233 South Wabash. Okay, let's see here. Check, see, make sure we've got all your witnesses here. If you are here in support or objection for this matter, please raise your hand and we will get you promoted.
Okay.
All right, I'm going to start swearing in your witnesses. We can start with
Chairman, before you do that, I got to go a little bit deep and because I'm a little confused because it says West Side Visionaries, but then I saw Green Rose. And if Green Rose is part of this, I got to recuse myself because I know that the Stefani Group is part of Green Rose. So I need Nick to go deep with me on that.
Yeah, so
Thank you. I had that question too.
Yeah,
Okay,
and
great.
We submitted our findings with our economic disclosure. The West Side Visionaries LLC is a LLC, an organization with Ricky Hendon, Ricky Jr., and then Ricky's daughter, who I could pull out here, but it's a 3-person LLC. They are the ones who were awarded the license by the state of Illinois. They're the ones who are going to maintain and control the license, assuming the special use is approved and the state issues that license for this location. They are not related to the Green Rose operator, the Green Rose entity. There's no ownership interest by the Phil Stefani Group in this location. Where probably there's a little bit of confusion is GRC Ops, which is a separate LLC that's owned and maintained by Ross Moriali, is a consulting firm who's testified in front of this board previously and who is assisting Mr. Hendon and his team to go through this process. So there are certain design elements and layouts that seem to be similar, but there's no ownership interest whatsoever between Phil Stefani Group and West Side Visionaries LLC. There just happen to be some players or some professionals that this is their business. So they represent and work with different operators in different parts of the city.
All right, I just had to make sure because obviously he's very involved in the restaurant community and I would have to recuse myself. So I had to ask that question.
No, I appreciate the question. I did
Can
try
I-
and clarify it earlier with staff. Again, our economic disclosure stands. I followed that up with an email confirming that there is no additional interest outstanding.
Can I follow up?
Very
though?
good.
I do have a follow-up to what you were just saying. This is Commissioner Brooks. In one of the letters of support from the Near South Planning Board, they also reference Green Rose as well. So it was like, I'm just trying to figure out because that's what made me catch it. So was there just
100%.
confusion in the meeting as well? I just
That's
want to make sure we're all
exactly
clear.
right. I think it's exactly, you're exactly right. Again, some of the aesthetics, some of the I don't want to say design, but just the aesthetic of the dispensary is following that same kind of footprint. And I think it's just a matter of confusion on who the exact operator is. Again, Ricky Hendon, West Side Visionaries LLC, 100% separate from the Green Rose Investment Team. I just want to make sure that's clear. And I apologize for the confusion on that. I understand where it's coming from though.
As long as it's on the record, I'm good.
Okay.
Okay. All right. So let me swear the witnesses in. Mr. Hendon, if you could state your name and address, please.
Ricky Hendon, 1645 West Ogden, Chicago, Illinois, 60612.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Absolutely.
Thank you. Ross Moriale, could you state your name and address, please?
Ross Moriale, 5875 Collins Avenue, Miami Beach, Florida, 33140.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceeding?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Paul Ohm, could you state your name and address, please?
Paul Ohm, 3720 Sarah, Franklin Park, Illinois, 60131.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Thank you. Peter Lemon, can you state your name and address, please?
Sure, it's Peter Lemon with Kinley Horn and Associates, 111 West Jackson, Chicago, Illinois.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
George Kissel, could you state your name and address, please?
Certainly. My name is George Kissel, President Oak and Kissel Associates, offices 141 West Jackson in Chicago.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Thank you. And Terrence O'Brien has already been sworn and his expertise has been recognized. It does appear that we have some others here on the call, so let me figure out. Casimir Quinn, are you here in objection?
Yes, I am.
Could you state your name and address, please?
Casimir Quinn, 1333 South Wabash.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Let's see here. Bonnie Sanchez Carlson, are you here in support or objection?
I am going to provide support.
Okay. Could you state your name and address, please?
Sure. My name is Bonnie Sanchez Carlson, and I represent Near South Planning Board at 2600 South Michigan Avenue.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And I think that's everyone, but if I've somehow overlooked someone, please raise your hand and we'll let you speak and figure out if you're in support or objection. And if you're an attendee and you are in support or objection of this matter, which is 454-22-S, please raise your hand. We will get you promoted. Since we do have an objector here, we are, let me just explain the process. So we're going to start with Councilor Fatikas and the applicant. They will put on their case in chief in full. We will then go to Ms. Sanchez Carlson to express her support. And then we will go to the objector to express his her objection. And she can also ask questions of the applicant. And then we will return back to the applicant for rebuttal and closing. And the board will be asking questions throughout. With that, let me read the Department of Planning and Development's recommendation. This is the recommendation for calendar number 454-22-S. The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval of the proposed adult use cannabis dispensary on the ground floor of the existing mixed-use building, provided, 1, the special use is issued solely to the applicant, Westside Visionaries LLC. 2, all on-site customer queuing occurs within the building on the ground floor. 3, the development is consistent with the design and layout of the landscape plan dated November 14, 2022, prepared by G Studio and ground floor plan dated September 26, 2022, and elevations dated May 19, 2022, prepared by Sanka Architects, Inc. And 4, prior to any portion of the building other than the ground floor being utilized for this use, the applicant must file an application and receive approval from the Zoning Board of Appeals to amend this special use. With that, Counselor Fatikas, please put on your case in chief in full so the objector can hear your case.
Absolutely. Again, for the record, Chairman Nick Fatikas from the Law Offices of Sam Banks. I'm here on behalf of the applicant Westside Visionaries LLC. The applicant is a lease for the ground floor retail unit at the subject property located at 1233 South Wabash. The applicant is proposing to establish an adult use cannabis dispensary in that space. In order to do so, we're seeking a special use because the subject property is located in a DX7 downtown mixed-use zoning district. I have 6 primary witnesses available to testify today. On behalf of the applicant, Mr. Ricky Hendon, our operations consultant, Mr. Ross Moriali, our security consultant, Paul Ohm, our land planning consultant, Mr. George Kissel, our MAI designated appraiser, Terrence O'Brien, and our traffic consultant, Mr. Peter Lemon. And with that, Chair, I can call my first witness again, Mr. Ricky Hendon.
Okay.
Ricky, you are the managing member of the applicant, Westside Visionaries LLC.
Yes, I am.
And again, that
And
entity has
thank
a-
you. I was just thanking the chairman and the members of the board. Yes, yes, I am.
Yeah, and again, your entity has a lease for the ground floor retail unit at the subject property located again at 1233 South Wabash, right?
Yes, that's
Your
correct.
pla- Your plan is to establish and operate an adult use cannabis dispensary within that space.
Yes,
Now, before we get into operations, is it true that Westside Visionaries is a social equity applicant under the state statute?
yes, that is correct.
And ownership of your company is entirely minority owned. Is that right?
100% West Siders and a couple outsiders.
And
old.
that makeup allowed the applicant to far exceed the 51% social equity qualification standards as part of our state application, right?
That's correct.
And Chairman, while it's not controlling for today's hearing, I did want to make sure that that point was made for the record, both on the questions prior to the case being called, but also consistent with the information we presented during our community meeting process with residents in the area. Now, Ricky, with respect to the site, again, it's improved with its 3-story retail building.
Yes,
And your plan is your plan is to adapt and reuse the existing 4,216 square foot first floor so that it can function again as an adult use cannabis dispensary, right?
yes, that's
The
correct.
dispensary would operate between the hours of 9 a.m. and 10 p.m. daily.
Yes, unless the community wants us to tweak that a little bit, we'll work with it.
Right, and that's something we discussed with the local community organization that we would look to potentially shorten our hours of operation based on need and demand, correct?
That's correct. We said that at the public meeting.
And Ricky, is it true that you intend to hire 15 full-time employees and 10 part-time staff members to help you run the dispensary?
Yes, and we were going to hire from the ward as well.
And those roles will range from sales associates to inventory and product directors to store managers, right?
That's right.
And each of those employees will be trained pursuant to the requirements of the state statute, including ongoing professional development and continuing education, right?
Yes,
Now, as part of this process, we work directly with the Near South Planning Board and Alderman Dahl's office as a partner in our special use review.
yes,
And during that process, you agreed to maintain on-site security, add landscaping elements at the front of the property, and even add bicycle parking spaces in front of the store, correct?
yes. Those were things that the community members requested and we agreed to do it.
And ultimately, based on your dialogue with the planning board, you received a letter of support from the group, correct?
That is correct. And we
And
appreciate it.
Chairman, And Chairman, I know Ms. Sanchez Carlson is on today's call, but we did submit a letter of support from the community organization with our findings of fact submittal that I wanted to reference for the record. Ricky, all in, the applicant is prepared to invest over $1 million in site and security improvements to bring the dispensary to life. Is that right?
That's correct.
And those improvements extend just beyond the physical building structure and include, again, the landscaping elements, outdoor lighting, and the installation of your security system, right?
Right. And we're working with the other businesses in the area to increase security.
Yeah, and on that point, Ricky, again, just for the record, you are a former alderman with the city of Chicago?
Yes, and I've served in the state senate as well.
And part of your role over the last, call it 20, 25 years has been community organizing. Is that right?
And I'm still doing it right now.
Well, as part of that effort, though, you are working with some of the local businesses to increase the security presence in the immediate retail area around 1233 South Wabash. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct. And we gave
So
up
you've
myself.
So you've contacted, and I want to be clear for the record, the Jewel, the Walgreens, the Trader Joe's, the BP gas station, the Dunkin' Donuts, and even the corner mattress store, all in an effort to find funds to help increase security presence, not just the subject property, but again, a security presence in the general area. Is that right?
Yeah, in the general area, most people so far agree we need to do something. Now, don't have an exact deal, but yes.
Okay, and again, that's an effort in addition to the security that you're going to be implementing at the subject property.
Correct.
And Ricky, is it your understanding that my office submitted witness statements on your behalf in this case?
Yes.
If you were to continue to testify, would that testimony be consistent with the statements we provided?
Yes, it would.
Great, thank you. Mr. Chairman, my next witness is Mr. Ross Moriali.
Yeah,
Oh,
that's
I'm sorry.
fine, but I just wanted to say, if there was anything more that you wanted to get out of Mr. Hendon, because the objector can't actually see the affidavit, so if there's something that you believe is critical, you should get it out of Mr. Hendon in testimony.
No, we covered it. I'm comfortable
Okay.
moving on to the next witness.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Ross, you're the managing member of GRC Ops LLC.
Correct.
And again, GRC is a consulting company that helps the management of within the cannabis industry. Is that right?
Yes.
And your role with the applicant has been to assist him in developing the operations and customer service plan for the proposed dispensary at 1233 South Wabash, correct?
Correct.
In terms of the physical transaction or the typical transaction, and this is consistent with much of the industry, a customer would really come to the store and start their visit or at the entrance vestibule located along South Wabash, right?
Yes.
And they'll enter a 294 square foot area at the front of the building that is completely separated from the rest of the dispensary, right?
Correct.
So before a customer is allowed into the dispensary sales area, he or she will be ID'd by one of the applicant's staff members.
Correct.
And again, that staff member is confirming proper identification and verifying that the customer is at least 21 years of age.
Yes.
And this will be done inside, I just want to be clear, this will be done inside the entry vestibule, not on the public way, correct?
Correct.
And a security guard will be present during this transaction.
100%.
Now, assuming the customer shows their identification and they're qualified to enter, they'll be led into the main sales room, correct?
Yes.
And from there, the customer will be able to view the products, consult with dispensary staff, and ultimately make either a pickup or place an order, right?
Yes.
And the business model that you've come up with basically contemplates three ways for a customer to make that order. Is that right?
Correct.
First, the customer can place an order online and head to the pre-order pickup counter.
Yes.
They can also use one of the self-order kiosks located within the sales area,
Yes.
or they can make an order directly with one of your service professionals at the main sales counter, right?
Yes.
And after making a purchase, each customer will be directed to leave the dispensary through an exit-only doorway back onto South Wabash, correct?
Correct.
The point there is that the customers will actually enter and exit the dispensary through separate and distinct doorways, which really allows you and the security team to better control customer movements and keep an eye on the store for the safety of not only the customers, but the employees. Is that right?
Yes. Yeah.
And Ross, while we obviously, sorry, there's a little bit of feedback there. I'm sorry. While we want to provide a welcoming, safe environment, we also don't want to rush people in and out of the store. On average, how long is a typical transaction at a dispensary like this?
Typically orders, depending on whether it's a pre-order that's made in advance or you're ordering in store, take anywhere from 3 to 4 to 7 or 8 minutes. And if the customer has questions about products and such, they might spend another 5, 6, 7, 8 minutes in the store. Not in the ordering process, but really in the learning process, because education is part of all of these transactions to some extent.
And during peak times, you're anticipating being able to serve approximately 20 customers at one time?
Yeah. Yes.
And given the 294 square foot entrance vestibule and the 844 square foot sales area, you're confident you'll be able to handle that capacity, that peak capacity that we're anticipating?
Correct.
But to be clear, that's the peak and not necessarily the mean for a store of this size at this location. Is that right?
Correct.
And lastly, Ross, with respect to inventory and deliveries, all of that activity will occur in the garage at the rear of the lot, right?
Correct.
So wholly contained and secure in a garage that's attached at the rear of the building.
Correct.
And with that, Ross, is it your understanding that my office filed witness statements on your behalf in this case?
Yes, it is.
And if you were to continue to testify, would that testimony be consistent with the statements previously made?
Yes, it would.
Thank you. Chairman, my next witness is Mr. Paul Ohm.
Okay.
Paul, you're the co-founder and executive vice president of P4 Solutions, is that right?
Yes.
P4 is a nationwide security consultation firm and security service provider, is that right?
Yes.
Now, while you have experience in various corporate and private security matters, you also provide security for several cannabis dispensaries and cannabis-related businesses in the state of Illinois and also specifically in the city of Chicago, right?
That is correct.
And your role with the applicant has been to assist in developing a security plan for the proposed dispensary, correct?
Yes, correct.
Now, as we discussed with Ross, your plan provides for an armed guard to be stationed at the entrance of the dispensary during all hours of operation. Is that right?
Correct.
And again, that guard is going to oversee the customer ID verification process with dispensary staff and allow eligible customers in and out of the showroom or the sales room, right?
Yes.
And that post is important because it allows the guard to keep sights not only on the entrance vestibule and the sales floor, but also the exit and the street frontage along South Wabash, right?
Yes, correct.
And again, I just want to make sure it's clear for the record that armed guard will be required on site during all hours the dispensary is open to the public.
Yes.
For the record, though, P4 ensures that all of its guards are properly trained and qualified to provide security services as well as handle a weapon. Is that right?
Yes, we are 100% compliance. Yep.
And in fact, many of your guards are ex-military or ex-law enforcement professionals, correct?
That is correct.
In addition to the armed guard, your security plan also calls for the installation of over 40 surveillance cameras on site, right?
Yes.
And those cameras will not only monitor the inside of the dispensary, but the street frontage, the alley that runs behind the building, and even activity around our neighboring properties, right?
Yes.
And those companies will be linked to, those cameras will be linked to your company's command center to ensure constant monitoring.
Correct.
And the cameras will also be linked and available to the City of Chicago's OEMC network and shared with local police whenever necessary. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And at that point, P4 already has an active and ongoing relationship with local law enforcement and specifically with law enforcement in the first district. Is that right?
Yeah, yes, we do multiple verticals within the district. In fact, we met with Commander Harris yesterday in his office. So that is correct.
So you intend not only for the applicant's case, but also just in general in your practice to maintain and foster the relationship with the local police department, right?
Yes,
And before we conclude your testimony, is it your professional opinion that the proposed security plan will allow the dispensary to operate in a safe and secure manner?
it is. Yes,
Is it also, Paul, your understanding that my office provided the board with witness statements on your behalf?
correct.
And if you were to continue to testify, would that testimony be consistent with the statements we provided?
Yes, it would be.
Thank you. Chairman, my next witness is Mr. George Kissel.
Okay.
George, you are a certified land planning consultant,
That is correct.
and you're of course familiar with the subject property of 1233 South Wabash.
I am.
And the scope of your assignment in this case was to evaluate whether the requested special use would comply with the general criteria for special use, as well as the additional criteria for cannabis-related uses. Is that right?
That is correct.
And based on your review of the applicant's application and your inspection of the subject area, it's your professional opinion that all of those approval criteria are being met. Is that right?
That is correct.
Now, more specifically, the proposed cannabis dispensary is not located within 500 feet of a school or educational institution.
That's correct. The nearest schools are South Loop Elementary, 800 feet away at 1212 South Plymouth, and Old St. Mary's more than 1,650 feet away at 1474 South Michigan.
Great. And we're also not located within 1,500 feet of another social equity dispensary operator. Is that right?
That is correct.
Now, George, you did prepare a written report detailing your findings and conclusions in this case.
I did.
George, we do have an objector, so I would like if I can allow you a bit of a narrative to speak about your conclusions so that we can get those into the record.
Certainly. I'll do that. So in arriving at I'm sorry, is that a little feedback there? In arriving at the conclusions contained in the report submitted, we examined the broad and local land use context, including a detailed inventory of the analysis of uses within 500 feet of the subject property. We analyzed land use characteristics of the proposed use. We evaluated the proposed development with respect to the standards for the DX7 downtown mixed use district. And we evaluated the proposal with respect to the additional criteria for the approval of special uses and the specific criteria related to adult use cannabis dispensaries. The report submitted goes into pretty good detail, so I'm going to try and be brief and just touch on the major points. We've already established that there are no schools within 500 feet, and there's no existing cannabis dispensary within 1,500 feet. The proposed development's a build out of a tenant space in an existing building that was built in the 1900s. The 2- and 3-story structures in character and scale with the surrounding mixed-use neighborhood in which it's located. Project calls for some cosmetic enhancements to the building's exterior, but its massing will remain largely unchanged, and as such, it's consistent with the character of the surrounding area with respect to its physical characteristics. The provision of adult use cannabis dispensaries is certainly in the interest of the public convenience for retail consumers, as the only currently available facilities are the 10 existing dispensaries that have been issued same state licenses for recreational sales, plus 2 of the 12 additional dispensaries that have been recently approved, total of 22 eventual outlets so far in the city. With a population of 2.75 million, that translates to about 0.4 dispensaries for 50,000 people. For context, Denver, Colorado, with a population of about 700,000, has 15 dispensaries for 50,000 people. Recent reports indicate that a lack of retail outlets is part of the cause of a leveling off of cannabis sales in Illinois after a significant year-over-year growth. Providing adequate facilities to satisfy demand is in the public interest, given the amount of additional tax revenue that's generated by recreational cannabis sales. That revenue generation is particularly advantageous in this location, as it's increasingly drawing tourists from out-of-town business travelers. Subject property is located in the high-density South Loop neighborhood, the vibrant mixed-use neighborhood west of Michigan Avenue. The long frontages of the blocks on Michigan, Wabash, and State act as commercial corridors. with newer mixed-use high rises with residential on upper floors and smaller vintage commercial structures interspersed throughout, not unlike the subject property. This mix of uses makes it a desirable neighborhood for a lot of different types of uses. Location's well served by both transit and the expressway system. The dispensary will draw more consumers from around the city as well as tourists from out of town. And it also serves a local daytime population as well as the local residents. All of this is in the interest of the public convenience at this location. The proposed use is similar to other retail uses in terms of its land use characteristics. Retail uses in general are compatible with other commercial uses such as office, restaurant, entertainment, service uses, do not constitute a land use conflict, particularly in a vibrant mixed-use area like this one. Any issues arising from a proposed use, as with any other facility, would be due to issues with the management and operations, not the land use itself. Adult use cannabis dispensaries, unlike other retail uses, are highly regulated with requirements for enhanced security that we've already heard about, and include trained on-site security personnel and robust surveillance systems. This provides a benefit to the area, enhancing safety during hours of operation as well as after hours. The applicant anticipates up to about 300 customers on a daily basis. All transactions take place within the dispensary. There's ample on-street and off-street parking facilities available with nearby facilities available for parking. We'll hear about that a little bit more from Mr. Lemon in his traffic report. The applicant will utilize their security personnel to manage both vehicular and pedestrian traffic as necessary. Anticipated hours of operation from 9 to 10 p.m. 7 days a week. These hours are compatible with the adjacent uses and not out of character with the other commercial, office, hotel, service uses in the area. The use will operate in a similar fashion as other retail area, but again, with more structured and regulated procedures for security, delivery, and loading. The use is modest in size, with about 5,000 square feet, similar to many nearby uses in the general area. The anticipated traffic generation should be consistent with other uses in the area. And given the maximum of 12 employees and an average of 350 transactions a day at the location, the subject property is near transit with ample parking. There should be no problem with pedestrian or vehicular traffic in the vicinity of the subject property. Outdoor lighting will be consistent with pertinent ordinances and out of character. And it's compatible with the character of the surrounding in terms of operating characteristics such as hours of operation, lighting, noise, and traffic. There's no physical changes that are going to be made to the site that would alter or change the existing condition of pedestrian safety and comfort. There are no additional curb cuts. As mentioned earlier, personnel will be made available as necessary to manage traffic and parking. Given the foregoing, the proposed use will enhance the pedestrian safety and comfort in the area. And given all of this, based on this analysis, it's respectfully submitted that the proposal is consistent with all applicable standards for special uses and those particular to adult use cannabis dispensaries. The use will have no adverse impact and no public purpose of any kind would be served by its denial. That concludes my testimony.
You're muted, Counselor Fatikas.
Thank you, Chairman. Again, George, thank you for the summary. I want to be clear for the record that all of the information you just spoke to is contained in your written report. Is that right?
That is correct.
And it's your understanding that my office has submitted a copy of your written report to the zoning board as part of this application.
That is correct.
Chairman, that concludes my questions for Mr. Kissel. I'd like to move on to Mr. O'Brien.
Okay.
Terry, again, you're also familiar with the subject property at 1233 South Wabash?
Yes, sir.
And you provided additional analysis regarding whether or not the proposed use, proposed special use, would comply with the general criteria for special uses as set forth in the code. Is that right?
That is correct. I addressed the 5 criteria set forth in the zoning ordinance and also described specifically what the property would be used for, hours of operation, security, described the subject property itself from a physical standpoint, so forth.
And again, without being redundant in terms of testimony that Mr. Kissel provided, you also provided a general analysis that there would be no diminution in value to surrounding property owners because of the establishment of an adult use cannabis dispensary. Is that right?
That is correct. I've done analysis of other dispensaries in the surrounding area of Chicago and found that there's no adverse impact upon surrounding property values. The proposed use is a retail use, similar to some of the other uses in the subject area. It's zoned DX7, which allows a wide variety of zoning uses that are retail in nature, as well as other uses such as hotels, motels, restaurants, so on and so forth.
And Terry, just again, because we have an objector, I want to just briefly go through the approval criteria. Again, provided the special use is approved, the proposed use would meet all the applicable standards of the zoning ordinance. Is that right?
That's correct. Yes, sir.
Okay. Is it also your professional opinion that it is in the interest, that the special use is in the interest of public convenience and would not have a significant adverse impact on the general welfare of the neighborhood?
In my opinion, it'll have no adverse impact at all. As I stated earlier, the area is commercially zoned, so is the subject. And there's many commercial uses in the surrounding area right across the street. You have a Jewel Osco facility to the north. You have a Dunkin' Donuts facility, as well as a BP Amoco service station with a car wash. To the south, you have a bank facility. Above these buildings in the surrounding area, once you remove yourself from the ground floor, many of them are utilized for either office purposes or loft commercial and residential purposes.
And Terry, with respect to site planning, again, the applicant's program is to adapt and reuse the existing building. So we're not changing the character of the building except for the use on the first floor. Is that right?
That is correct. There really will be very little done to modify the exterior of the structure. Any and all construction would take place primarily on the inside and upgrading the structure and so forth.
And as Mr. Kissel testified, in terms of operations, this would operate like any other retail business in this commercial corridor. Is that right?
That's correct. I also, within my report, I stated the hours roughly 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. However, Mr. Hendon mentioned the possibility of going from 9 a.m. to 10 p.m. On page 5 of my report, I said 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. subject to market conditions. So they could change and make it from 9 a.m. to 10 p.m.
And then lastly, Terry, with the installation of the bicycle parking spaces, the fact that we actually don't have a parking requirement for our type of use, and because we're a transit served location, is it your professional opinion that the special use was designed to promote pedestrian safety and comfort?
Yes, I don't see any interaction between traffic generated by the proposed use and pedestrians. There's no new curb cuts or existing curb cuts. And I would think that customers who are going to be, or clients that are going to use the facility will either use taxi cabs or, Lyft and so on and so forth, or they'll park their car on the street where parking is allowed or in garages where there's existing curb cuts.
And Terry, again, it's your understanding that I've submitted a copy of your written report to the zoning board?
That is correct, yes.
And if you were to continue to testify, that testimony would be consistent with the statements and conclusions contained in your report?
Yes, it would.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, my last witness is Mr. Peter Lemon.
Okay.
Peter, again, you're a professional engineer specializing in traffic, transportation, and parking evaluations and consultation.
Yes, that's correct.
And you've testified in that capacity before this board previously, is that right?
Yes, I have. That's correct.
And you're also familiar with the subject property at 1233 South Wabash?
Yes, I am.
And the scope of your assignment was to provide an assessment of the existing traffic patterns in the area, as well as a professional opinion as to the potential impacts the proposed dispensary would have on those traffic conditions. Is that right?
That's correct.
And it's your professional opinion that the proposed use will be very well supported by the existing traffic patterns and will not create an undue amount of new vehicle traffic in the subject area. Is that right?
Yep, that's correct.
And you also believe that the subject site's proximity to public transportation, and specifically the orange-red green line stop at Roosevelt Road, will help alleviate vehicle traffic that would be anticipated to support the new business.
Yes, correct.
So it is your professional opinion that the proposed special use has been designed to promote pedestrian safety and comfort as well. Is that right?
Yes, right.
And Peter, you also prepared a written traffic assessment summarizing your findings and conclusions in this case?
I did, yes.
And without being redundant, again, this is a bit of a commercial corridor, again, west of South Michigan Avenue, in an area that's comprised primarily of retail mixed use type building. Is that right?
That's correct.
And you believe that the proposed use meets the approval criteria from the traffic engineering standpoint?
Yes, I do.
And you did also, as I said, you prepared a written report?
I did.
It's your understanding as I've submitted a copy of that report to the zoning board?
Yes, I'm aware.
And Peter, if you were to continue to testify, your testimony would be consistent with the findings and conclusions contained in your written report. Is that right?
That's correct, yes.
Great. Mr. Chairman, that concludes the applicant's case in chief. We'd be happy to answer any questions you or the board members have about our proposal.
Any questions from the board at this time?
I do have a few questions. First to the counselor. Nick, if there's no relationship between Green Rose, how are they using the same name?
So, you know what, if I can call Mr. Ross Moriali,
Because I understand using a trade name of another company without permission is illegal. So I need to go deep on this before I can go further.
I certainly understand. And again, the ownership interests are what are ultimately at issue. And Ross, are you still on with us?
Yes, I am.
Okay, did
I'm
you
here.
hear the commissioner's question regarding the various entities and the Green Rose name?
Yes, I did.
And if you could just answer the question, and Commissioner, I apologize, we want to make sure that there isn't a conflict by Commissioner Toya having a vote on today's proceeding. The question is whether or not there's a financial interest or an ownership interest by the Phil Stefani Group in the West Side Visionary.
Green Rose, I'm sticking to Green Rose.
Green
okay?
Rose.
Yeah.
Can you explain the difference, Ross, so Commissioner Toya understands?
Yes, so Green Rose is a brand that I created. And all the dispensaries that I help and assist use that name. To my knowledge, it wasn't against any law to have a DBA if they were registered for different LLCs. I think that happens a lot. I know a lot of the existing companies are doing it as well. But that's the plan. That's my brand and any other stores that I would help. I'm helping a lot of social equity firms. I started a consulting firm, Green Rose Advisors, a couple of years ago, and that's the platform that I operate under. I assist them in applications, the ones that need it. I wasn't involved with the application of Westside, but also operationally, I use all of my experience and relationships to help these groups succeed. We take care of all the store design, so it's all common. It really kind of enables these groups to compete with the bigger companies and not be just one-off stores that are going to have a hard time competing. So that's really the business model. I don't have an ownership in any of the groups. I'm GRC Ops. I'm a consultant and help with management.
But again, using a trade name of another company without permission is illegal. And did they not use the Green Rose name at the Wells in Ontario location where the old Carson Ribs was? I'm very confused and I need legal advice on this.
To my knowledge, there's nothing wrong with doing that or illegal. And if it was, I guess Ricky could decide to change the name of his store. I don't see that being an impediment to moving forward with zoning, in my opinion, respectfully.
Yeah, I just want to hear from our chairman. I want to hear from city lawyers. Using a trade name of another company without permission is illegal. On record, Green Rose is there. And I don't know if you got the permission because they're using that Green Rose name at Wells in Ontario.
Let me ask a question of Mr. Moriali. Does Phil Stefani have an ownership interest in your company?
No, Phil Stefani's a partner and one of the founders, one of the smallest owners, from my understanding, in GRI Holdings, which put their license at Wells in Ontario. I allow them to use my name and branding, Green Rose Dispensary. So they don't own it, it's mine. They're using it just like Westside Visionaries would use it.
And Chairman, I think that actually answers it. I think where the question or the concern is is that the various entities who actually owns or who created the Green Rose name. And Mr. Moriali testified that he responded to Mr. Toya or Commissioner Toya's question. He's the one who came up with it. He's the one who has the ability to give authorization to other operators, other LLC groups, other investors to use that name. So I think that actually helps clarify that there is a distinction because there are individual license holders that are made up of different investment groups or different investment partners. Not all of them, the money and revenue and investment doesn't all flow between them. They're separate and distinct. And I hope that that helps clarify the question, both for the commissioner and for the chairman, that Ross Moriali is the person behind the name Green Rose, and he's worked with various license holders who have assumed that name. So I just want to make sure that's a little bit, hopefully, more clear than it was when we started.
But Green Rose is the name of the place at Wells in Ontario, yes or no?
I believe it. I believe they are.
It
using
is.
the
It
Green
is.
Rose name. Yes. Yes.
And Green Rose, since they're Green Rose, did they give permission to use Green Rose here as well? That's what I can't get my head around. Nick.
Yeah, Commissioner, and this is where it is. So the 612 Wells got permission from Ross Moriali, who's on the call today, to use the Green Rose name. Similarly, but separately, Mr. Hendon is getting the permission from Ross Moriali to use the Green Rose name. They use the same the same DBA. They're under that brand, so to speak, but they're completely separate licensees, completely separate ownership structures, completely separate license applicants, both at the state and at the city level. So I think I believe I understand where the confusion's coming in. The 612 Wells doesn't control exclusively the Green Rose name. That's Ross, and Ross is again the consultant on the call today. He's the one who determines who can use the Green Rose name. So there is no conflict from that because he's the one who's using it. If I open up my own store and call it Green Rose, Ross and I might have a problem, but that's not what's happening because Ross is a consultant working with these various license holders to establish and run their dispensaries. Again, provided the approvals are in place. Does that answer the question, make a little bit more sense?
Makes a little more sense.
And
All right, I got some more questions. I want to go to Mr. Hendon now. All right, I ask these questions all the time, Mr. Hendon, Alderman Center. I've known you for many, many years. I knew you in the last century, right? So we've known each other for many years. But I ask these questions of everyone. Do you have agreement to sell your interest in the dispensary?
No.
I didn't think so.
We operate, we want to expand and grow. And, you know, the brand just helps us. I got a lot of offers. I'm sure you know, you probably understand. And when I met Ross and, you know, I don't even know Phil Stefani, he's a great man, but I don't even know him. I just liked him and thought the Green Rose brand would help us. So they're just consulting with us that has an established brand that we thought would help us move faster.
All right. Second question. Who is on the lease of, who is the leasee on the lease? Are you on the leasee?
Westside Visionaries, the LLC.
So you're on it.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm in charge of the LLC. Me, my son, Ricky Jr., and Sky Hendon, are the main people in
And so you're the leasee on the lease. Okay, I just wanted to clarify. I ask these questions of everybody, so these ain't questions just to you. And then obviously you're one of the guarantee on the lease as well.
Absolutely.
Very good. Those were my questions. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Any other questions from the board at this time before we move over to, actually, we have a supporter, don't we?
Bonnie on the line.
We do have a supporter.
We have Bonnie.
Yeah, let's go to the supporter now.
Hello,
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. For the record, my name is Bonnie Sanchez Carlson, and I am the President and Executive Director of the Near South Planning Board. We represent the businesses, institutions, and stakeholders on the city's near south side. I want to thank chairman and commissioners of the board, but particularly Commissioner Toya, because, and getting back to Commissioner Brooks, is that the presentation did say West Side Visionaries LLC. And the images that were given does read Green Rose Dispensary. And so that's why that was included in my letter. So just want to clarify that they did represent themselves as West Side Visionaries. Before we rendered an opinion as to whether support this special use request, we engaged in numerous conversation based on community. We worked in this community. I've been there for decades, 3 decades. And so I know what the community's concerns are. But as an organization, we look at, do they comply with the requirements? And so we engaged numerous conversations. We required a presentation on this cannabis dispensary. And the applicant did outline to our organization their plans to successfully operate the facility, as they had mentioned about the firm security plan, which include the cameras inside and out of the facility, as well as the trained armed officers, to ideas of enhancing the issues of customer flow within the existing building. That was another concern that we had. They mentioned that they may have the ability to utilize the front part of the second floor to handle customer overflow, after Near South Planning Board expressed concerns about the small staging area for its consumers. Our organization had the opportunity to thoroughly review their business plans and discuss loading, ingress, egress, as we even looked at the locations of their dumpsters, because it looked like they would block the alley entrance into the building. So while Near South Planning Board did not object to this proposed dispensary, our organization did offer a few other suggestions besides the security and overflow issues. We recommended the landscaping in front of the building and the adding of the bike racks. And we were satisfied with solutions they had provided in that manner. And we mentioned our concern about a solid blank wall on the ground floor. And they have assured us that they will be, work on making it look a little bit more active than passive, that they would be great neighbors. I know Ricky and them, they answer my calls. Ross is on the phone all the time, and I don't get that all the time, but I'm appreciative of that. And they mentioned that they'd be available if problems arise during operations. So after much consideration and discussion, Near South Planning Board has agreed to support the applicant's request to establish an adult use cannabis dispensary at 1233 South Wabash. So long as they meet all the guidelines, what they mentioned they do allow for such a business. So I want to thank you for allowing me the time to speak, and you guys are almost through, right? Thank you so much.
And I just want to reiterate, this is Commissioner Toya. I've known Bonnie for quite a long time as well, and no one knows the South Loop better than Bonnie. So thank you for your testimony here.
Thank you.
Thanks.
I do have a question for Bonnie before she goes on mute. Bonnie, I just had a question for you, because obviously I've gone through the Near South Planning Board myself on projects, and just out of curiosity, because I know you guys pay really big attention on like parking issues and the ingress and egress. I'm sure, I know that corner very well, and that were the parking plans, I guess obviously you're supporting it, those fit within your desires, because I just know that that corner is super problematic when you're running in and out of any of those businesses. And I'm just curious kind of if you guys had any recommendations on that and how your evaluation of the transportation and parking plans were.
always an issue. Parking is always an issue in that specific area as well, which we have raised, you know, whether it's double parking or parking in the middle of the median. We've expressed concerns about that. Now, I know this is an existing building and we've always asked about where are people gonna park. And so it is a concern. And, you know, we were told by city as well, well, you have the public transportation right there on Roosevelt Road. And, you know, so it is a concern. Has it been addressed adequately? I would just say sufficiently right now.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. We are now going to turn to Casmer Quinn to state her objection, and she can also ask questions of the applicant if she has any. Ms. Quinn?
Hi, yes, Casper
Hi.
Quinn. Thank you so much.
Yes,
Um,
go ahead and state your objection.
Thank you. Yep, I'm objecting. I do feel like we need a bit more time to research this based on the name change as well. We aren't quite sure if this is really majority minority owned.
Oh, it is.
And has that been proven? Like, is there anything that you guys could submit to the community where we can see that?
Chairman, I can answer that. The application for special use included our state application, which also I referenced in our introduction to my initial questions to Mr. Hendon, that we are 100% minority owned and that we far exceeded the 51% threshold for the state. So there is documentation specific to our state application that's already on file with the zoning board and has been since we filed our application.
Okay, yeah, I live in the community. We weren't aware. I didn't realize it was connected to Green Rose, and we know that there's been a lot of bad press and there is some controversy with respect to social equity. And as a community member, I'm really just requesting more time to dig into this.
If that's a request for a continuance, it's denied.
Okay, thank you.
Did you have anything else, Ms. Quinn?
I'd like to give her my cell phone if I could, and she could call me. I did it at the community meeting, and if she has any problems, she could call me.
I really appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay,
Yeah, I would.
773.
I would stop for a second, Mr. Hendon. You might want to maybe provide that. Maybe we can do this offline some way, because you know we are live right now streaming. I don't know if you want the world to have your cell phone right now.
At the community meeting.
Half the world
Did
already
it at
has
the
it, so it's
community
okay. I'm only joking. I'm only joking.
All right, that was
Yeah,
all.
I'd like,
Guys, for your time.
I like for her to have. I like for her to have. I really would. If it's okay.
Okay. You know, if
because how will I get back with her if not right
Chairman,
now? You know what I mean?
Chairman, if it's okay, what I can do is maybe I could email Victor Reza, Mr.
Okay,
Hendon's
do that.
cell phone number.
Yeah.
Yes.
And then he could circulate it
Well,
because we have Ms. Quinn's information. Maybe
we'll
that's.
do it in the background. We'll do it in the background
Okay.
through Victor.
All right.
Thank you.
Oh, you know what though? But I don't believe that Victor has Miss Quinn's info. Yeah, we don't have Miss Quinn's contact info. But let me think here. Miss Quinn. Oh, Victor's actually checking right now. 1 second.
Well, I could give her my email address. Would that be okay?
Yeah, and that's on our witness form already. So.
Okay. Yeah.
Publicly available. would
yeah.
assume.
Can I do that, Mr. Chairman? Okay.
Yeah.
Ricky Hendon, my name, RICKEYHENDON @AOL.com. And don't laugh, but yes, I still have AOL. Ricky Hendon @AOL.com. I'm too old to change it.
Thank you so much.
Anyways, okay, call me now. Let's talk. We work it out.
I'll send you an email right now.
Okay, bet.
Okay, great. All right, Mr. Counselor Fatikas, I think we have everything we need. If you have any, you know, a short closing, you can give it now.
I got one more question.
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Chairman. If Mr. Ross leaves, does the Green Rose leave? Does that name leave with him? Because I've seen a lot of partnerships, and so have you, Nick, that go south. What if this
So-
partnership goes south?
And
Does
that's,
the Green Rose name go with him?
it could, but here's the
Yeah,
issue.
done.
West Side Visionaries doesn't go with Ross. And that's the distinction that I need to make
That's
sure
right.
that you and the rest of the board members are crystal clear on. West Side Visionaries LLC, which is Ricky's
Sure.
LLC. He's the managing member. He's the owner. He's the one who controls West Side Visionaries. The Green Rose tag is a DBA. It's nothing more than a branding name for the location. If in the future Ross and Ricky were to have a falling out, Ricky would then be able to he would either operate as West Side Visionaries or he can come up with a new DBA. So the
Hollywood.
West Side Visionaries, I hate to call it a red
Hollywood.
herring because it caused confusion, but it's not, that's not part of the state application, and it would only appear as part of the special use approval as a DBA and as the branding for the store. If Ross leaves and takes Green Rose, the name with him, then Ricky would come up with, I don't know, Purple Rose. And he
No,
could
he
do-
already said the name he would come up with.
But
Hollywood.
all kidding aside, we're talking about a DBA, and I don't want that to be causing any more confusion than it already has.
It did cause a lot of confusion,
It did.
Nick, and
No,
usually I'm
it
not
did.
used to
It did.
confusion
No,
from
no,
you.
100%. It absolutely did.
All right, thank
I
you.
just don't want to make it worse.
The state encouraged us to get a consultant. We got a consultant. You know?
Any other questions from the board before we go to Nick for closing? Okay, Nick, if you want to close, but I think we have everything, but
Yeah, I think you have everything. We think we meet the standards for special use approval. I want to thank Bonnie and Alderman Dowell for their support through the process. If there's, again, any other questions, we'd be happy to answer them. Otherwise, we'd rest our case now.
okay. All right, well, we will take this matter under advisement. Thank you, everyone, for your time.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Brooks. Good to see all of y'all. Bye-bye. That's it, right? Okay. I don't want to leave though.
Thank you, everybody.
We have a couple left here, but we are going to take a short recess to 7 o'clock. I move that we recess until 7 o'clock. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Brooks.
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes. We are in recess until 7 p.m. Okay, I move that we reconvene this meeting of the Zoning Board of Appeals. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Brooks,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, we are back. We are now calling calendar number 294-22-S. If you are here in objection or support, please raise your hand. We will get you promoted. Again, this is 294-22-S. This is 605 North Clark.
And Mr. Chair, this is Mara Georges. May I just let you know, please, that Terry Peterson, Hermine Hartman, and Jeremy Stanulis are in my conference room. So if you're looking for them, you won't find them.
Okay. That was Terry Peterson, Jerry Stanulis.
And Hermine Hartman.
Okay, great.
Terry, do you see how you're kind of out of the camera?
Okay.
And Mr. Chairman, Robert Brown here, just a reminder that I asked to be able to make a motion to start.
Yeah, what we're gonna do is I'm gonna get everybody sworn in, and then we're gonna take up the motion.
Thank you.
And the way the motion will, well, let me get everybody sworn in, and then we'll discuss how the motion will proceed.
Thank you.
Okay, I think we've got everybody promoted who has raised their hand. Let me get everybody sworn in first. And we'll start with Terry Peterson. Terry, if you could state your name and address, please.
Terry Peterson, 4801 Emerson Avenue, Palatine, Illinois, 60067.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes.
Thank you. Hermine Hartman, can you state your name and address, please?
My name is Hermine Hartman. I am at 329 West 18th Street, Suite 613, and that's in Chicago at 60616.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Thank you. Jerry Stanulis, can you state your name and address, please?
Jerry Stanulis, 10 North Roslyn Road, Westmont, Illinois, 60559.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes.
Thank you. Do we have Louis Abuna?
Yes, good evening.
Good evening. Can you state your name and address, please?
Yes, Louis Abuna, 9575 West Higgins Road in Rosemont.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Ed Farrell, can you state your name and address, please?
Yes, my name is Ed Farrell. My address is 3601 Algonquin Road, Rolling Meadows, Illinois, 60008.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Thank you. Do we have Jeff Robinson?
No, he is not going to testify today.
Okay, how about Kevin Monroe?
Here, Speaker.
Are you planning to testify today, Mr. Monroe?
No.
Oh, okay. I had you on the list, but okay.
Chairman, we may have questions for him, so he should swear in.
Okay, all right, Kevin Monroe, can you state your name and address, please?
Kevin Monroe, 901 West Madison, Unit 1002, Chicago, Illinois, 60607.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Thank you. Do we have George Kissel on? We do, and he has been sworn in already for the record. And Terrence O'Brien has also been sworn in already for the record, and his expertise has been recognized. Robert Brown, can you state your name and address, please?
Yes, Robert Brown, 540 North State Street.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes.
Thank you. Do we have any other, it looks like we do have some other objectors. Jay, can you state your name and address, please?
Certainly. Jay Seithamel. I live at 600 North Dearborn Street, number 1411, Chicago, Illinois, 60654.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Thank you. Edward,
It's pronounced Chalkajian.
thank you. Can you state your name and address, please?
Certainly. Thank you very much. My name is Edward Chalkajian. My address is 600 North Dearborn in Chicago, 60654.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do. Thank you.
Thank you. And are you here in objection?
That's correct.
Okay. And same question for you, Mr.
Edward will work just fine, sir.
Sure. And Jay, are you also here in objection?
I am here as an objector, yes.
Okay. And then, let's see, we've got Kathleen Smith. Can you state your name and address, please?
Chairman, Kathleen Smith didn't allow Zoom app to use her audio device, so she doesn't have audio. I don't think she can even hear us.
Okay, yeah, we cannot hear, we can't hear Kathleen either. We will go to, let's see here. Anastasia, Anton, can you state your name and address, please?
Anastasia Anton, 600 North Dearborn Street, apartment 1308, Chicago, Illinois, 60654, and I am in objection.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Affirmed.
Thank you. Kathleen Smith, I see you're back. Can you state your name and address, please?
Kathleen Smith, 758 North Larrabee, apartment 721, Chicago, Illinois, 60654.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I affirm that I will tell the truth in today's proceedings.
Thank you. And are you here in objection?
Yes, I am objecting.
Okay. Are there any other objectors that I have not, or supporters, anybody that I have not called that intends to speak today? I think I got everybody. Wait. We have somebody raising their hand. 1 second. Matt Montemuro.
Yes, Matt Montemuro, 700 North Larrabee Street, Chicago, Illinois, 60654, in support.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. And you're here in support, you said?
That is correct.
Is there anyone else here in support or objection that I have not yet called? If there is anybody else, please raise your hand. Okay, I think we have everybody. Okay. So I do understand that Mr. Brown has a motion to dismiss that he wants to make at the outset here, which we are going to hear. So what we're going to do, Mr. Brown, We'll have you present your motion to dismiss. We will then turn it over to counsel for the applicant to respond. And then you will have an opportunity at the end, Mr. Brown, to give your reply, and then I'll rule. Okay?
Thank you. I am not an attorney, so I'm doing my best. So thank you for that.
Okay.
Do my very best here. So good evening, Chairman Sanchez and the board. It's good to see everyone again. Again, for the record, my name is Robert Brown at 540 North State. And I am requesting with regards to case 294-22.s that the board dismiss the case, and that is for several, I think, very clear and obvious reasons. Begin with, there really is no basis to hear this application today, as there's no standing to be before the board. As you know, the applicant has filed an application where they have defined the applicant as PTS and Biopharma LLC, the applicant. Again, not the applicants, but PTS Corp and Biopharma LLC, the applicant. The City of Chicago zoning code regarding cannabis-related businesses, when it relates to a business which has a right to appeal to the board, section 17-17-0106-E defines such a party, a cannabis business establishment, as a business licensed by the state of Illinois Cannabis Regulation and Tax Act. The facts are clear. There is no business named PTS and Biopharm LLC that is licensed by the state. There is no business entity named PTS and Biopharm LLC at all. And there is no application that has been filed on behalf of PTS and Biopharm LLC with the state of Illinois whatsoever. Further, you can easily verify that per paragraph 17-14-303H, copies of all information submitted to the state in an application for license to operate under the state of Illinois Cannabis Regulation and Tax Act must be submitted as part of a special use application to the Zoning Board of Appeals. And you'll see that it is very clear that those application materials submitted to the state and to this board were not submitted on behalf of PTS and Biopharm LLC. It's really important to understand that this is unprecedented, as it never has occurred for a cannabis dispensary to have co-applicants in both the state of Illinois or the city of Chicago. And it sets an incredibly dangerous precedent to set that aside for non-social equity applicants to try and find loopholes in the state and city rules to qualify them as social equity licensees. The consequences of the board taking this unprecedented step of setting aside all the pertinent city ordinances which I've referenced and moving forward in considering this matter is not a mere technicality. In plain terms, it is if a big multi-state cannabis operator wants to open a dispensary within 1,500 feet of another dispensary, all they would have to do is become what they're calling a co-applicant, which there is no such thing, of a social equity applicant. And I'm quite confident that this is not what the city or the state intended. It is not what the law allows. And I'm confident this board understands that as well. Lastly, even if we suspend reality for a moment, the reality of the fact that no such entity that has filed this application even exists, the applicant PTS and Biopharm, again, an entity which doesn't exist, and said that they were a social equity applicant, again, suspending reality because there's no way PTS and Biopharm could be a social equity applicant. According to ILCS 705-15-70 of the Cannabis Regulation and Tax Act, a social equity licensed dispensary, again, which they are not, but let's suspend reality and say that they are, a social equity licensed dispensary cannot be located within 1,500 feet of another social equity licensed dispensary. The application you are being asked to review today for 605 North Clark is located 885 feet from the state licensed and operational Green Rose Dispensary, a social equity licensed dispensary. Social equity licenses can be located within 1,500 of, or rather, social equity license can be located with 1,500 feet of a legacy licensed adult dispensary, but not of each other. So in closing, this case should have never come before the board. It doesn't meet, there is no application filed with the state with the name PTS and Biopharm LLC. The applicant decided to define themselves as the applicant, PTS and Biopharm. There is no application filed with the state with that name on it. They're wasting the board's time, as they know they cannot open a dispensary within 1,500 feet of an existing social equity dispensary. Green Rose located just over 800 feet away. So on this basis, I ask that the case be dismissed.
Okay, thank you. Counselor Georges, would you care to respond?
Yes, please, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I do not believe it is proper for this board to dismiss this case for a number of reasons. The application is filed on behalf of co-applicants, PTS and Biopharm. The decision to file as co-applicants was made in conjunction with zoning personnel because of the protections it offers to the city. Let me explain. If a special use permit were to be issued here, that special use permit would be in the name of both PTS and Biopharm. That means that neither entity can disappear and go away, or that special use permit is no longer valid. Thus, because both entities have an interest here, and they have a proper interest that is sanctioned and allowed by the state, it is in the city's best interest to have the filing as co-applicants. Further, if you look at the Illinois Department of Financial and Professional Regulation advisory notice that they published on July 1st of this year and updated on August 24th of this year, they talk about this kind of situation, that a social equity applicant can enter into a conditional management service agreement with a non-social equity applicant to allow that non-social equity applicant to give its expertise and knowledge in the cannabis industry to that social equity applicant and to ensure the success of the social equity applicant. It is a relationship that is completely sanctioned and authorized by the state, and it is written and described by IDFPR itself. Mr. Brown also talks about a 1,500-foot prohibition. And I understand he's talking about a state rule, but I would ask this board to consider, for example, Mocha and Sunnyside, which opened within 1,500 feet of each other. That was a licenses sanctioned by the state because it is the state that then decides if these licenses should go from conditional to permanent. And it is the state that is going to have to decide the timing in this case. What is the timing regarding filing applications? Is it that the first to file the application is the one that actually is authorized to open within 1,500 feet? Is it more than one that is authorized to open when when the license being used is that of the social equity applicant? The testimony will describe to you a relationship where it is Biopharm's license, the social equities applicant's license, that is being used at this site. It is Biopharm that will control the operations of the site. It is Biopharm that will be the employer of the employees at the site. It is Biopharm that will run the dispensary, but they will do so under a conditional management services agreement with PTS, where PTS is paid a monthly fee to offer its management expertise to Biopharm. Biopharm is a cannabis licensee, a conditional cannabis licensee, who does not have experience in the cannabis industry. And the state contemplated those happenings. And in order to ensure the success of those kinds of social equity applicants, the state sanctioned this type of relationship. I do not believe, and it is my professional opinion, that the motion to dismiss should be denied, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
So a couple, is it my, I'm sorry.
No, yeah, I was actually just going to send it back to you, Mr. Brown.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. So, you know, with everything that council just said, I don't think she really addressed the fundamental question here. The point is that to come before the board, they have to come before the applicant. It's got to be what's named on the application with the state. And that is not what's on the application with the state. It's interesting, and I'm going to use the word fallacious, that we have now, for the very, very first time, you'll find it nowhere in their narrative, you'll find it nowhere in the project, nowhere whatsoever, the community meeting, this concept of now the relationship is a, sorry, I spaced out the words here, is a managed services agreement between the parties. It's strange that was never mentioned at any time in the application. It's strange that she mentions that the regulation which allows it occurred 4 months after they made the application, and then to give the impression somehow that was the intent of their application. And it also doesn't jive with the argument that there's nothing that would require for PTS to be named as the applicant just because they're going to perform the role of a managed service organization. So I go back to, they've created an entity here which does not exist. There is no application on behalf of the parties of the applicant. The ordinance says that it has to be, you know, and I can go back and I'll just go back and read that if you don't mind.
What provide the citation again, what you're reading from?
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna try to do here. If you give me just a second. We'll start with just the definition of somebody who's entitled under a cannabis special use to come before the board. It's defined in 17-17-016, a cannabis business establishment as a business licensed by the state of Illinois Cannabis Regulation and Tax Act, and I think that would include a conditional license or the like, and I would allow that. But the point is, there is no business named PTS and BioPharm. Their own EDSs indicate there is no joint ownership. There's no ownership between them. It's a business. They've created a business that doesn't exist. The state is not licensed a business named PTS and BioPharm. It doesn't exist. There is no, just because someone says they're a managed service agreement, that doesn't mean that they have to be or should be part of the applicant license, because they aren't a business for the purpose of the application. The state has never, ever agreed to co-applicants. In fact, I know we want to use the term co-applicant, but in their application, they don't say co-applicants. They say PTS and BioPharm LLC, the applicant. They've created an entity that doesn't exist. If they can produce a document that shows both parties as entities, as a single entity, that would be, I think that would be maybe a point that they could make, but they've not done that. Further, the concept of having these two co-applicants completely destroys and undermines the whole argument behind a social equity applicant to begin with. In a way, PTS is kind of the poison pill. To grant them status as a social equity applicant just because they have attached their name to this application goes against that. I mean, it's like the other point, if I could, please. We'll go back to give me just a second. 17-14-03003H, which states, and this board has never agreed to vary from this, that all information submitted to the state application for the license to operate in the state of Illinois must be submitted as part of a special use application to the zoning board of appeals. And when you look at that application that they made, it does not say what it should say in order to come before the board, PTS and Biofarm LLC. It simply doesn't say that. Let me go now to the arguments about the 1,500 feet. The council mentioned two locations that are clearly less than 1,500 feet apart. But what she wasn't clear about was the state explained the rationale for that. And the rationale for that was because neither of them were pre-existing locations before they opened up. Green Rose Dispensary is a fully operational dispensary as we speak today. A social equity applicant, which they are not, because PTS and Biofarm cannot be a social equity applicant. But even if they were a social equity applicant, that would still mean that they're 885 feet away from another social equity applicant. The guidance that the council refers to specifically says that while you can be closer than 1,500 feet, you cannot be a social equity cannot be less than 1,500 feet from another social equity applicant. The state has not left that in any dispute. And they are a social equity applicant, Green Rose. And for that reason, it really has no kind of, this should have always been a dead on arrival, quite honestly. I'll also go back one last time. For council to say that somehow this is this little folks, I'm going to tell you what it's a sham. They filed an affidavit to open a location at the Rainforest Cafe location. They were flagged by several people as being illegal. Let's not forget the history here. And so they went back and they've tried a different scheme. And now for the very, very first time, you won't see anywhere in their application, anywhere in the community discussions. Now they're going to tell you, well, what this is a managed service agreement between the parties. If that was so, why do they not even use MSA, managed service agreement? Those words don't occur anywhere in their application. And yet now you're supposed to believe that that's the new trick. Again, if the board was to move forward on this, it would be unprecedented. The board has never allowed anything like this to occur in the history. So if the board chooses to, would choose to do that, we're just setting an extremely dangerous precedent here. And in essence, just undermining the entire intent and the wording of both the ordinances that we're supposed to follow, as well as the state law. I rest.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
Mr. Brown uses a lot of inflammatory language. There is nothing illegal here, nor is there anything fallacious. And I object to his use of that language. That I take my responsibilities as an officer of the court very seriously. And I would not pass something off that is untrue to this board. Right on the first page of our special use application, you can see we're listed as co-applicants, PTS and Biofarm. No, we did not form a separate legal entity. That is not what happened here. What happens is we filed as co-applicants. And the license to be used at the site is the social equity license. No one is saying PTS is a social equity applicant. That is not what is happening here.
Then why is PTS an applicant?
Sir, I did not interrupt you. I let you talk without interruption. I would appreciate the same respect.
I'm sorry, I thought you'd pause.
Even when you paused, I did not interrupt you, sir. And you paused several times. And you used very inflammatory.
I apologize.
And I did not interrupt you. We filed as co-applicants after speaking with zoning about the appropriate way to file. There is nothing underhanded going on here. This is a relationship sanctioned by the state. It is a conditional management services agreement. It has been put in place by the state to ensure the success of social equity applicants. There is absolutely no reason for a motion to dismiss to be granted here. Mr. Chair. We meet all of the requirements of the zoning ordinance. All of our witnesses are ready to go. Our witnesses will testify and provide evidence to show that all of the requirements of the zoning ordinance have been met.
May I speak?
Counselor Georges, have you finished?
Yes, I am.
Okay, Mr. Brown.
There was nothing in her response that overcame the objections of what the ordinances actually say. I'll just leave it there.
Okay. I'm ready to rule. I'm going to deny the motion to dismiss. I do think that you're referencing state requirements that are applicable to the state, which is, we don't determine the licenses that are issued by the state. That's not under our purview, and that's not what we're here for. And
Chairman, with all due respect, but
excuse me, sir. Excuse me, sir.
Sorry.
I'm speaking. I'm finishing my ruling here. The other thing is that you represented to us that we've never had co-applicants in cannabis, and that's simply not true. We have. We've seen it. I can't name one off the top of my head because I've seen a million cases, and I can't remember the name, but I know that we've seen it. I can think we had a craft grower that had a co-applicant. So that's also just not, it's just not true. So for those reasons, we are going to go forward.
Thank you.
If we, to your point, Mr. Brown, if there is something that doesn't comply with the state, if there's something that doesn't comply with the state, well, then that's a state issue, and the license will never go from conditional to a license that they can actually use. But that's not for us to decide. So for those reasons, the motion to dismiss is denied, and we're going to proceed. Okay, now I know that that's not your only issue, Mr. Brown. So we're now going to go to the actual case. And before we do, I just want to, I'm going to say it, I've said it before, but I'll say it again here. I want to remind everyone that this is not a town hall. It's a hearing. So we as the board are looking for evidence that either supports or does not support the applicant's case as it pertains to zoning in the zoning ordinance for the city of Chicago. So the hearing is going to proceed this way. We're going to have Counselor Georges and the applicant put on their case in chief in full. We do have a supporter, so then we'll go to the supporter to express their support. We will then turn to the objectors to express their objections, and also ask questions of the applicant. And then we will go back to the applicant for rebuttal and closing, and the board will ask questions throughout. So with that, let me read the Department of Planning and Development's recommendation for this matter. Okay, this is the recommendation for calendar number 294-22-S. The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval of the proposed adult use cannabis dispensary, provided 1, the special use is issued solely to the applicant PTS Corp and Biofarm LLC. 2, all on-site customer queuing occurs within the building. And 3, the development is consistent with the design and layout of the floor plans dated August 17, 2022, prepared by J. Stanulis Architects. Okay, Counselor Georges, please put on your case.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good evening, Mr. Chair and members of the board. My name is Mara Georges, and I'm an attorney at Georges and Sinowicki, a WBE firm here in Chicago. I appear on behalf of the co-applicants PTS and Biofarm, which seek a special use permit for a cannabis dispensary at 605 North Clark Street. The property is the former location of the Rainforest Cafe, which closed in March of 2022. The building has been vacant since that time and has been the site of illegal activity and loitering. If the proposed plan were to pass this board this evening, the site will be extensively rehabbed for the proposed use. The property has an existing building with 20,322 square feet of space. The property is in a DX7 downtown mixed use district. While vacant, the property has been the site of loitering, illegal activity, as I mentioned, and the co-applicants were asked to secure the site. On August 17th, the co-applicants had Path Construction install a mesh fence at the site to secure it. Although the public notice signs were at all times visible through that mesh fence, Path Construction raised the public notice signs above the top of the mesh fence on August 21st, where they remain today encased in plexiglass. One of the co-applicants, PTS, currently operates 11 cannabis dispensaries in 3 states, including 4 in Illinois. The other co-applicant, BioPharm, is a social equity applicant, which qualifies as such because one of its owners had a misdemeanor marijuana conviction in the 1970s. The property is located in the 42nd Ward, and at the direction of Alderman Riley, the co-applicants presented the project to the River North Residents Association. In addition, and after working with the RNRA, the co-applicants and the RNRA jointly hosted a community meeting on May 10th of 2022. Following that meeting, the River North Residents Association provided a letter indicating that it did not see any adverse impact that would result from the proposed business. Present this evening in support of the application and available to testify are Terry Peterson, PTS Corp's Chief Executive Officer and an owner, Hermine Hartman, one of the owners and the Communications Director of BioPharm, Jeremy Stanulis, a licensed Illinois architect and the project architect for this project, who is with Path Construction, Ed Farrell, a former United States Deputy Marshal, managing partner of Silver Star Protection Group, security expert, and the security contractor for the project, Luay Abuna, a professional engineer, traffic expert, and traffic consultant for the project, George Kissel, a licensed planner, architect, and expert in the field of planning, and Terrence O'Brien, a licensed real estate appraiser and expert in the field of real estate valuation. I'd like to call Terry Peterson, please, as the co-applicant's first witness.
Okay.
Please state your name and spell your last name for the record. First name is Terry, last name is Peterson, Peterson. And once again, for the record, please state your business address. Business address is 4801 Emerson Avenue, Allentown, Illinois, 66067. Mr.
I
Peterson,
apologize. I'm so sorry. This is the court reporter. Could you just please repeat that? I hear some coughing in the background. If everyone could just mute that's not speaking. I'm sorry, Chairman.
Yes,
That's okay. And further to that, because you're in a conference room, if you could just make sure that you speak very loudly and clearly so that we can hear you, because it seems like the mic might be a little far from where you're at.
okay. So again, the zip code is 60067. Can you please briefly describe the roles you had before joining PTS?
Yes, I served as alderman of the 17th Ward from 1996 to 2000. I also served as the CEO for Chicago Housing Authority from 2000 to 2006. And I also served as vice president of corporate and external affairs for Rush University Medical Center from 2007 to 2021. And at the same time, I served as chairman of Chicago Transit Authority from 2009 to 2020.
And you're currently with PTS, right?
Yes, I am currently the CEO for PTS Corp as well as partner.
And can you please describe PTS's involvement in the cannabis industry?
Yes, PTS has been involved in the cannabis industry since its inception of both medical and non-medical cannabis dating all the way back to 2015. We're currently in 4 states, Illinois, Arizona, Michigan, and Ohio. We operate 11 dispensaries, which 4 of those are here in the state of Illinois.
And under what name does PTS operate in the cannabis industry?
Consume.
And can you explain the involvement of BioPharm in this project?
Yes, BioPharm is a co-applicant for the dispensary.
And BioPharm's a social equity applicant,
Yes,
correct?
it is a social equity applicant that, again, as mentioned earlier, meets all of the standards of the state.
And will PTS operate under a conditional management services agreement with BioPharm?
Yes,
And will PTS be paid a monthly fee under that conditional management services agreement?
yes,
And after the payment of all of the business's monthly expenses, BioPharm will retain the profits, correct?
yes,
So let's focus on the subject property for just a moment. It's an existing building, correct?
yes,
And it's at the northeast corner of Clark and Ohio Streets, right?
yes,
The area has a high density of retail shops and residential properties, right?
yes,
And it has a constant daytime flow of vehicular and pedestrian traffic, right?
yes,
Primarily along Clark Street there, right?
yes,
Does the applicant plan to renovate the property?
yes.
What is the anticipated cost of the renovation?
$7 to $10 million.
And is PTS planning to front the cost of that renovation?
Yes, we will front the cost, but we will have a 5-year note to be paid back by BioPharm.
And will you use the existing building footprint and shell?
Yes,
Will operations be conducted solely indoors?
yes,
And will operations be limited to the ground floor of the building?
yes,
The current entrance will be relocated to the corner, right?
yes,
And there will be no sight lines into the dispensary, right?
none.
I know that we'll get into more detail about operations and security with other witnesses, but briefly, there will be an entrance at the corner, right?
Yes,
And that entrance will lead into an education and waiting room, right?
yes,
And within the entrance is where customers' IDs will be checked by security, correct?
yes,
And there will be space in that education/waiting room to hold nearly 200 people, right?
yes.
Can you tell us a little bit about that education waiting room?
Well, one of the things we wanted to ensure was that there would be no lines forming outside of the facility. And so as they come in, IDs are checked. We will have an education room that really goes over the history of cannabis, you know, from its inception today, what's going on in cannabis. And so again, it was to be a good neighbor and to make sure that we didn't have folks outside on the streets.
There will also be a separate and secure entry for deliveries on the east side of the building, right?
Yes,
The applicant has also arranged to validate parking for its customers, right?
yes.
Can you tell us a little bit about that?
There are 3 surrounding garages, one at 33 West Ontario, one at 63 West Ontario, and another one at 345 North LaSalle Street. We have letters from each of those entities where we will validate free parking up to 2 hours for any of our customers who come to that location.
So in other words, if your customers park at those garages, you will validate their parking for up to
Yes.
2 hours.
Yes,
And what will the hours of operation be for your business?
from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. Monday through Sunday.
And you'll have approximately 55 employees at the location, right?
Yes,
How many of those will be full-time?
36 will be full-time, 19 part-time.
And approximately 20 will be on duty at any given time?
Yes,
Do employees undergo training or certifications?
yes, that's by state law, they have to, yes.
They'll be subject to background checks, right?
Absolutely,
They'll be registered with the Illinois Department of Financial and Professional Regulation, correct?
yes,
They'll be fully trained, isn't that true?
that is true.
And they'll be readily identifiable by company issued identification badges that they'll wear in the dispensary, right?
Yes.
And what kinds of positions will you have for full-time employees?
Well, we will have a general manager, assistant manager, reception, security guard. We will have an advisor.
What about floor supervisors?
Yes, floor supervisor,
Inventory supervisors? And you said receptionist?
as well as security.
Okay. Will those full-time employees have benefits?
Yes, they will have healthcare benefits as well as a 401k plan.
Let's talk about how it will generally work, how the business will operate in terms of servicing its customers who are purchasing products. So I understand you've already talked about a large interior space that can hold up to nearly 200 people,
Yes.
correct? How many point of sale locations are you going
We
to
will have 12 point of sales locations.
And for pre-ordered product, how will that work?
Well, normally, right now, if you look across our business, 50% of our orders are pre-orders. And when the customer comes in, that takes about 5 minutes. For those who do not pre-order, it takes about 10 minutes with our advisors working with them, trying to figure out what they're looking for, what their needs are. So that's about a 10-minute process.
And customers can pay in cash or debit card, is that
Yes,
correct?
that is true.
Is there a plan for inventory control?
Yes,
Can we talk a little bit about how that works, please? You've established the procedures to control the inventory, is that correct?
absolutely. From receipt to sale,
And
it is tracked,
I'm
yes.
sorry. All of the cannabis products will be received in a secure fenced-in area, is that
Yes.
true?
Yes,
And a security guard will be present throughout that receiving process, correct?
yes,
And the product will be brought in through a restricted area, right?
yes,
And after you receive that product, the cannabis will be transported to a vault, right?
yes,
And that vault will be secured
yes,
and cannabis will be stored there, correct?
yes,
So the dispensary will be divided into limited and restricted access areas, right?
yes,
And only specific individuals will have access to those areas, right?
that is true.
And the business will adhere to all state regulations relating to cannabis and all other legal requirements, isn't that correct?
Yes,
And you've worked with Silver Star Protection to develop a detailed security operations and management practices manual, is that correct?
that is true.
Can you explain just very high level again, how security will be handled?
Yes, it will be 24 hours divided up into 8-hour shifts. There will always be 4 officers there. And I think one of the things too that I want to highlight, which is why it was so important that we had feedback from the community, is that every hour, one of those security guards would not just walk the perimeter of the dispensary, but will walk the entire block. So we thought that was important. So it's just not going outside, being stationed, but walking the entire block as well to make sure that there's nothing going on, not just in front of the dispensary, but around the block as well.
So you heard concerns from the RNRA about neighborhood crime, correct?
Absolutely.
And it was the RNRA that suggested you enhance the security presence at
It
the site,
was,
right?
yes,
And in fact, you've said that at all hours of operation, you'll have the 4 security guards, 4 armed security guards. present.
absolutely,
And
yes,
and one security guard will be there 24/7, correct?
yes.
Will there also be electronic surveillance?
Yes, there will be over 90 cameras. We will have motion detectors. Also, our system will be accessible to OMEC as well.
So you'll have perimeter alarm
Yes,
and you'll have alarms on all entry points, correct? Windows,
yes,
interior doors,
yes,
and there'll be motion detectors and multiple silent alarms, correct?
absolutely,
Located throughout the entire facility.
yes,
And all of the alarm devices will be connected to a centralized hub, isn't that true?
both the state of Illinois as well as OMEC will have access to those cameras. Then we also met with the 18th District Commander, Commander John Hines, and we will also be allowing them to have access as well.
So you'll also have remote panic buttons too,
Yes.
that kind of are strategically and discreetly placed throughout the facility, right?
Yes,
And they'll trigger silent alarms as well.
absolutely,
And these alarms will be directly tied into the Chicago Police Department
Yes.
and OEMC.
yes,
That's the Office of Emergency Management and Communications for the city of Chicago, correct?
Yes.
Yes. So as long as we're talking about community outreach, let's talk a little bit more about that. I mentioned in my opening statement, a meeting with Alderman Riley. Did you attend that meeting?
I did.
Can you describe that meeting a little bit and how it went?
I think the meeting went well. Again, they all wanted to make sure that we heard from the community, that we partnered up with the River North Residents Association. But I thought it was a very good meeting and we got a lot of feedback from the Alderman.
And did you in fact then meet with the River North Residents Association?
Yes.
And how did that meeting go?
That meeting went well also. I think it was a great meeting. Again, they provided a lot of insight. We were not the first dispensary to come before them. So again, they had already created sort of a best practice. A lot of that they shared with us and a lot of that ended up being the final product for our proposal with the dispensary.
Did you have a general community meeting?
Yes,
When was that?
that meeting was on May 10th.
Of 2022?
Yes, 2022.
You kind of touched on additional outreach that you
Yes.
did, but I want to delve into that a little bit further. I think you said you met with 18th District Police Commander John Hine. Is that
Yes,
true?
that is true.
And how did that meeting go?
That
Can you
meeting
describe
went
that for the board?
Yeah, that meeting went very well. He was very complimentary of our security plan and actually said we could say that publicly that he thought we had an excellent security plan for the site.
And you also met with Chicago's Office of Emergency Management and Communications, OEMC for short.
Yes,
Have you met with any businesses surrounding the site of the dispensary?
yes, I met with the owner of the McDonald's, which is just to the west of us. I also met with the manager of the Hard Rock Cafe, which is north of us. And I also had a Zoom call with representatives from Walgreens. And those meetings was about how we could work together if we're allowed to open up a dispensary there, the coordination of our security. And each of them said that yes, if we are allowed to open up there, again, with that caveat, they would be willing to have another meeting to talk about how we could coordinate with our security firms.
And coordinate communications
Yes.
too about activity in the area, right?
Yes,
And you've also, I believe, had me supply some additional letters of support with the application, correct?
yes,
And those were letters of support from mayors here in Illinois from places you operate dispensaries,
yes. We
right?
have a dispensary out at Oak Brook Terrace. They have a letter of support from the mayor there. We also have a dispensary in Carbondale, and there's a letter from the mayor as well.
Mr. Peterson, you signed an affidavit in connection with this matter, right?
Yes,
And if you were to further testify, you testify complementarily to that affidavit, right?
yes,
And nothing you would say would go against what you said in that affidavit, is that correct?
No.
I have nothing further of this witness. Next, we'd like to call Hermine Hartman, please.
Okay.
Ms. Hartman, will you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Certainly. My name is Hermine Hartman. I'm going to spell my first name too, because it's a hard one.
Okay.
Hermene, and Hartman is Hartman.
And Madam Court Reporter, are you able to hear the witness?
I am, yeah, if you could all just keep your voices up, but I can hear. Thank you.
Okay. Will you please state your business address?
329 West 18th Street, Suite 613, 60616.
And can you please very briefly describe your background for the members of the Zoning Board of Appeals?
Yes, I was employed by city colleges as a professor in behavioral sciences. I then went on to administration and became vice chancellor of external affairs. In 1989, I started a newspaper called Indigo, and it was a newspaper in print from 89 to 2017, and then it became digital and online. And I started Indigo Studio, a TV broadcast in 2018 that is current.
And you're still maintaining that broadcast today, correct?
Yes,
And you're an owner in BioPharm, isn't that correct?
yes,
You're also the communications director from BioPharm. right?
yes,
And BioPharm is a social equity applicant conditionally approved for a dispensary license by the state of Illinois, right?
correct.
And you know Terry Peterson?
for about 25 years when he became alderman.
Okay. And at some point, you and he discussed getting together on the dispensary operation, correct?
So we were at an event at Roosevelt University and we were catching up to each other. We hadn't seen each other in a couple of years. And I learned that he was with PTS and I was with BioPharm, and I suggested that we might have some synergy.
And then you facilitated a meeting between all of the principals of PTS and BioPharm, is that correct?
That is correct, and that meeting was held at Oak Brook Terrace.
You heard Terry Peterson testify before you, isn't that true?
Yes,
And you agree with what Mr. Peterson testified?
yes, I do.
And if you were to testify, you would testify consistently to how Terry testified?
Yes,
Are you on a lease at the site of the proposed dispensary?
yes, we are a subtenant on the lease.
A subtenant to PTS, is that
Yes.
correct? In furtherance of the proposed dispensary, you and Terry Peterson met with several community organizations, isn't that
That
correct?
is correct. We met with the Chicago Urban League and we have an agreement with them. We have an agreement with Bill, that is a community organization on the west side, Austin, and also with Olive Harvey College, which has a program for cannabis, where they're teaching their students the cannabis business from growth to dispensary. And we see all of that as an opportunity for employment.
Wonderful. Can you tell us a little bit about your agreement with the Chicago Urban League?
It is an overall agreement for resource in employment. Employment might be in construction. We do have construction to go through. It might be in the dispensary in sales and whatever else our employment opportunities are. It's the agreement also that we have with Field.
And does that also create maybe internships?
Internships, jobs, mentoring, yes.
And you've agreed to provide guest lecture opportunities?
So Bill was interested in learning more about services that we offered, and we were interested in learning more about them. They have their range is from young people to the elderly, and within the different age sectors, there were different things that might be offered, and they were interested in a lecture series.
I know you're such a pillar of the community. I'm certain you're continuing to meet with other nonprofit organizations too about opportunities in any sort of proposed dispensary.
That is correct, but these are the organizations that we have formal agreements with.
And do you have any, and I'm asking you now as BioPharm, any plans to sell here?
No, we intend to build the best dispensary in Chicago.
And in fact, you understand as co-applicants, you would both be on any special use permit. And when I say you would both, you and PTS would both be named on a special use permit.
Exactly.
I have no further questions of this witness.
Thank you.
I'd next like to call project architect Jeremy Stanulis, please. Jeremy, you may have to move their name here.
Want me to?
Move this, yeah, just move this chair over. Make sure you're in the camera. Will you please state your name and spell your last name?
Jeremy Stanulis, Stanulis.
And also your business address?
10 North Roslyn Road, Westmont, Illinois, 60559.
You're a licensed Illinois architect, isn't that correct?
I am.
How long have you been an architect?
I first achieved licensure in 2005.
And you're licensed in a number of states, isn't that true?
I'm currently licensed in 13 states and I'm self-certified architect for over 10 years with the city of Chicago.
You're familiar with the subject property, the surrounding neighborhood, the proposed use of the property, and the application in this case, isn't that correct?
Correct.
In fact, you're the project architect, right?
Correct.
Can you very briefly discuss issues with the building as it currently exists?
So currently the building, originally constructed around 1996, had seen a lot of wear and tear. It's now vacant. The facade is dilapidated. There's overgrown landscaping at the perimeter. The perimeter is dark. and not very inviting. There's been nooks created by the landscaping that has been harboring illegal activity. So those are some of the issues we want to address with the new design.
And what are the proposed plans for a new design?
So currently, we're looking at a 10,000 square foot footprint on the first floor dedicated to the dispensary. And, you know, as Terry mentioned, we have a large education area and a large area indoors to queue people for the dispensary to keep standing traffic off the sidewalks. The exterior facade, we wanted to be inviting. We want to be inviting when we're open and we're not open. We want the entire exterior to be welcoming to all pedestrians, not just people coming to visit our property. So we have an undulating facade that has a dimming light feature on it so that it is warm and welcoming. And the materials we're proposing for the facade are also graffiti proof and provide, you know, a long-term lifespan.
And is the project budget $10 million?
Yes.
And with respect to the interior, are you going to remove the existing design elements?
So the interior will be completely gutted. New stair towers for egress will be installed, and any existing conditions we find during demolition will be corrected as well.
But I'm asking about the exterior. So I think everyone knows this property as the big mushroom and the frog and all the things on the exterior.
All that is removed.
And the entire building will be reclad?
Correct.
With what kind of material?
So it's a phenolic panel, graffiti proof and flame proof. It's 5 millimeters in thickness and very resilient.
I apologize. I'm so sorry. This is the court reporter. Could you please repeat that, sir? I can't hear you.
Sure, it's a phenolic panel, non-combustible.
Spell for me.
There's no way I can spell that.
Okay.
It's a condensed resin product. What else did I say that we missed? Undulating is an undulating facade, backlit with dimming lights.
And the dimmable lighting feature will enhance safety, right?
It'll definitely enhance safety.
Can you tell us a little bit about the landscaping being proposed?
Sure. Right now, the existing landscaping will be removed. There's a lot of it up against the building, and the sidewalk planters are not in conformance with the city landscape ordinance. New planters and landscaping will be installed in accordance with the Chicago landscape ordinance, and we are planning to keep the 3 honey locust trees on Clark Street currently.
And the current entrance will be relocated to the corner, isn't that true?
That's correct. The entrance currently is on Clark Street. We're going to slide that down to the corner.
But there'll be no sight lines into the dispensary's retail operations, right?
No sightlines.
You were directed to install a mesh fence at the site, isn't that true?
That's correct.
And when did you install that fence?
That was on August 17th.
And did you raise the public notice signs above the height of the fence?
That's correct. We did it on August 21st.
Do you have a professional opinion whether the proposed uses will, if the special use is granted, comply with all applicable standards of the Chicago zoning ordinance?
Yes, they will.
Do you have a professional opinion whether the project will have a significant adverse impact on the general welfare of the neighborhood or community?
I feel it have a very positive impact on the community. Very positive impact on the community.
Do you have a professional opinion whether the project is compatible with the character of the surrounding area in terms of site planning and building scale and project design?
Very compatible.
You signed an affidavit in this matter, didn't you?
Correct.
Which was part of our packet as Exhibit C1, is that correct?
Correct.
And if you were to further testify, you would testify in accordance with the items in your affidavit, isn't that true?
Yes, I would.
I have nothing further of this witness.
Okay.
I'd next like please to call project security consultant Ed Farrell as a witness. Sir, will you please state your name and spell your last name?
Yes, my name is Ed Farrell. My last name is spelled Farrell.
And will you state your business address, please?
Yes, it's 3601 Algonquin Road, Rolling Meadows, Illinois, 60008.
Will you please outline your background in the security industry?
Yes, so as you mentioned earlier, I'm a retired U.S. Marshal. I have a long history of securing things at a high level. If you're familiar with the U.S. Marshal Service, we provide security at federal buildings and federal institutions. We run the Witness Protection Program. We provide protection to Supreme Court justices, dignitaries, the drug czar. I've run these operations. I've written security plans. I was trained by the Marshal Service to secure things at a high level. Upon my retirement, I went into the private security industry. My company does threat assessments. We provide physical security. We consult. We install cameras, alarms, access control. We design security infrastructure. We do cash transport, and we transport cannabis.
And what is the name of that company that you started?
The company is called Silver Star Protection Group.
And what licenses does that company have?
I'm licensed in Illinois as a private security agency, as well as a camera alarm and access control installer. I'm also licensed in Michigan. I hold multiple licenses in Missouri, as it's done by county and municipalities. And I'm also licensed in Florida.
And what kind of work has Silver Star done?
We started in the cannabis space in 2015. 80% of my business is in the cannabis space. We've worked with applicants through the whole life cycle of their businesses, from applications. As they apply, we work with them. As you know, security is usually the #1 point total. Every time we've been first or second as score in states. Once our applicants win, we work with them designing their facilities and bringing best practices to their facilities. Certain clients, we install their security infrastructure, camera alarms, and access control. Once they open, we provide their securities, we write their security plans, we transport their cash, and certain clients, we transport their cannabis. We also do work, outside the cannabis space as well.
Have you testified as a security expert before zoning boards in the past?
I have,
How many times?
in excess of 50.
Mr. Chair, I'd ask that Mr. Farrell be recognized as an expert in the field of security.
The board recognizes his expertise.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You're familiar with the subject property, correct?
I am.
In fact, you were retained to provide a security plan for 605 North Clark. Isn't that true?
That is correct.
And you provided a in excess of 60-page security plan, correct?
I did.
Can you tell us a little bit about the highlights of that security plan?
I can. One of the things I think is important to note is it's a quick reference guide. We have an index in front that deals with just about any type of security related incident that you might encounter in a dispensary, so that people can get the information quickly. But it covers opening procedures, closing procedures, how to deal with incidents such as workplace violence, active threat, fire, chemical spills, things of that nature. We also cover how to handle deliveries. We talk about the security infrastructure. We talk about patient flow, ensuring also all the security regulations for the state are covered in there. And we train our guards on that security plan, as well as dispensary staff. And biannually, they have to sign off acknowledging it. We test them on it to make sure they can implement it at a high level.
And you heard Terry Peterson testify about having 4 of your guards at the site during operational hours. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Can you tell us just in general where those security guards will be located and kind of generally how they will operate during business hours?
Yes, I can. So first and foremost, it starts with one security officer who will normally be stationed at the front door, establishing a security presence, screening customers, and helping maintain a flow of customer traffic. He will help direct customers into the point of sale and they'll prevent any overcrowding or loitering. During high traffic periods, the security officer will assist in forming lines, communicating expectations to incoming customers to ensure an orderly environment. A second officer will be generally patrolling the sales floor, which is where transactions occur. He will monitor customers and further manage customer flow, particularly during high traffic periods. This security officer will also respond immediately to any incident on the sales floor and provide customers with assistance should they have issues or concerns. The third officer will be generally stationed in the rear near the back door of the dispensary, monitoring the cameras and security infrastructure, keeping an eye and providing information to staff. And the fourth officer will serve as a floater throughout the dispensary to assist in high traffic areas. He will also conduct randomized patrols outside the building at least every hour.
Will you also please discuss security during non-business hours?
Yes, there'll be one security officer stationed outside the facility during non-business hours. The facility will be locked, but the officer will be outside patrolling. He will also have a tablet where he'll be able to monitor the security infrastructure, be able to look at the cameras. So if he's on the east side, he can see the other sides. He'll be able to monitor every movement, all movement, and ensure a safe environment overnight.
Specific to the applicant's proposed security plan, would the applicant's security and operations plan, in your professional opinion, comply with state standards as set forth in the Cannabis Regulation Act?
Yes, it does.
In your opinion, do the proposed operation and security plan meet or exceed these requirements?
They will exceed the requirements.
In what ways do they exceed the requirements?
Well, first and foremost, this is probably one of the most robust security infrastructures I've ever seen in my career. And I don't say that lightly. I've designed over 100 of them. They have over 90 cameras. I can tell you, as designed over 50 of them, generally the camera counts at about 50 or 60. They have 90 that are overlapping and redundant, which is going to provide great visibility, and it exceeds what the state requires. And also they have other, what I'll call edge devices, motion detectors. It's over engineered and well designed. They will have 4 security officers at all times. I can tell you, having been in this industry since 2015, most dispensaries have 1, maybe 2. 4 is probably the top I've ever seen. I know of no dispensary that has security overnight. This would be the first one to my knowledge. So obviously they're exceeding, none of that is required by the state. Additionally, in talking with BioPharm and PTS, they were very big on establishing a partnership with CPD. Terry referenced earlier, we met with John Hine, the commander of 18. We've established a relationship with him. He's agreed to have a direct line of communication with us. We've talked to him about revisiting our security plan with him annually or semi-annually every 6 months to ensure we're meeting expectations and, developing a relationship with him. They will also share cameras with OEMC. Not every dispensary does it. It's not required. I can tell you as a former law enforcement officer, this is a vital piece of information for law enforcement in the community. It helps solve crimes. It helps officers proactively respond to incidents. That's going to be a huge benefit, not only for the dispensary, but the community. It's not required as well. They'll also do 2 ID checks. We do PTS's security. The state only requires 1. They check them when they come in, and they check them at the sales counter, ensuring there's no underage purchasing or unauthorized purchasing. Terry referenced earlier, he and our security team will be establishing a partnership with other security infrastructure in the area and businesses and sharing information. That again will be a powerful tool in the community reducing crime. We also referenced 200 people in the sales area. That is unheard of. It well exceeds what the state requires, and it will also keep people off the street, out of the rain, in the cold, and will enhance security. And lastly, as they mentioned earlier, the lighting will help deter crime and help the cameras see at night. The cameras also have night vision, so I don't want to confuse. But again, this is very, very robust and exceeds the state requirements by a mile.
Based on your expertise and experience, will the proposed security plans and procedures be sufficient and proper for the proposed dispensary?
Yes, it will.
I have nothing further of this witness. Next, I'd like to please call professional engineer and traffic consultant Luwe Abuna as an expert witness for the applicant.
Okay.
Sir, will you please state your name and spell your last name?
Good evening. My name is Luwe Abuna. Last name spelled Aboona.
Will you state your business address, please?
9575 West Higgins Road, Rosemont, Illinois, 60018.
You are a professional engineer and traffic consultant, isn't that true?
Correct.
You're familiar with the subject property, the surrounding neighborhood, the proposed use of the property, and the application in this case, isn't that correct?
Yes, I am.
Your resume and qualifications were included in our exhibit packet. Can you confirm that your submitted resume is accurate?
That is correct.
And you've testified as an expert before the Zoning Board of Appeals many times, isn't that right?
Yes, I have.
I'd ask, Mr. Chair, that Mr. Abuna be recognized as an expert in the area of traffic analysis.
The board recognizes his expertise.
Thank you. Mr. Abuna, you undertook a traffic study for the site and prepared a written report that is attached to our findings as Exhibit B3 about potential traffic, the potential traffic impact of the proposed use. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Very briefly, what did the traffic study involve?
Involved a review of the site area, the surrounding street network, the traffic patterns, traffic volumes, looked at the availability of alternative modes of transportation, such as proximity to public transportation, looked at the availability of parking, trip generation, and operations of adjacent intersections.
And as a matter of fact, it was I who communicated to you that Alderman Riley insisted you use pre-pandemic numbers in formulating that study. Isn't that correct?
Correct. Pre-pandemic and summer months numbers too. So the traffic counts represent peak conditions in the area.
And what were the conclusions of your report?
Essentially that given the location of the dispensary, it qualifies as a transit served location, which would help reduce the amount of auto trips that will be generated by the dispensary. The dispensary will be replacing a former restaurant used on site with generated traffic. The robust public transportation and other modes of transportation that are available in the area will help reduce the vehicular trips that will be generated by the dispensary. The traffic study demonstrated that the additional traffic that will be generated can be accommodated by the street system. There will be available parking for customers, as was testified earlier, through arrangements with nearby parking garages that would allow the customers to get a validated parking for 2 hours. And finally, the availability of a loading or standing zone in front of the site on Clark Street will help facilitate any drop-off and pickup activities that may occur.
And the report attached as Exhibit B3 to the findings of fact accurately presented your professional opinion of the matter, correct?
Yes, it does.
And if you were called to testify further, you testify in conformity with that report, correct?
Yes, I would.
And do you have a professional opinion whether the project is compatible with the character of the surrounding area in terms of operating characteristics like traffic generation?
Yes, I do. And the traffic is compatible in terms of the amount of traffic that will be generated as it compares to our surrounding uses. As I indicated earlier, also it replaces a restaurant that was in operation for many years, generated its own traffic. You know, that given the availability of other modes of transportation, that would help reduce the traffic load.
And do you have a professional opinion whether the project is designed to promote pedestrian safety and comfort?
Yes, I do. Again, the site was a previous traffic generator that will be replaced by the dispensary. The use is not creating any new curb cuts. The parking will be accommodated by available parking in the area. There is an existing standing zone that will be continue to be used, and it will not interfere with the pedestrian movements in the area.
Thank you, Mr. Abuna. I have no further questions. I'd next like to call licensed planner and architect George Kissel, please, as an expert witness.
Okay.
Sir, will you please state your name and spell your last name?
Sure. My name is George Kissel, last name spelled Kissiel.
Will you please also state your business address?
Sure. My offices are located at 141 West Jackson Boulevard in Chicago.
You are a licensed planner and licensed architect, correct?
That is correct.
And you're familiar with the subject property, the surrounding neighborhood, the proposed use of the property, and the application in this case, isn't that true?
Yes, I am.
In fact, your resume and qualifications were included in our exhibit packet, correct?
That is correct.
Will you confirm that your submitted resume is accurate?
Yes, it is accurate.
And you've testified before the Zoning Board of Appeals many times before, right?
That is correct.
Mr. Chair, I believe you've already recognized Mr. Kissel as an expert witness.
Well, we typically don't recognize architects, but to the extent it's applicable, we'll do so.
Mr. Chair, I'm a licensed architect and a certified planner as well, and have testified.
For the certified planner, yes, we do recognize Mr. Kissel as the certified planner.
So, Mr. Kissel, can you please describe the character of the surrounding area?
This is the River North area. It's a vibrant, high-density, mixed-use area. It's a mixture of street fronting retailers, bars, restaurants, high-rise residential, commercial, and hotel uses. It's a desirable location for multiple types of uses. Corner of Clark and Ohio is one of the busier corners in River North. And as you go further east in the neighborhood, east of Dearborn, the density increases. This is sort of the heart of River North, this particular location.
And you undertook a study of the property and the proposed business and impacts and how it all relates to the special use criteria, isn't that correct?
Yes, I did.
And you prepared a written report, Exhibit B1, on the property and the proposed uses. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And does that report accurately present your professional opinions in this matter?
Yes, it does.
And as part of your report, you prepared an analysis illustrating and confirming that there are no existing schools or licensed daycare centers within 500 feet of the subject property. Is that true?
That is correct.
And more generally, with respect to your report and based on your familiarity with the property and the requested special use, do you have an opinion whether the proposed dispensary will meet the various criteria for special use approval?
Yes, it's my opinion that it meets all of the criteria for special use approval.
So can you please talk about the applicable standards required by the Chicago zoning ordinance?
Sure. Again, all of this is contained in the report that I submitted, so I'm going to be brief and kind of touch on just the major points. We've already walked across the threshold that there are no schools within 500 feet. The nearest one is Francis Xavier Ward School at 721 North State. That's about 1,500 feet away. We know the proposed use is going to be located in an existing building that's occupied the site in this current form since 1996. We know it was previously home to Rainforest Cafe. The design scheme put forward by the architects improves on that in great fashion. And the massing, the existing massing is consistent with the physical characteristics of the neighborhood. The proposed use is in the interest of the public convenience. Certainly adult use cannabis dispensaries are in the public convenience for retail consumers. Is the only currently available facilities are the 10 existing medical facilities that have been issued same site licenses for recreational sales, plus 12 more recently approved facilities for a total of 22 in the city. As we've heard earlier, with a total of 2.75 million in the city, those 22 cannabis dispensaries translate to 0.4 dispensaries for 50,000 people. For reference, Denver, Colorado, with a population of about 700,000, has just about 15 dispensaries per 100,000 people. This would be River North's 5th dispensary with a population of about 40,000 within a half a mile of the site. That translates to 6 per 50,000. It's certainly noted that there are 4 existing dispensaries, all within the mandated 1,500-foot buffer of this site. We also know the 1,500-foot buffer is waived for equity applicants, which is the case here. We do know, as was discussed earlier, that a additional equity applicant has opened at 612 North Clark. It will be up to the state to decide whether or not the application for this site is moved from conditional to final. Providing adequate facilities to satisfy demand is in the public interest, given the amount of additional tax revenue in general that's generated by recreational cannabis facilities. Revenue generated is particularly advantageous in this location as it's frequented by visiting tourists and out-of-town business travelers. Location's well served by the regional expressway system and public transportation, as we heard from Mr. Abuna's testimony. The addition of a complementary use such as adult cannabis dispensaries will draw more consumers from around the city, as well as tourists and business travelers from out of town. It serves a local daytime employee population, as well as residents. All of this is in the interest of the public convenience at this location. The use is similar to other retail uses in terms of its land use characteristics. Retail uses in general are compatible with other commercial uses such as restaurant, entertainment, office, and service uses, as well as residential uses, and do not constitute a land use conflict, particularly in a vibrant mixed-use area like this one. Any issues arising from the proposed use, as with any other use in the vicinity, would be due to issues with the management of operations, not the land use itself. As we've heard earlier, adult use cannabis facilities, dispensaries, unlike other retail uses, are highly regulated with requirements for enhanced security and defined procedures for deliveries and loading. These additional requirements, which include trained on-site security personnel and robust security surveillance systems, provide a benefit to the area, enhancing safety during hours of operation as well as after hours. In fact, in response to opposition materials that were submitted, Milker and Kissel Associates analyzed police call activity in the vicinity of the 3 open existing dispensaries. The conclusion of that analysis in a report that was submitted is that the open dispensaries do not increase incidents of police call. In fact, the volume either remains the same or declines. Given all of that, the proposed use is in the interest of the public convenience and will have no adverse impact on the general welfare of the neighborhood, community, significant or otherwise. The hours of operation from 9 to 9, 7 days a week are compatible with the adjacent nearby uses and are not in conflict with other commercial, entertainment, and service uses in the area. The proposed use is similar in size to many nearby uses in the general area. At 10,000 square feet is about twice as large as other River North dispensaries, with an average daily transaction count of about 800. It's projected to do about twice the business. Again, given the location adjacent to a very dense node in River North, a larger facility able to serve more patrons is appropriate from a land use perspective. Given the location of the property near transit, that a close daytime population, along with tourist and resident populations, significant amounts of vehicular traffic and on-street parking are not anticipated. Nonetheless, as we've heard, the proposed use will provide access to as many as 40 reserved parking spaces for customers and 15 for employees at nearby parking facilities, including the Hard Rock Cafe parking lot immediately adjacent to the subject property north. Deliveries will occur on site in a secure service area at the east end of the subject property, and transportation study undertaken by KLOA, as we've heard earlier, determined that the proposal will not have any significant negative impacts. In other words, it's compatible with the character of the surrounding area in terms of operating characteristics such as hours of operation, outdoor lighting, noise, and traffic generation. The use makes no physical changes that would negatively impact pedestrian safety and comfort. The building's primary interest is shifted to the corner of Clark, providing visibility and vibrance to that location. The existing curb cut on Ohio Street is eliminated, reducing pedestrian and vehicular interaction. As mentioned earlier, personnel will be made available as necessary to manage traffic and parking, as well as to direct customers to the facility. The enhanced security requirements referenced earlier provide an added measure of safety and security. All of this enhances pedestrian safety and comfort. Based on this analysis and the information contained in my report, the proposal is consistent with all the applicable standards for special uses and the additional standards for adult use cannabis dispensaries. The proposed land use will have no adverse impact and no public purpose of any kind would be served by its denial.
And Mr. Kissel, if you were called upon to testify further, you continue to testify in accordance with the findings in your report, isn't that correct?
That is correct.
And in fact, you submitted a supplemental report, which was included in our package of exhibits, in which you discussed the crime impacts that you just testified to. Isn't that true?
That is correct.
I have nothing further of this witness. And Mr. Chair, I'd ask that we call our final witness, Mr. Terrence O'Brien. Sir, would you please state your name and spell your last name for the court reporter?
Yes, Terrence O'Brien, O''Brien.
Will you also please state your business address, sir?
Yes, 145 Revere Drive, Northbrook, Illinois.
You're a licensed real estate appraiser with an MAI designation, isn't that correct?
That is correct.
You're familiar with the subject property, the surrounding neighborhood, the proposed use of the property, and the application in this case, isn't that correct?
That is correct. Yes, ma'am.
Your resume and qualifications were included in our exhibit packet. Can you confirm that your submitted resume is accurate?
It is accurate, yes.
And you've testified as an expert witness on multiple occasions before this body, isn't that true?
That is correct. In fact, 3 times earlier today.
Mr. Chair, I ask that Mr. O'Brien please be recognized as an expert witness so that I don't have to go through his credentials, which
Yes, he has already been recognized today, and the board continues to recognize his expertise.
Thank you.
Mr. O'Brien, will you please describe the character of the surrounding area?
Yes, the subject area, as pointed out earlier, is a River North. It's in a high density mixed use in the subject area, and the primary land use along street level our storefronts such as restaurants, cocktail lounges, post office is close by. There's a McDonald's restaurant close by. There's several other nightclubs and so on and so forth. In the upper floors of some of the high rises in the subject area, especially immediately to the east, the use is residential in nature. The buildings are anywhere from single story to high rise, as previously mentioned. Located in the surrounding area are numerous hotels, many of them which I have appraised within the past 3 years, including the Hilton Garden Inn on 10 East Grand Street, the Hyatt Suites at 410 North Dearborn, the Hampton Inn, Southeast Corner, Illinois in Dearborn, the Embassy Suites State and Ohio Street, Hyatt Place at 66 West Illinois. Also in the subject area are several other cannabis dispensaries, one on Clark Street, several blocks to the south of the subject. Also, there's one on Ohio Street, just west of the subject, which I testified for the zoning of that one, and also at 612 North Clark Street, another dispensary, which I testified for several months ago. The area, in terms of other land uses, as you go further east, there is more of a residential concentration with high rises again. So I think that pretty well describes the subject area.
Thank you. You undertook a study of the property, the proposed business and its impacts and how they all relate to the special use criteria. Isn't that correct?
That is correct.
And you prepared a written report, which we attached to our findings as Exhibit B2 on the property and the proposed uses, correct?
That is correct. Yes, ma'am.
And does that report accurately present your professional opinions?
Yes, it does.
With respect to that report and based on your familiarity with the property and the requested special use, do you have an opinion whether the proposed dispensary will meet the various criteria for special use approval?
Yes, I do, and I've addressed those criteria within my reports.
And will you summarize your professional opinion for the board, please?
Yes, before I do so, I just wanted to point out that subsequent to my preparation and submittal of this report, the security for the proposed special use has changed. On page 2, I cited that there be a minimum of 2 security guards at all times during the hours of operation. Subsequent to that, I've been informed by my client that there will be 4 security guards at all times during the hours of operation. And in addition, there would be one security over the 24-hour period in hours when it is closed. Again, going back to the criteria, the first criteria deals with whether or not the proposed special use would comply with all the applicable standards of the zoning ordinance. And in my professional opinion, in the event the proposed use was granted, it would comply with all these applicable standards. The second one is whether it is in the interest of the public convenience and will not have a significant adverse impact on the general welfare of the neighborhood or community. I'd like to begin by stating I've done an analysis of what impact cannabis dispensaries have on surrounding properties, and based upon an analysis that I've done, there has been no adverse impact where cannabis dispensaries are located within close proximity of other properties. Again, I'd also point out the fact that there are several other dispensaries within the subject area which were approved by the zoning board. And in those instances, they found no indication that they would have any adverse impact upon surrounding property values. Then you would also take into consideration, again, land uses within the subject area. And again, there's numerous retail business uses located within the subject area, as well as residential, but this residential is located primarily above ground floor, and they're usually in high-rise type developments. With regards to the scale or comparable or the character of the surrounding area in terms of the site planning and building scale, the subject is 2 stories in nature. The plans call for remodeling and recladding the exterior of the building, which will make it more attractive. The first floor will be utilized as indicated for the special use as a cannabis dispensary. The size of the building and its height, I don't think will have any adverse impact since they're existing and they are compatible with other land use within the subject area. Another criteria is whether or not the proposed use is compatible with the surrounding area in terms of operating characteristics such as hours of operation, outdoor lighting, noise, and traffic generation. With regards out to hours of operation, they are from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m., which are really substantially less intense than many of the other operations in the subject area, such as restaurants, such as McDonald's or the Hard Rock Cafe, Chicago Chop House, etc. They're less intense than the post office located to the south of the subject. Certainly they are more or less intense than the hotels and facilities that are operating in the subject area. And from the standpoint of hours of operation, they're similar, if not compatible, with other dispensaries within the subject area. Also, with regards to what opinion I have, whether or not the proposed use promotes pedestrian safety and comfort, there will be no additional curb cuts, which would result in the interaction of pedestrians with traffic generated by the proposed development or special use. There's going to be adequate parking available at various off-site facilities in the subject area. In my professional opinion, I don't believe there'll be a substantial amount of vehicle traffic generated, given the fact that the area and the type of people who are going to use this facility reside in the area or currently operate businesses in the area or in the area for entertainment, so on and so forth. And I don't believe they'll generate any substantial traffic. Basically, you're gathering traffic that's already on the street. In conclusion, it is my professional opinion that the proposed special use does conform and meet all the criteria set forth in the zoning ordinance. It'll have no adverse impact upon surrounding property values. I believe that's pretty well covers the criteria set forth in the ordinance.
Thank you, Mr. O'Brien. And if you were called upon to further testify, you'd continue to testify in accordance with your report, isn't that correct?
That is correct, yes, ma'am.
This concludes our witness testimony, Mr. Chair. We certainly are available to answer your and the questions of the rest of the members of the Zoning Board of Appeals.
Thank you. Any questions from the board?
Yes, I have a few. First off, I know BioPharm is the social equity partner, and who at BioPharm was awarded the social equity license?
BioPharm was awarded the social equity license because one of its majority owner had this conviction in 1973.
Could I speak to him or her?
He is not in the room, Mr. Michael.
but he is one of the majority owners. Is that what you just said? Did I hear that correctly?
Yes, that is correct.
Why is he not in the room?
I don't know, sir.
Because if I'm going to vote on awarding a special use, I always like to talk to this majority owner. I know Ms. Hartman is representing BioPharm, but I really would like to talk to the social equity, that the person that was awarded the social equity license, and he's not around, huh?
Is he around to come in?
He's not here.
He's not here.
He's not present right now, sir.
Why would he not be present when he's, a majority owner and we're supposed to be giving a special use here? I'm really confused right now, and I've been pretty consistent with this question. So this is not a curveball. Anyone that's been watching this knows I asked this question. So I'm confused. I really would like to speak to him or her. I think it's a him, but I just can't, I can't get my head around why he is not here.
Commissioner Toya, my name is Kevin Monroe. Mike Monroe is my father is our majority owner, and I can speak on behalf.
Yeah, but you weren't awarded the special equity license, were you?
No, I didn't. It's not my ownership that would qualify for social equity. But
yeah, I still would like to talk to your father. Very interesting. Very, very interesting. All right. So my second question is, who is the leasee on the lease? Is it both BTS Corp and BioPharm LLC?
The lessee is PTS and BioPharm is a subtenant of PTS.
Okay, but they're not on their, since we're going to grant, and you made this perfectly clear, Counselor, made it perfectly clear that the special use will be given to PTS Corp and BioPharm LLC. But now you're telling me PTS Corp and BioPharm LLC are not both listed as the leasee on the lease?
The lease was originally taken out by PTS, and so the legal way of structuring the transaction was to make BioPharm a subtenant of PTS.
Yeah, you're a lawyer. You know they both could be on as the leasee. Am I fair to say that? They could be, right?
Oh, they certainly could be, yes, but PTS had an existing lease at the site, and the most convenient way to do it was just to make BioPharm a subtenant. It has the same legal implications, and BioPharm has the same responsibilities and obligations that PTS does under the lease.
And then who's the guarantee on the lease?
I don't think there is.
There has to be a guarantee.
Aren't they jointly responsible?
Probably doesn't cut it for me. I need to know, you have all served on boards before. I know Mr. Peterson has, so I'm trying to get to the facts of this.
Yes, Commissioner, I think PTS Corp would probably be the entity.
That would be the one guaranteeing the lease. Yes, Mr. Peterson? Okay. All right, let me move on to a couple other questions. I'd like to talk to the security expert.
That's it.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so you said there's going to be 4 security guards and one will be there 24 hours, which is great. I'm glad to hear that. And it was also mentioned that there's going to be 3 garages where customers can park at. Is there going to be security like watching the garages as people leave the facility and walk back to the garages, or are they on their own? Go a little deeper with me on that.
Yeah, so, I'd have to talk to the client about that, but I will tell you, all my security guards are trained. If someone is uncomfortable about something, exiting the facility and getting to a vehicle, they are trained to take care of that. And we make provisions with the owner of the facility to handle those things, especially when it's dark. And it's not just customers, it's staff as well as they exit. It depends what's going on in the dispensary at the time. But if one of my guards was not able to do it, we'd ask that patron to wait until we were able to walk them if they were uncomfortable.
So you're saying to me that if a customer was uncomfortable walking back to one of the garages, one of your security, he or she would walk back with the customer to the garage. Is that what you're saying?
Correct, as long as there's not an emergency or something going on at the dispensary. And like I said, if there was, we'd ask them to wait, but we have someone that's a mobile patrol that's available to be mobile. And we would have that person do that.
Are we going to advertise that to customers?
That would be up to the client.
Okay, then let me go back to the client. I wish the social equity applicant was here. I could ask him that, but he's not. So I guess I'll ask PTS Corp or someone that's representing BioPharm that question. Could you answer that question for me?
So I'll be handling marketing, and yes, I would indicate that. I think can I finish? That would be a point, I think, of.
Did someone jump in? You said you wanted to finish. Who jumped in?
Hermine Harding. I answered the question.
Okay, well, then I'm going to ask another question. So you just said you would be willing to do that in your marketing. So if we do grant a special use, could we put that in the special use that you will market this?
Yes, of course.
Okay, that's all I wanted to know. Thank you.
Welcome.
That's all my questions. I don't know if my colleagues got questions.
Any other questions from the board?
I think I just have a follow-up one, and this would be a security question based on what we just talked about. And I've probably just been watching too many movies and news stories, but if you're advertising, you can walk, that would then reduce the number of security in the building at that time, right? I don't know.
So not really. And if I could explain, if you don't mind.
Thank you.
And just, I want to kind of take it back. Most dispensaries have one officer. In talking with BioPharm and PTS, they wanted 4, and they wanted one to be mobile. So that officer's not generally in the facility. He's doing randomized patrols outside the facility. You know, it's a big structure. He could be standing outside, welcoming customers in, things of that nature. So they have that built into the staff of 4. Generally, as if you remember earlier, I said 3 would be inside, the 4th would be doing randomized patrols, or if there was an additional need, he would respond to that as well.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? Okay, let's go to the objectors.
I think the supporter first, Mr.
Oh, yeah, thank you. I almost forgot that we had a supporter.
I nearly did as well, sir.
All right, Matt Montemuro.
Hello, Matt Montemuro at 700 North Larrabee. Thank you for taking the time today, everybody. This went a little bit longer than I was anticipating, so I'll be quick. As a resident of the area, I can speak for myself and my neighbors that I've talked to. The Rainforest Cafe, as it stays now, it's not a safe place. There's people loitering there at all hours of the day and night. It's dimly lit. And I avoid it personally. I know my neighbors do as well. And we would love to see something go in there that would help build up that area and give people a sense of safety. You know, hearing this, the security plan, I think is a step in the right direction. We've got 200 plus bars, whatever the number is. And, there's crime all over River North. There is not a good sense of safety. And I think that this is just a step in the right direction. And secondly, as a consumer myself, I rely on cannabis for my medical needs on a daily basis. And we have a number of dispensaries in River North, yes. But the process is extremely inconvenient for me. And I can talk to my peers as well. I mean, I haven't heard from anybody who is in objection of this dispensary going up. I see it being a good use to the public and creating a better sense of convenience for us to get access to the products that we need. We got 200 bars. People have no problem getting a drink, but adding another dispensary so we don't have to wait in line in the cold is suddenly something we have to, we have to come and talk for. That's just, my stance on it. I could say that it's what I've heard as well from my peers, my neighbors in the area. And I think it would be a great addition to the neighborhood, and I'll leave it at that. As I said, this went a little bit longer than I anticipated, so I got to jump here in a second. I'm glad I was able to speak, and thanks to everybody for taking the time today.
Thank you. Actually, before we hand it over to the objector, I do want to just ask a couple of follow-up questions about the majority owner. First, what was the majority owner's name again?
Michael Monroe, the majority owner of BioPharm is.
BioPharm, yeah, Michael Monroe.
Correct.
Okay, and what is his role in the business?
I can address that. So he serves as the president of BioPharm, but as the operations officer and being the communication director, we're here representing the company on his behalf.
I apologize, sir. If you could repeat that, I can't hear you.
Yeah, you need to speak louder, and yeah, just get a little more clear, closer to the mic.
So what I was saying is, Commissioner, that my name is Kevin Monroe. I'm the operations officer for BioPharm. Hartman is the communications director, and we're here representing BioPharm. Mike Monroe serves as the president, but we feel like we're well equipped here to represent the company and our partnership with PTS.
Okay, so Mike Monroe is the president of BioPharm?
Yes.
Okay. And what, did he delegated this application to you?
Well, we put together a team for the application. Also, my father, he's 73 years old, not feeling very great. So there's numerous reasons why he's not here today. But yeah, as I spoke, we have a team represent BioPharm to speak on behalf of this operation.
Okay.
And yes, to address your question, yeah, I played a large role in writing the application, so I can answer virtually any question you may have.
Okay. All right, before I go to the objectors, did the board members have any other questions?
Yeah, I do have one more question. We've brought up the alderman quite a bit here. Did he weigh in on this one way or the other?
He said he has no objection to it, but it is not his practice to write a letter in support.
Okay. And then the RNRA, you said they weren't adverse to this, that they didn't weigh in favor, but they didn't weigh in against either. Am I right to say that?
No, I was trying to be as objective as possible. From my point of view, the RNRA was quite favorable. They very much said they appreciated our ability to, our flexibility and kind of complying with everything they asked for. Throughout the process, we changed things to satisfy their wishes and to try to meet their expectations. And I think they were very appreciative for it. I'm just not trying to speak for them, but they did submit a letter, which I believe you have in the packet.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay.
No further questions for me.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Toya. All right, now we will go to the objectors. And Mr. Brown, do you want to start, or do you want me to go to the others?
Only to apologize for stepping on you earlier, Chairman Sanchez. I do apologize. I didn't mean to do that to you. But I think I'll let others go first.
Okay. Okay. Let's start with Jay. Jay, if you could unmute and state your objection. You've already been sworn in.
All right, yes, I believe I'm unmuted now. My name is Jay, and the last name is Seithamel, but don't worry about trying to pronounce it. I live at 600 North Dearborn, and I believe everyone on this meeting could agree that our residents are probably the most impacted by this facility. I agree with others when they say that the Rainforest Cafe is dilapidated. Something needs to be done there. We'd love to see something done there. We don't believe that I don't believe that this is the answer. I mean, I could stand in the corner of Dearborn, Ohio, and look at 4 cannabis stores now. And now I'm hearing that there's gonna be 612 North Clark. That's across the street at the McDonald's. So that one's kind of new to me also. I do have some questions. I don't know who the first respondent was, but he was talking about feedback from the community.
Would that be Terry Peterson?
Yes.
Okay, Terry, you were talking about how, you met with all these people and all the meetings went very well, and you met with McDonald's and Walgreens and Hard Rock and RNRA and Alderman Riley and the CPD. How come no one ever came to us? I mean, PTS, I'm a board member here in the building. PTS sent us an email wanting a meeting last December 6th. We set up a meeting with them. They canceled, we rescheduled. They canceled again and never even got back to us. So you have all these meetings, but no one talks to us. RNRA never asked us our opinion. Alderman Riley never asked us our opinion. So I find that very, when I hear like everything went so well, that just gets to me a little bit. And I was wondering if maybe you had some response to that.
Well, first of all, Jay, let me apologize that if someone from PTS corresponded with you and you corresponded back, they did not get back to you, I apologize. In terms of the meetings that I had, I talked about the surrounding anchors. That was one of the things that came up during the meeting when we met with the River North Residents Association. We were told by the alderman to work with them in terms of planning a community meeting. Again, if we're allowed to go forward, I would be more than happy. You're hearing it from me. You can, make it part of the, granting of the variance, but we more than happy to come out and meet with you. And again, I apologize if someone on our end did not follow up with you. I apologize for that.
Thank you. My next question is about the security, especially when, you're talking about how and this, I guess, is for Ed. Talk about how, there's going to be 4 security guards, 24 hours a day and more robust than anything the city's ever seen. It's above the state requirements, which is all fine. But 2 things. First, what's going to then prevent, if this were to be approved in 2 weeks after opening, go down to 1 security guard or 2, are they just saying, oh, I want 4, just to make it look good on their end? And as far as, and the second question was, you talk about using one of the guards if a person buys and they're not comfortable walking back to their car. Well, I think it's very interesting is because you're going to have parking spot at 345 North LaSalle, which is a quarter mile away from the store. So you're going to have a security guard walk a quarter mile with a customer, and then he'll have to walk a quarter mile back to meet up with another customer who's parked there. It's just, that doesn't just not seem feasible to me.
So
Would you like to answer that at all?
Can I answer?
Yes.
Yeah, so thank you for your question. They're great questions. So first and foremost, you asked the question, what's to prevent them from going down to 2 or reducing their security infrastructure? There are a couple of things. First and foremost, PTS and BioPharm submitted an application to the state, ISP and IDFPR. They're the 2 governing bodies. They come out and they do inspections. One of them does monthly, one of them does quarterly. Prior to opening, they're going to go through their security infrastructure, their security plan, things of that nature. For them to make a change to their security plan, they have to get it approved by IDFPR and ISP. And if they don't think it's safe, they won't let them do it. So there is a mechanism in place that holds applicants to account for what they put in their security plans. And I can tell you, I've been doing this since 2015. Very few security adjustments are approved. And the state will keep a close eye on this. And if they think it's warranted to keep the security infrastructure, they will. I can tell you, I've worked with PTS at their other dispensaries. They take security very seriously. They don't cancel security on us. Generally, it's more. So I don't have a crystal ball, but I can tell you there are many things in place. And lastly, I will tell you, if I don't think it's safe, we won't do it. My reputation's on the line. I'm former law enforcement. The community means a ton to me. I spent just shy of a quarter century doing it. So I don't think that will happen. Number two, you said walking customers to cars are not feasible. I can tell you, I don't want to betray customer confidentiality, but I do security at other dispensaries in River North. We utilize this practice, making walks that distance. I can tell you, it's rare that someone asks us to walk them to a car. We're more than happy to do it. We've done it in the past. It is feasible. Most people know the neighborhood. Most people during the day, it's not an issue. At night, it can become an issue. But most people are local residents. They're comfortable in the neighborhood. But if they're not, we're there to handle it. And we have handled it, and we've had no incidents with it.
Thank you for your answer.
Yeah, and Jay, if I could, let me give you my email address, and that way it's coming directly to me and I don't have to apologize to anyone else. So my email address is Terry, Terry, .Peterson, Peterson, at ptsgrows, one word, .com. So ptsgrows, GROWS.com.
Okay, again, it's PTS Grows, GRO.
Yeah, all one word, yeah, ptsgrows, one word.com. And like I said, please email me, would love to come out and meet with you and the residents to talk about our proposal. And again, we want to be a good neighbor. I think I've talked about that earlier. We talked about security. Ed talked about one of the security guards would be roaming. And I mentioned earlier, we're not just concerned with the perimeters of our building. That's why they're going to walk from Clark in Ohio all the way down to Dearborn in Ohio, all the way back up then to Ontario, and then come down around. So it will be walking the perimeter, walking in front of your building. I know exactly where it's at. And again, this was all as a result of conversations with the alderman, result of conversations with the River North residents, and also just wanting to be a good neighbor and do what we could to enhance the security, which is why we met with the other anchors in the community to set up both a community and security coordination in the area.
All right, thank you for that, Terry, and I do have that now.
All right. Look forward to hearing from you.
And I guess my last question.
Okay, wait a second.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. No, I apologize. I'm hearing that the live stream just cut. So we need to stop for a second. Let me
I'll check just now, Chairman.
Okay.
It seems to be just black screen. Let me just restart, Chairman. Give me 1 second.
Okay.
It is okay now.
Okay, thank you. You can continue now.
Thank you, Brian. Again, where was, oh yeah, my last question is going to be about the traffic study. I believe our Alderman Ren O'Reilly famously mentioned a couple of weeks ago with the temporary casino, how there's never been a traffic study that showed that that something would have an adverse impact. It is an extremely busy area. There is no parking. You know, there's gonna be, you know, I mean, you have a few parking spots available at Hard Rock and a quarter mile away down, you know, at North LaSalle and in the Millennium Building. So, but I'm telling you what's gonna happen is, first off, you got all the postal trucks that park on both sides of Ohio Street. They park in front of the Rainforest Cafe right now at Clark Street. You know, nothing is ever done with those. And again, I may be going off on a tangent here that's got nothing to do with this particular store, but it impacts everything. You know, the city can't do anything about the postal trucks, you know, the alderman can't, the city can't, the state won't, the senators won't, you know, you get, you know, the federal government won't do anything. You do complaints to the postal service. You know, we've had people hit with cars crossing the street because they park in the parking zones. You know, you're going to be making deliveries on the east side of the building. All right, so you got that little tiny driveway between your building and our building. All right, postal truck park in front of there, they block it, or even if they're away from the curb, you know, you're not going to be able to pull in there. So now you're going to be double parked, triple parked. Ontario, I mean, Ohio, you know, that's the main artery in. You know, everyone's going to be going down there. Everyone's going to be stopped. They can't park. They can't park. They're going to go around. Before you know, they're going to be coming down our alley, just like when Rainforest was in. They're going to be parking in the alley. They're going to be blocking the alley. We're not going to be able to have deliveries. We won't be able to have garbage pickup. It's just going to be a nightmare. You know, and so I don't know if somebody wants to answer to that. I don't know who the safety.
Yeah, Jay, I will answer, and this was one of the things that came up meeting with the River North Residents Association. They actually wanted a point person in the event any of these issues come up, and I will make sure he's with me at the meeting. But our Director of Operations, Mike Greco, will be the point person for your building as well as others in the community. So you will have a direct line of communication if you ever see any of those issues come up with our Director of Operation. And again, his name is Mike Greco, and he will be with me. We scheduled a meeting with your building and with the residents.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Terry. And I guess we'll sign off on that, but I will want to say something to the entire ZBA and the court reporter. I don't know your name. It's been a long day. It's after 9 o'clock. I've been on this thing also, but not full time like you guys. I appreciate everything you've done on a Friday night. This has got to be a nightmare for you guys as well. I just want to say thank you very much for hearing me out.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's what we're here for.
Yes, indeed. All right, let's go to Edward Chalkagian.
Yes.
And Edward, just before you begin, if we heard a lot of objections from Jay. If you agree with the objections that he made, you can say that you agree. If you have something new to add, please do so. The point being that I'd like to avoid redundancy if we can.
I understand. And, my first comment was, I hate to jump on again. It's not that I'm disregarding what you just said, but I just also wanted to thank you all for being here. Mainly because this is very personal to us. If you look at the rendering of the consumed cannabis dispensary, behind it there is a building. That's 600 North Dearborn. That is my home. That is the home of over 400 people. That is our home. We live there. So that this is very personal to us. And so I thank you all for being here and expressing concern and for the for this endeavor. I would like to say that, it's the sense of the word community has been used a great deal tonight and has been used in numerous of the other discussions of dispensaries. But I would have to say is that, the sense of community comes from the people who actually live here. We've heard from experts, and I certainly appreciate their expertise. And I think all of you on the board do. It's interesting that the same experts testify to all the other dispensaries, but that it seems to me that none of those folks live anywhere close to here. I don't mean that as a derogatory, just simply as an explanation of the word community. I would go back to the one question I just reiterate is Sam's point about the social equity partner. I think one of the main concerns here is that there is the board has had this limit of distance between dispensaries, and yet it is waived for a social equity individual. And yet it seems kind of spurious as to, I'm sorry, that's a pejorative, I apologize, but it's just questionable that someone who has a conviction in 1972, that this qualifies them to eliminate a restriction, and then it's compounded by having one social equity situation close to another. I really just simply would ask that the board, really look at its own rules and uphold them, frankly. I must say that I have to compliment, I think, the picture of the rendering of the building is excellent. I think certainly the plans for security that they've come up with are excellent. And yet I have to also say that I think that I do object to this as being, there's just too many of them. The one thing that I would voice also is the question came up about the alderman, whether he recommended it or not. And I have the highest respect for Alderman Riley. I think he is a man of great integrity, great vision, and a real source of keeping our ward healthy and vibrant. But I think it there is the disclosure. He is in a tough position because his wife works for one of the cannabis dispensaries. I'll just leave that the way it is. Again, I don't mean to, I have the highest respect for Alderman Riley, and I think by not making a judgment one way or the other, he is being diplomatic and about that situation. But I think not having having him, say he is not in favor of this dispensary is simply a function of, given his family situation. I would ask that the size of this building is significantly larger than any other dispensary. My question becomes, is it that obviously for a retail space, there is the room for possibly extending the usage of a dispensary into essentially a restaurant, cafe, whatever you will. My concern would be is that the board, if they do approve this, put a stipulation into the permit that, again, a place where customers can stay for several hours not be permitted, that's outside the purvey of this permit. Again, I think one of the as far as public transportation, the previous Rainforest Cafe was able to function because it had valet parking, and it kept the flow of traffic off of Clark Street. As Che pointed out, the dynamics of that corner have changed dramatically. And I think that's, again, I would just simply finish off by saying, I think this is against the rules of the board based on what its basic tenets were to begin with. I thank you very much for your time, and I'm especially thank Sam for his incisive questioning, and appreciate very much all of your efforts. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Let's go to who else do we have? Are there any other other than Robert Brown, are there any other objectors? I thought there were more, but I don't actually see them here anymore.
It's late. I think they left.
Oh, hold on one. All right, I see Kathleen Smith. She's coming back. Kathleen?
Yes,
All right. I swore you in already, correct?
yes, you did.
Okay, great. You can state your objection now. And all I'll just say is we did hear a lot from the first two objectors. If you're in agreement with them, you can say that you agree with them. If you have something new to add, please do so. But we want to try to avoid redundancy.
Okay, I am in agreement with the two other objectors. I do have a few more things to add. One thing that is a reiteration is my general premise is that there are just too many dispensaries in River North and what is becoming of River North with all these dispensaries. I think with PTS, there will be 5 dispensaries, and then I had to walk away from the conversation, but I think I'm hearing now there's a 6th one that's going to be at McDonald's across the street. So I just think whether it's social equity or whatever it is, there are too many dispensaries in River North and what is becoming of River North. I think all these dispensaries, especially I'll say PTS, selling marijuana is a drug. It will bring crime, and which means people won't feel safe. And that means in general, whether there is a security guard there or not, having another dispensary makes people feel more unsafe. Then property values will decline. When property values decline, the city's revenues decline. I don't know if anybody is looking at this in the big picture of it, or is it just another dispensary and then getting sales tax off this dispensary? Is anybody taking a macro view of River North and what it is to be? What is River North? Is it just I hate to just use the word pot district, but in my opinion, the whole face is changing. And I do agree, putting a business in the Rainforest Cafe is good. I agree. I walk by where those, whoever is sitting in those nooks and crannies there. However, why does it have to be another dispensary? Has anyone ever wondered why another business hasn't gone in there? Why is it another dispensary? It's the same reason Boeing and Citadel have left Chicago, because things aren't being run right. Nobody is looking at this in a big picture view. And so that is my point here. Has anybody looked at this? So you will be causing residents to continue to move out of the city, and the state will lose more property tax dollars. And so therefore I stand opposed. But I thank you and the board for all your time.
Thank you.
Thank
You're
you.
welcome.
Okay, we had one other objector, but she left. Anastasia Anton is no longer with us. So I think, Mr. Brown, we are ready for your objection.
Thank you very much. And I just repeat, this is, it's been a long day, and I know you guys do this one Friday every month. And I think we all really appreciate it. It's been a learning experience for me to see what people go through and the time and energy you take to listen to concerns. And again, Chairman Sanchez, I apologize. The whole Zoom thing, talking back and forth, I certainly didn't mean to step on you. and I will try to do better here as we wrap up.
Your
very long
apology is accepted, Mr. Brown. Don't worry about it.
Okay, I feel really bad about it. So anyhow, I did have a few questions, and then I've got an exhibit, and I know it's late, and so to the extent that we can move through that quickly, I will try my very best to be expedient in that, and because I think a lot of opinions have already been shared. So my first questions would be for Mr. Peterson, if I could.
Okay.
And some of these questions may seem somewhat redundant from the motion earlier, but I think it's really important to have these answers on the record. So I'm going to ask those questions. Mr. Peterson, do you represent the applicant that was on the form, PTS Corp. And BioPharm, for the special use request?
Do I represent the applicant?
The applicant, PTS Corp. And BioPharm.
I'm the CEO of PTS Corp., if that's what you're asking.
Okay, so the answer would be no, you do not represent. I don't want to put answering. I'm trying to be careful here. So you are not the representative of the applicant.
I am the CEO of PTS Corp.
Okay.
PTS
We'll go
is
on.
a co-applicant with BioPharm. I'm not sure what you're asking.
Well, I'm asking, we have an applicant with no representative. There's no representative of the applicant. That's okay. Let me go on to the next question. Your counsel submitted an application to the board on April 25th that said that they were the undersigned is the authorized representative of PTS and BioPharm, defined as the applicant. Is that correct?
The attorney's here, she can answer that.
So
Okay.
the application is fashioned as a co-applicant application. The co-applicants are PTS and BioPharm.
I only asked the question, does the form say that you are the authorized representative of PTS and BioPharm LLC, and you defined it as the applicant? That's just the question I'm asking. I didn't ask about co-applicant.
Sir, the form speaks for itself.
Okay, thank you. Back to Mr. Peterson. Are you aware of any license issued by the state of Illinois to the applicant?
This is a co-applicant situation, sir.
That question was for Mr. Peterson, please.
Well,
Mr. Peterson, are you aware of any license issued by the state to the applicant?
The conditional license has been issued to BioPharm as a social equity applicant.
So I don't want to answer your question. So you are saying there is no license issued to the applicant?
Objection, you're
Yes,
trying to
yes.
testify for this.
I'm not trying, I did not.
Yes, you are. Yes, you are.
Has there, it's just for the record, folks, has there been an application made to the state of Illinois for a conditional license on behalf of the applicant?
Sir, this is a co-applicant situation. PTS and BioPharm are the co-applicants.
I'm asking Mr. Peterson, and it's a really yes or no question. Has there been an application made to the state of Illinois for a conditional license on behalf of the applicant? Yes or no?
Sir, it is a co-applicant situation.
I'm not asking. Counsel, that's not the question I asked. There's nothing wrong with the form. There's nothing wrong. I'm sorry.
Mr. Brown, there's they've answered the question. It's not the answer that you're looking for, but they have answered it. Their answer is it's a co-applicant situation. And the other thing I want to just say too is I want to make sure that we stick to zoning for the city of Chicago zoning ordinance and not get into state requirements, because as I mentioned before, the state requirements are not what we're reviewing here. Like I said, if there's issues with the state licensing requirements, that's something that they're going to have to deal with the state, but that's not part of our jurisdiction to review that. So I would like you to stick with the zoning ordinance and the special use criteria for cannabis dispensaries, because that's what we decide.
Okay, and I do appreciate that, and I will do my best on that.
Mr. Brown,
I
this
will-
is Commissioner Toya. Let me say something. I've been doing this for over a decade now, longer.
Yeah.
A special use is, how does it affect the neighborhood? and will the operator have control? That's what we're here to, that's what we're here to hear, okay? So
Okay.
again, how does it affect the neighborhood and will the operator have control? That's a special use, okay?
No,
Just so you
thank-
understand.
No, thank you for the guidance.
Yeah, just trying to make it
I
easier
was-
for you.
Okay. I'm not arguing with you, Commissioner Toya. I do know that for the past the board, for instance, when there was a question about Cresco, I think, moving their cannabis medical dispensary, the board required them to resolve that with the state and get that clear through the state before they would hear that. So there's some precedent for that. And I think when we get a presentation, I want to share a little bit of why I think there is a differentiation between the city zoning board and the state, but there is some overlap that's unique to cannabis dispensaries. And if I could just have an opportunity to share that when we get to that, but I do take your counsel on that. I appreciate that. So again, back to Mr. Peterson, and I will try to make this quick. Mr. Peterson, did you attend you did attend the meeting, I believe, at the Maggiano's on May 10th?
I did.
And Brian Israel was the facilitator of that meeting.
Yes.
And we've already been indicated here, Mr. Israel provided a letter to the board in advance of today's meeting. It's been referenced a couple times.
Yes.
And so you read that letter. Do you agree with Mr. Israel's assessment of the meeting itself?
I agree with the fact that what was highlighted, it was a 2 or 3 page letter. I think he complimented us on the security. I think he complimented us on a number of aspects of it. Like I said, I was there. I haven't read the letter in a while. But again, I think the letter contained a number of statements regarding that meeting that took place on May 10th. I haven't read it.
Okay, I just want to focus on his characterization of how the community meeting itself went. Do you recall what he said there?
I do not.
Okay. He mentions that there were a total of 82 individuals that attended virtually or in person. Would you say that's a pretty good attendance?
Object to this line of questioning. There is a letter from the RNRA in the file, and to ask Mr. Peterson about a letter that he hasn't reviewed recently is not appropriate.
It was in your application materials. I mean, you've referenced multiple times the RNRA and the fact that they submitted a letter. So I don't know why I can't ask a question about the letter that you've mentioned several times now.
I'd like to hear it.
I'm gonna allow the question.
And sir, are you talking about a letter dated 12/13/21 signed by Mike?
No.
Okay.
No, this was from Brian Israel. He sent it, I think, in June. It's the one that's been referenced. And it's the one that followed up on the community meeting. So he mentioned in that letter that there were 82 individuals. He split it up between virtual or in person. And my question, having done several of these community meetings, Mr. Peterson, is 82 people, that's pretty good attendance?
I'm not sure. I know we are the council, how many were sent out? Notices.
I don't have.
No, at a community meeting, 82 people attending, is that pretty good attendance?
Well, let me say this. I've been an alderman. You heard me when I've been chairman of the Chicago Transit Authority. 82 turnout is a good number.
Okay.
I've held community meetings, I've run boards, I'm CEO of Chicago Housing Authority. 82 people turning out for a community meeting at night is a good.
Yeah, I'm not trying to trick you with the question. I think it's a good number because I paid attention. A lot of these times, there's 4 or 5 people that show up at community meetings. So I agree. He also states in that letter that the meeting experienced some technical audio and visual problems during the meeting. I just ask you if that's correct. I don't know if you're aware of that or not. I think you probably are.
I have not read the letter recently, so I just couldn't speak to it factually.
Okay.
As you're saying, I just haven't read the letter.
Okay, so that's fine. So if that did occur, which he says it occurs in the letter, do you regret that occurred? that people were not able to listen and participate in the call? Do you regret that at all?
Mr. Brown, first of all, let me say this. I haven't read it. Asking me whether I think it's fair or not, I can't answer the question because
Okay.
I haven't read the letter recently.
Fair enough. Okay. If you don't know what's in the letter, that's fine. Are you aware that the Chicago Tribune reported after the meeting, during the meeting at Maggiano's, the public Zoom feed ended abruptly without audible explanation? Did you read the Tribune?
I'm actually, I'm gonna jump in here, and
Sure.
I'm gonna strike that question, and here's the reason. The Chicago zoning ordinance requires an in-person meeting for cannabis business establishment uses. And to the extent an applicant wishes to supplement the in-person meeting with a virtual component, they can do so, but there's no legal requirement to do so. So it's the fact that they have an in-person meeting is what's required. So what I'm striking the question on relevance grounds.
Okay. Let me continue. You might strike this one as well. Mr. Israel states that there were 30 online attendees who felt their voices in opposition were not represented due to the technical issue. Do you regret that they feel that way?
Again, I'm striking the question. It's on relevance grounds. There's no requirement for a virtual meeting. It's for an in-person meeting, which they had.
My question was whether he regretted it, not whether or not it was a violation of any code.
It's still irrelevant to what we're talking about here.
Okay, I'll move on then. We'll stop. We'll drop that for now. And it would really be nice if you, since we mentioned that letter so many times, if we actually had read it maybe, but are you aware that Mr. Israel stated in this letter that those residents that were able to participate raised concerns about cannabis usage on the streets and on public transit and increased illegal activities? He mentions in his letter that those were issues that were raised at that meeting. You were at the meeting. Did you hear those same issues?
Are you speaking to me, Mr. Brown?
Yes, I am, sir.
The meeting was May 10th. I swear, I wish I could recall everything that was said at a meeting that was 6 months ago. There's a lot of comments made, number of people spoke. That could have been said. I just don't recall what the meeting on May 10th, what everybody said. Again, there were 82 people in attendance, some Zoom, some not. I just, like I said, my recall of going back to May 10th of what was said at that meeting, I apologize. I just can't recall everything.
I'll move on, but with only the comment that for you to have a community meeting and not remember what was said at the community meeting is a little concerning as a member of the community, hoping that you would have actually taken to note what was said.
I didn't say get it right.
We'll
I
move
didn't
on.
say I can't remember what happens when something is said at a community meeting. What I said was a meeting that took place 7 months ago, 6 months ago. You know, again.
So you don't recall any comments about, I'm sorry, I'll let you finish.
No, go ahead.
No, so you do not recall any comments at that community meeting of people's concerns about cannabis usage on the streets, on public transit?
Mr. Brown, that could have come up. I'm not denying it.
Okay.
I'm saying that could have come up.
Yeah, I think the record is clear. Mr. Peterson
what
doesn't
happened.
recall.
I got it. The Chicago Tribune after the meeting also added to that list that residents raised concerns about the concentration of 4 dispensaries, which is now 5, in the neighborhood and their influence on children, about the customer smoking in public, and a need for armed guards and rising crime in the neighborhood.
Mr. Chair, I'm
I
gonna
assume you did not read that article either.
quotes from an article, an unspecified article in the Tribune that we're not even aware of.
Well, so you didn't read the article, so you never saw the article. I'm
So-
sorry, that's for Mr. Peterson.
I don't even know what article, sir, that you're talking.
Mr. Brown, the problem is the form of the question that you're asking. And
Well, help me then. Let's ask the question.
What
I'm trying to do is let me just say what I'm trying to do, and if we just need to move on, what I'm trying to do is to make sure that everyone understands the character. We've talked a lot about, you know, the interactions that we've had with this business or that business and how great they've been. I just want to make sure for the record that we don't mischaracterize this community meeting as something that was wonderful
So
and in support. That's what I'm trying, right? That's what I'm
I
trying.
understand
This
what
community
you're
was
trying-
for input. Okay.
I
thank you.
understand what you're trying to do, and what I would say to you is try to ask questions based on your own personal knowledge or based on the personal knowledge of the witness that you're questioning, but bringing in unspecified news articles, that's all hearsay. It's not a court statement offered for the truth of the matter asserted, which is, it's just not admissible. It's an unfair question too. So what I would say is try to stick to what you know and what the witness knows, and then we can get, you know, a good question and answer.
Okay.
Mr. Brown, this is Commissioner Toya. I have to agree with the chairman because I'm well read and I don't remember this article, so it's not going to influence me at all. So do what the chairman just said. I think that would be best.
I'll do the best I can here. Thank you. For Mr. Peterson, you signed an affidavit with your application in May this year. I don't really know exactly the date because it's signed May without a number after it, stating that you had reviewed the application for special use filed in this case and related materials for support of the cannabis dispensary and affirmed them to be true and correct. We've covered that, and your counsel did as well. In your application materials you submitted, you state that you had already secured 55 reserved parking spaces in 3 separate locations. Is the statement that you had already secured those parking spaces, the date that you signed that affidavit, is that a true statement?
Yes.
So the fact that your agents sent to me in October letters from those garages saying that they agreed to enter into an agreement with you?
Absolutely.
So was there, let me ask it differently. I don't want to try and tricky here. Was there a signed agreement with these garages when you made that statement?
What we asked them to do was to update their letters and commitments that they had originally given us. Because we know it was early on, as you mentioned, it was early on. We asked them recently, could they resubmit an updated letter with those commitments? But yes, those parking spaces were secure early on. We just asked for an updated letter. So yes.
And sir, I can tell you, I was going to give you the original agreements with severely redacted information, but instead of doing that, I just asked them for new letters that the client felt comfortable disclosing.
Okay. Well, thank you, counsel. Because I'd asked for them multiple times, so that explains that.
And
Further, let me jump in here too, because there's actually no parking requirement for the applicant here.
I agree.
So
I'm not stipulating that there is.
Yeah, so this is really not, the parking agreements are not relevant, and they're not going to play into our decision because it's just not relevant here.
Okay, yeah, and I was not stating, and I agree that the zoning requirement does not require parking. But it certainly was a major part of their explanation of how this was going to work in the neighborhood. In that affidavit application you signed, the project narrative stated Silver Star will have 4 security officers present at all times. We've heard different today.
What did you hear differently?
I've heard that you're going to have 4 during the hours of operation and 1 during non-hours of operation.
That is true.
Okay. Did you ever think to restate your affidavit after you signed that there was going to be 4 security officers at all times?
Again, I think what we said, 4 would be there during the hours of operation. And when we close at 9 p.m., as you heard from Ed Burrell, there would be a car station outside to ensure that the facility was covered 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. You didn't
You
just.
you understand my confusion? No, I get it, but you understand my confusion because the application that you signed is true and accurate, says that there will be 4 security guard officers present at all times. I know you submitted on the 18th a change to that, which says there'll be 4 security officers present during the hours of business and 1 security guard present while the facility is closed. So you updated that on the, did I get that date wrong? Counselor probably knows, 18th.
So, Mr. Brown, let me again just jump in here, and the testimony is clear now that they're going to have 4 during operation and 1 when they're not in operation. And if you want to make an argument out of that, then you can. But that's, the testimony is there. So just trying to, well, is the affidavit incorrect? Again, we're getting sidetracked. If you want to tie that into why you think 1 security guard when they're not in operation is insufficient, then make that argument. But to just say, well, this is incorrect, that's really not helpful to us.
Okay, my point there, and I'll just tell what point I was trying to make. My point was that up until the 18th, they represented one thing. They represented one thing at the community meeting, and they changed their application the 17th after the community meeting representation. That's my point.
Okay,
If
all right.
that's not relevant, that's fine. Okay.
Your point is heard.
Okay. And it really gets to the comments earlier about the security plan and whether or not it can and can't change at any particular time, and what gets evaluated in terms of deciding whether or not security plan and operation is indeed what they had filed for. The project narrative says that a detailed security operations and management practice manual has been submitted with a special use application, and the manual is incorporated into this narrative by reference. So I took the time to look through the manual, and on page 172 is the only place in that entire manual. It's extensive, and folks, it's good, right? We're not arguing the sufficiency of the security plan, but when you get to page 172, the only place it mentions the number of security guards, it says the facility will have at least 1 security professional officer during all hours of operation. Page 172 of what was submitted as the exhibit to the security plan. So you see my difficulty? So if the state was to go back and say, do they meet the security requirements? They're going to look at the facility plan. They're going to say, well, they have 1 officer during all hours of operation. I move on. Was that better? I'm trying my best here.
Well, I mean, you didn't pose a question, which is fine. You don't have to pose a question. You're making your point. You've made your point, so I think you can move to the next one.
Yeah, I'm trying not to trick anybody. So I'm telling you it's there rather than say what was there. Okay, it's what it says.
Yeah.
I did want to make one comment about the use of the RNRA as a negotiating body. And I want to be really careful because I think they do a lot of wonderful things and some helpful things in the neighborhood. And I don't want to be disparaging to the RNRA. But I do think it's somewhat erroneous to think of them in a pure representative body sense when it comes to the residents. And maybe the board doesn't see it that way, and I don't need to make that point. Their 501c itself says that part of their mission is to advocate on the behalf of commercial entities. I think clearly Mr. Israel did a really good job of articulating that none of the residents there were in support. His conclusion was different. One of the things his letter doesn't say, and again, to the credit, is he never says in his letter that on behalf of the residents of River North, we believe fill in the blank. So I just want to make a point that I don't believe that there's any evidence that the River North Residents Association they're not an elected group. None of the members of the River North citizens have ever chosen those individuals. They do good work, but I think to put them in place of the voice of the residents, for instance, the folks at the 600 North Dearborn, is is a mistake, and I'll just move on. My next set of questions are for, I guess it's going to be Mr. Kissel, if I may.
Yes, sir.
You stated in your submission that, and the words you used were as evidenced by historical retail recreational cannabis sales in Chicago, and the number of licenses and special use is granted for dispensaries during that time, there is clearly a significant demand for additional adult use cannabis dispensaries. I'm not arguing that point, but my question for you is, when you said there's clearly a significant demand for additional adult use cannabis dispensaries, was that statement in the context of the state, in the context of the city of Chicago, or in the context of the proposed location, that there's clearly a significant demand for additional adult use cannabis dispensaries?
The context would likely be the city of Chicago.
Okay. And you did mention that as evidenced by historical retail recreational cannabis. Was that evidence included in your report?
Not by any reference, no.
Okay. You had some supplemental filing that I think was filed this last Monday, which included some call data from the police. And I think you mentioned in your testimony that was in response to some information that the opposition, I think you called it, objectors, had provided with concerns about crime. You said in that increases in aggregated battery, criminal sexual assault, and theft are attributed to a single dispensary located at 6428 North Avenue are unfounded, given the more relevant block level data. So you had provided block level data in response to that. Again, I really appreciate your expertise in all that you do. But do you have expertise in the analysis and interpretation of crime data?
I do have a background in, I have experience in it. Yes, I do. I'm
So
familiar with,
I'm sorry.
Yeah, thank you. So the city of Chicago publishes data on police activity, crime, available online. Very often when we're talking about in an urban planning context, impact of a particular development, what we want to do is find out what the impact is on police, fire, schools, et cetera. One of the things we analyze on a regular basis is the profile, so to speak, of various uses with respect to generation of demand on those. So yes, police is one of the things we look at fairly often on that, particularly.
And you've been called as an expert witness to interpret that data in terms of crime?
Let's see. In what context?
Just the interpretation of these crime statistics. That's all I'm asking. It sounds like maybe you have.
Well, I'm an urban planner.
Okay.
We have a very broad base of knowledge and understanding of the effects on the urban environment, on the effects on municipalities, on all of the things. I testify regularly, evaluating projects before administrative review boards and various other venues. So yes, I have testified to a degree that my education and experience allows as an expert on these subjects.
Thank you. No, that's good. That's good to know. So I really want to hone in on this assertion that block level data for this dispensary is the most appropriate data. And the applicant mentioned in their traffic plan that the locations itself is served by 7 CTS bus lines, the Grand Street Red Line station, the Merchandise Mart Brown Purple Line station. Are those locations all in the same block as the dispensary?
Of which dispensary?
The dispensary.
So let me just clarify what my statement is that you seem to be focused on.
Sure, thank you.
You made us what I was responding to was the assertion that there was a dramatic increase in aggravated battery, criminal sexual assault, and thefts in Area 5, District 16, where the dispensary is located at 6428 North Milwaukee. My sort of response to that is that the district-wide data in the context of the effect of a single dispensary in a single location is irrelevant in that field. The area 5, District 16 is over 56 square miles. Any change in any crime in that area, even though, while the numbers I believe that you quoted were accurate, I believe they're irrelevant in the context of trying to associate that with what the impact of a dispensary may be.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. My point is that the footprint of a dispensary, this one in particular, and most dispensaries, is bigger than the block that it resides on. Would you agree?
It depends on what particular attribute you're talking about.
Well, if your traffic study mentions 7 CTA bus lines, a Grand Street Red Line station that's several blocks away, the Merchandise Mart, all these are several blocks away as modes that people would arrive and transit back and forth, then that means the footprint is bigger than the block.
Well, the footprint with respect to transportation is yes. Is it with crime?
Okay.
I mean, is that what your question is? I mean, you're kind of mixing metaphors here when you're,
I guess I am saying if it's crime associated with the dispensary has an impact that goes beyond the curbs of the block that it's on. And you don't have to agree with me. That's what my assertion.
I would tend to say it's very localized.
Okay. So the traffic plan lists several modes of transportation to the dispensary: bus, bike, car, walking. Just to make my point, was there ever a reference to helicopter? My point is, I think it's bigger than the block. The city ordinance that requires notification, 17-13-017-A, actually requires owners are notified within 250 feet, which would also, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, be broader than just the block that's located on. And the community meeting itself, I think, recognizes that because it's supposed to be held in the ward. My point, and maybe this was not the point you're making, Mr. Kissel, but my point is that the impact of a dispensary on the community expands beyond the borders of the block that it's on. Would you agree?
I wouldn't disagree. However, I do want to clarify that the statement made was that block level data is more relevant than district-wide data. If you take a look at any of the maps that were generated, that clearly delineates something beyond the actual block data. So yeah, that's something that's considered, and you can interpret it any way you want in terms of what you believe the footprint is. However, there's nothing to indicate in the data that I studied and that presented that the presence of an adult use cannabis dispensary increased incidence of crime in the River North area.
Thank you for your time. Thank you for your time. I appreciate that. I had some questions for Mr. O'Brien.
Yes, sir.
Oh, thank you, sir. Both my parents were real estate and appraiser folks before they passed, so I appreciate you for your line of work. And I've heard your testimony, and I appreciate that as well. Just because I didn't see it on the EDS, I assume that you were paid by PTS to do the appraisal.
I didn't do an appraisal, first of all, and as far as to who paid me, I sent my bills to the attorney and they sent the check, so I guess they're going to collect from the client.
Okay, all right, that's fair. And I
hope
called
I
it
get the
appraisal.
rest of the money too after this long evening.
Yeah. Well, see, I'm helping you out, but if it's your report, I'll call it your report. On page 5 of that, you said that you attest, that's the word you used, to the complementary nature of the proposed special use due to the relative close proximity to at least 2 other dispensaries. Now, just for clarification, at the time you wrote that there were actually 3 others, but you said that there was a complementary nature of the close proximity of dispensaries. Is that correct?
Yes,
Page
may I
5.
clarify that if I may?
Yeah, I was going to
At
ask
the
you for
time I
clarification.
prepared
so-
this report, there was 2. That was the one on Ohio Street and the one on Clark Street. When I spoke earlier and I explained these location of these dispensaries also, I may have mistakenly said 612 Clark Street, and I meant 612 Wells Street, which is a new one that occurred subsequent to my preparation of this report. So now your
Yeah, no,
question is,
No, I appreciate that. And I assume when you said that, that's what you meant. So, so the question was, you made a statement that these being in close proximity makes it a complementary nature. And I was going to ask you just to expand on what makes cannabis dispensaries close proximity complementary.
the point I was trying to make was the specific, in this case, that the existing dispensaries are in areas that are similar or the same as the subject, and therefore they were complementary because the board decided that these were, they approved the applications for them. So the subject is located in the same area, and therefore it'd be just as complementary as the existing ones. I think that was my point.
I'm still unclear. What is it that makes it complementary? Or are you just saying, or
Would
were you just
please
saying
refer
it's
me
been done
to
before?
where on page 5 I said this?
I
so
don't
I
have it in front of me. It's actually on page 6, sir. If I said 5, I
Oh.
misspoke. I think page 6.
We're all misspoken tonight. All right, we're on
That's all
page
right.
6 now.
It's I don't have it right directly in front of me. I think it's near the top of that page.
I see on the 3rd paragraph on that page, to further attest to the complementary nature
That's it,
of the
that's it, sir.
proposed special use. Yes, I considered recent decisions of the zoning board of appeals. What I'm saying is the zoning board of appeals approved similar dispensaries in the exact same area as the subject. They found these dispensaries to be complementary to existing land uses, compatible with existing land uses. So I saw no reason why the proposed dispensary wouldn't also be complementary to existing.
I'm not sure that by approving them, they were saying that
Would
having
you
close
prefer I
proximity was
say
complementary.
compatible?
Whatever. That's the word that threw me because I was struggling to see a rationale provided for why they would be complementary. And I was going to
No,
ask you
said
for
they
your
were
research.
Complementary, not uncomplimentary.
Okay, all right. Because the following was really going to be, if having dispensaries in close proximity is complementary, it tends to run counter to the intent of the Illinois legislatures really prohibiting, and we can argue which rules apply how, but the general thesis is that you want to not have dispensaries too close together. And that's why I was struggling when you use the word complementary, because that seemed to run counter to, quite honestly, not just the state of Illinois, but every state that has legalized marijuana has at the municipal level or somewhere restrictions about what you're calling, what I thought you're referring to as a complementary nature. And that's why I asked that question. So it's not appropriate to interpret that to say, do you think it's a good idea to have dispensaries close to each other?
What it says is I don't have any problems with having more than 2 dispensaries or 3 dispensaries within the subject area. A 4th one's not going to hurt the area. It's similar to other dispensary uses in the area.
How about
they were
5?
Compatible with land uses in the area, so why wouldn't the 4th one be equally compatible or complementary?
How about a 5th one?
That would be something I'd have to consider.
Well, you realize the one that was discussed today would be the 5th one within an 1,100-foot radius.
Yes, but I'm
So
talking
what
specifically about
would you say?
those. Sir, I was talking specifically about the one at 4-something North Clark Street, the one on Ohio Street, and the most recent one approved at 612 North Wells.
So at this time, we're talking about the 5th one in that 1,000-foot circle. Is that complementary?
It could very well be, yes.
Well, that's what we'd want your, I think that's what we'd want you to testify. I mean, I'm asking you for this case, right? Is that complementary, the fifth one?
I see no reason why it wouldn't be.
But when you made the statement, you were not thinking of it as a fifth dispensary.
I
were you?
was referring to the ones that are closest in proximity.
Okay. I'll move
Obviously,
on.
the closer you are, the more similar the areas are.
On page 5, and I apologize for moving backwards. You say that the primary land usage in the vicinity of the subject area are retail and commercial in nature. And I live here, so I kind of, I know the area very, very well. So when you say, and certainly it's got retail and commercial, but you said, you know, primarily retail and commercial in nature. Did you do an analysis of the residential makeup of the area?
I am aware of there's residential immediately to the east above the ground floor. I think the ground floor is utilized for commercial purposes, a bank, if I'm not mistaken. And above that, there's the Fairland high-rise 21 stories, I think 162 units. And then I also testified that the primary, or as you go further east, there is a higher concentration of residential. And again, they are not at the street level for the most part. They are above street level and they're in high rises. So in the immediate area, I was referring to the commercial business and so forth.
Okay. All right. So not to stump you, because I'm not trying to do that. The residential concentration in River North, according to latest census data, is 47,749 people per square mile. I don't know what that means. I mean, but that's the number. So 47,749 people per square mile is the residential concentration in River North. Would you, and again, you don't have to, I'm not trying to trick you the question, would you hazard a guess at what the residential concentration is overall for Chicago? More or less. Again, I'm sorry, I just give you the answer because I feel like I'm trying to trick you and I'm not. So the residential concentration overall for Chicago is 11,861 people per square mile. So that means that the residential density in the River North area is 4 times that of the rest of Chicago. And I only say that because we had a gentleman on here earlier, we may have lost him, who was really trying, I think Ed, to make a point about this is personal. We live here. And I know there's bars, we know there's all those kinds of things, but we lose sight of the fact that this is a residential area. The residential concentration in River North is 4 times that of the rest of Chicago. And I just, again, I felt like I was tricking the question. I just want, when we say, we hear too many times that it's all commercial, it's all commercial. And I just want to make the point that it's not. On that same page 6, you state that you have done, it was your word, limited research regarding what, if any, impact the proximity of cannabis dispensaries have on values in the area. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, so it was limited. But you concluded, you went from the limited and then you made a conclusion right after that that says that there is no significant adverse impact on property value. And a couple questions there. Because there's no math provided there. I'm trying to determine what is significant, because what's significant to you may not be significant to me.
Well, I believe in the case of, there's some law on this that they talk about in the LaSalle factors, that there has to be a significant adverse impact upon values. That's one of the factors they take into consideration, whether property can be zoned or utilized for a specific purpose or use. In my study,
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I'm waiting for you.
It's late. Well, my question was, you did the calculation, you found out there was no significant adverse effect. As a person who lives here, I'd like you to tell me what was the adverse effect, and let me decide if it's significant.
What was the adverse effect, and then you will decide?
Well, for myself, I want to. Yeah, I'm asking you instead of saying there was no significant adverse effect, just tell me what the effect was.
Well, what I did is what's referred to as a near-far sales of several cannabis dispensaries. And the purpose of the near-far sale was to measure the amount or rate of appreciation for properties located within 400 feet of an existing cannabis dispensary. Otherwise, finding sales that occurred prior to the location of a dispensary within 400 feet, and then finding sales of the same property subsequent to the location of a dispensary. The two dispensaries I referred to as one on North Clark Street and another one in Oak Park, Illinois. Based upon these, I'll take the ones on Clark Street first. The properties that were located within 400 feet of a dispensary, rate of appreciation was 4.31%. As far as the far sales go, those were the sales that are in excess of 400 feet of a dispensary. It just so happened that the appreciation rate came out the same, 4.31%. I then did a second near-far analysis of a dispensary located in Oak Park on Lake Street. And based upon that, I found that the average rate of appreciation was roughly 2.62%. That was for the properties located far, and the ones that were located near were 2.53%, which is, for all practical purposes, the same as far as I'm concerned. So based upon this analysis that I did for these two dispensaries, is my professional opinion that the proposed dispensary, and in fact, any dispensary, will not have any significant adverse impact upon property values of surrounding properties or nearby properties.
All right, and thank you for explaining that. Obviously the issue we have as objectors is none of those calculations, none of those comps were included in any of the exhibits. So we're kind of left, and I'm not mistrusting you, Mr. O'Brien, but it makes it difficult for us to really cross on anything because we weren't provided the calculations that you used and to challenge the methodology. So we can't fix that tonight, but that was all the questions that I had.
Okay.
I did have some materials to go over, and I'm going to do it really quick, I believe.
Okay, go ahead.
And I don't know who has and make sure, Victor, you know that we submitted a new exhibit on Monday. So hopefully you've got the right exhibit up. Thank you. So the theme we've heard all night, really from everybody in the community, is not, let's not have dispensaries in River North. We have crossed that bridge a really, really long time ago. The issue is, when is enough enough? And we are now talking about a fifth dispensary within.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to renew my objection to the use of this PowerPoint. As I said in the letter I tendered to you and that was provided to Mr. Brown, I believe this PowerPoint generally contains hearsay statements, outright falsehoods, misstatements, outdated information and forms, relevant materials. And I object to the use of it in its entirety. I'm happy if you want to go through all 58 pages. It looks like it's 58 pages, and I can object on each page, telling you specifically what the objection is.
I hear your objection, Councilor Georges, and I agree that there are hearsay statements in it, but I'm going to overrule the objection and allow him to proceed.
Thank you. And obviously, if there's things that you need to correct me on, I'm more than happy to do that. And I will make a note just for the council's benefit that we did change the exhibit. So some of the things that she had concerns about are not in this exhibit. So your objection was to the exhibit, which is no longer out for today. And And that's because, as we all know, there were some documents that were factual at the time, but the zoning admin group has changed those documents. And so we did not reflect the outdated documents in the materials today. So just so you know that. So again, the question has been, when is enough enough? We now have within roughly 1,100 feet, 5 with PTS being the 5th dispensary. And what you've heard tonight all along is, when does this become a pot district? I will make a comment. This morning I went on to the I get this wrong, IDFPR, somebody help me with that one. They list currently in the city of Chicago 18 active operating dispensaries in the city of Chicago. We're looking at 5 in an 1,100-foot circle. I'll just go to the next slide. Victor, I'm sorry, can you scroll, Victor?
There will be a slight delay during the
Okay.
scrolling.
Oh, shoot. Then I will really hurry up. But I think people get the theme. We try to cover this in terms of the May 10th meeting. Again, with whether or not public newspapers publishing makes sense or not, that's fine. I will argue that the section on the bottom was the exact text out of the letter that was submitted in evidence.
Page.
Hold up, Mr. Brown. There's an objection. I'm sorry, Councilor Georges, could you state that again?
I object to the hearsay statements on this page. I have no idea what these are from. It purports to be from a Chicago Tribune article without any sort of date, or a Sun-Times article. I object.
Your objection is noted. And what I'll say is, because I view a lot of this PowerPoint as more demonstrative of closing argument, and to the extent that these statements are not supported by the evidence, then they will not be considered.
Thank you. And this, we'll just continue. I will note, I'm not sure if the objection is to everything on this page, but the bottom was actually from evidence that was in the file from their RNRA. I think we made the point that the community meeting was not a rousing success. We'll go to the next slide. We covered this, so I won't say much more than this, other than it is in contention, and I got your feedback, Chairman Sanchez, that failure for the meeting to operate from a technical perspective is irrelevant. It's unfortunate, since many people, when they see there's going to be a Zoom meeting, had they known that the Zoom meeting was not going to work, would have maybe been there in person. So I think it prejudices those who would have been there. I will note, just because it was mentioned in the letter from council to the chairman and the board, that over well over an hour of time was spent for Q&A. There was no recording of the meeting per se, other than the media had copies of it. I listened to a copy. Quite honestly, because I want to make sure that my recollection of time was correct. The meeting was 1 hour and 21 minutes. There was 28 minutes of question and answer during that meeting, so we can move on. My argument, whether or not it's accepted or not, was that the meeting itself did not fulfill the second main criteria of the ordinance 1713-095G in terms of soliciting comments on the meeting. And there were multiple communications with myself and perhaps others with the RNRA and with the PTS agents complaining within 24 hours of this meeting of the inability to have their comments heard. And you saw Mr. Israel also commenting about the groundswell of individuals who felt like they were not able to have their comments heard.
Mr. Chair, I'm going to object to the conclusions drawn on this slide. Our meeting was in compliance with the zoning code.
Again, I view this as argument. So I'm going to overrule the objection. I'm going to let him talk about this stuff, but to the extent that it's not supported by the actual evidence in the record, it will not be considered.
No, I appreciate that. And I do view this as part of closing argument. Well, we're going to the next slide. I'll just go start talking. We'll speed this up a little bit. One of the things that was concerned to me personally, having attended the meeting, was comments made, and we heard it today, about the conversations that PTS, Mr. Peterson in particular, had with the surrounding businesses, because myself and others were kind of struggling with how could these businesses who are our neighbors be in support of something like this. So I had several communications with their public affairs group, and they clarified to me that the statements made by Mr. Peterson in the meeting were not intended, and I think he clarified that today as well, were not intended to imply that they supported it, but simply that they had conversations with these various organizations. I felt very much that the meeting itself implied that PTS had garnered the support. So I did reach out to several of these organizations to say, do you or don't you support? And it's consistent, I think, with the testimony from both McDonald's and Portillo's. Interesting, and I do not remember whether or not Mr. Peterson testified that he spoke to Portillo's. Portillo's says that they did not speak to each other. But again, I think it's consistent with what I was told.
Well, again, you've got something I never said I spoke with Portillo's. I said I spoke with the Hard Rock Cafe manager. I spoke with representatives on Zoom at Walgreens, and I spoke with the operator at McDonald's. At no point in time did I ask them, did they support a dispensary? We talked about the coordination of community and security, which is what I stated at the community meeting, as well as today's CBA meeting.
Mr. Peterson, I appreciate the statement, but we really are. I mean, he's basically closing right now, so let's let him close, and then you will have the applicant will have the last word. Okay.
Thank you.
And I'll just be clear while we're scrolling the next slide. Mr. Peterson, I think I said I'm not sure that you ever said you spoke to Portillo's, so I'm not putting that in evidence to say that you said anything untrue. My point here is that you didn't speak to Portillo's. So we'll go to the next slide. No one mentioned, and so again, I think this is consistent with the testimony. The Postal Service, we heard testimony about how many, kind of their monopolization of the street there. I mean, that's a different issue, but it's the largest share of real estate with the dispensary in terms of frontage. You have a transportation plan that goes basically through their property to get to the Grand Line. And I'm just making a note that no conversation whatsoever, at least we haven't had any testimony that the Postal Service was involved in any conversation whatsoever with regards to this dispensary. The next two slides, I think, were already commented on by Jay, so I won't spend a whole lot of time on that. So if you want to, Victor, just, we'll just go through them really fast. So that's the Farallon condominiums, which was mentioned earlier. It's 21-story, 162-unit building. You can see its proximity right there on the map to 605 North Clark. As was mentioned, that's where families live. This was already mentioned and I think entered in Jay's testimony with regards to the scheduling. I've got the specific dates there, which Jay had provided to me, but never rescheduled. I appreciate the fact that that Mr. Peterson is now willing to have that meeting. But the time to have that meeting is not after you get approval, it's before you get approval. Ms. George's, Counselor George's mentioned in her letter the attempts to reach out to me. I just want to make sure that people understand that there were multiple conversations with myself and perhaps others with representatives of PTS. One in particular was on May 24th. And the reality is this is a true statement, right? I was told, Mr. Brown, this isn't a democracy. The residents don't get to decide. I get that, folks.
There's been no testimony as to any sort of conversation like this. I have to object. No foundation. It's hearsay. You can't just, even if closing argument, you can't just bring up anything that there's no evidentiary support for.
Counselor Georges is right about that, Mr. Brown.
Can I just get a clarification on that and then I'll move on? Because Mrs. Georges actually characterized conversations that their folks had had with me, and yet I can't characterize conversations. She brought up in her letter to you the fact that we had dialogue and what it was about, but I can't tell you what they said, but she can tell you what I said. Or is that here? I'm just, it seems unfair that she can tell you what I said, but I can't tell you what they said.
Is it something that you heard?
Yes, that's exactly what I heard.
Okay, you can.
And they can deny. I mean, they can deny it, but I should at least be able to say what I heard in the meeting.
You can speak to your personal knowledge.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. Crane says if this was put out when the we can go next slide, Victor. Cranes has already said that if this particular site got approved, it would become the Boulevard of Weed. If that's what we want, I suppose that's okay. You want to continue? We've already mentioned from a, go to the next slide if you can, Victor. I'm trying to speed this up, folks. I really am. We've already mentioned that the addition of this 5th dispensary would make 5 dispensaries within an approximately 1,000 foot. If you want to be more liberal, it's maybe 1,100 feet. I think it's 1,080 feet or something in that neighborhood, but approximately 1,000 foot radius. Keep in mind, 5 dispensaries. We have 18 active in the city of Chicago and 5 of them in a 1,000 foot radius. This is not speaking directly to this particular dispensary, but that circle itself, that 1,000 foot radius, encroaches on a preschool that's 300 feet away. Again, it's legal. I'm just making a point in terms of this is our neighborhood, folks, where we live. Next slide. We heard comments about the complementary nature of having multiple dispensaries near each other. I think the Michigan Avenue exclusion actually acknowledges the adverse effect of packing neighborhoods such as River North. The mayor has made commentaries about this as well, how she doesn't want the area packed with tourists. And yet in the land use description, they describe River North very similar to how we describe the Michigan Avenue.
I'm gonna object to the relevancy of a slide like this. I think it deals with Michigan Avenue. We're not talking about Michigan Avenue here.
No, so let me clarify my point, if I may. My point is that there is a general accepted acknowledgement that packing neighborhoods with cannabis dispensaries is a bad idea. That's my point. Can I proceed?
Keep going.
Okay, folks, I know it's late. It's late. I think we've covered this mostly ad nauseum. And I appreciate the position that the 1,500 foot rule is not something that the board wants to consider. I will note that the board has historically considered state requirements. I'm not quite ready, Victor. Has considered state requirements. For instance, the Cresco medical cannabis dispensary moving. The board required them to get that cleared with the state. I think I already mentioned this earlier beforehand. I think quite honestly, if this dispensary came to you and said, and this not, but PTS came to you and said, we're going to dispense twice the legal limit of cannabis to customers, that's part of our plan, you wouldn't say, well, that's the state's business because that's the state law. So I do think that there's rationale, and I'll show you later in the law, that says uniquely that you do need to give consideration to what the state has to say with regards to the zoning requirements. We'll just move on. We spent a lot of time on this one, so I'm just gonna move. I am going to reiterate what Councilor Toya said. It's very interesting, and I probably I don't know, I've not been in all these meetings, to have first to have co-applicants, and I appreciate that they're having co-applicants on, but not on dispensaries, on other cannabis businesses. I think that's correct. But I was not able to find any with a dispensary. But that we bring the foundational pitch here is that it is a social equity, and yet the principal owner of that social equity co-applicant, if we use the council's term, is not even here to represent themselves. We know historically what happened here, folks. PTS made a petition to open a dispensary, not with a co-applicant, and they were told that it was illegal, and this was Plan B. Let's move on. I think we've already established that BioPharm and PTS are two separate legal entities. There's no controlling legal structure between them. I think that's been established in the record. The Zoning Board of Appeals rules, which were adopted August 20th, 2021, talks about those who can petition the board, and there is no reference to co-applicants. Recognizing that perhaps it's been done for other businesses, the procedures themselves as of August 2021 are all singular in nature. If you approve a special use request on the basis of BioPharm being a social equity applicant, then a non-social equity applicant effectively receives the zoning exception that is reserved solely for the social equity applicant. And that's the point I've tried to make multiple times, that undermines the whole rationale of social equities. There's no legal precedent to assign a right explicitly denied. It's denied in the law to legal entities simply because they assert a non-defined relationship as a co-applicant. We've heard the mention of a managed services agreement. I'll ask the board to look through all the application materials that are submitted and see if they ever described this as a managed service agreement before they were challenged today. Continue. This kind of goes without saying, had the legislature decided that this was a valid strategy, they would certainly have required that one of the co-applicants, that's the SEA, maintained a certain percentage of ownership. There is just nothing there. There is no legislative intent to allow a non-social equity applicant to benefit and in essence be the applicant with a named co-applicant that's a social equity applicant. I'd hope to spend more time on these, but we'll keep moving. Basic illustration. The legislation, the state law says unless.
Relevance of this slide, I don't think it has.
I'm going to show the relevance in a moment, Counselor. The state law says that unless they are under 21, you can't hit the bar. That's the words, the exact same words. So it doesn't mean that PTS can say, yes, I'm not a social equity applicant, but I get across the line on this because I'm with BioPharm. Let's go to the next slide and I'll show the relevance. Here's what's interesting about this versus any other special use, and I'm not trying to educate the board because I know you guys are much smarter than me on this. But the Cannabis Regulation and Tax Act, unlike a lot of other state laws, actually includes zoning laws that govern dispensaries. Zoning boards have a wide discretion. You guys have a wide discretion on the approval of cannabis dispensaries. But the act itself limits the authority within the CRTA of local government units to approve locations that are in conflict with the act. And I cite the reference right there, 410 ILCS 705-55-25 specifically says a unit of local government, including a home rule unit or any non-home rule county within the unincorporated territory of the county I'm sorry, it's hard to read myself, may enact reasonable zoning ordinances or resolutions not in conflict with this act. The city of Chicago ordinance also recognizes the fact that whatever acts the zoning board takes, they have to be in accordance with the state of Illinois CRTA. It's a little bit different because the unique nature, I guess, of the CRTA that they actually put language within the law that says local zoning boards must abide and cannot take an action in conflict with what the law says. And that's the point I was trying to make all along. Let's continue. I just asked the board to consider that seriously because I know that's not been the common theme, but there's the statute right there which states, and it's the statute that relates to the CRTA. It states that the local organizations cannot make decisions in conflict with the law. There's really only one applicant, folks. I think we all know this, that the applicant is PTS. They're on the lease. All the checks have been written by PTS. This all started with PTS signing a lease for the river, for the rainforest.
Not part of the record. I don't know what these checks are or what he's talking about.
Okay, well, we'll back up. The graphic may be throwing you. Those are all from the EDS, so it's in the record. The names and the amounts are all from the EDS.
There are not checks in the record, sir. There are not checks.
Okay, well then I'm not sure, Chairman, I'm not sure what our objection is.
My objection is that there has been no evidence of a PTS check made out to any of these individuals. That has not been established as a fact. And he's throwing it up on a graphic.
It's in the record. It's in the record.
You're looking at the EDS and you're extrapolating from that, but it's beyond what the EDS states. So just
okay. So let me just say that all the payments reflected in the EDS came from PTS, and that's in the record. If the graphic throws people, that's fine, but they disclosed the payments related to this project, and all the payments for everyone working on this project was on the PTS disclosure and not the BioPharm disclosure. Is that a better way to say it? On August 19th, when we had the dispute about let's go back a minute. When we had the dispute about the EDS for the owner, counsel for PTS and BioPharm argued that it was correct because the amounts on the EDS applied to the applicant. If the applicant included BioPharm and PTS, then why weren't the percentages for BioPharm included? It's because, once again, we've recognized that the only applicant here is PTS, because BioPharm had disclosures. There's no percentage of ownership for the BioPharm on what was argued as a representation of the applicant. We'll continue. So, we talked about the legality in court in terms of what the state law says and what the applicant is attempting to do here. We've talked about the application itself. Still my contention that it's not a proper application. And again, I cited not state laws when I said it was a proper application. I cited the city ordinances that deal with that. The proposed cannabis dispensary would have a significant adverse impact on the general welfare, and it's just not in the interest of the public convenience. And I'm going to try to belabor most of this, try not to belabor most of this, because I think the other objectors did a nice job of going through some of those things. So we can go to the next one. I think we talked about the statistics for the district. I think in Mr. Kissel's testimony, he didn't argue those. He just argued that it was about a block level, and that was it was block level data was more significant rather than this. But these are the numbers for that neighborhood. Kathleen Smith, who already testified, submitted in her letter to the ZBA. I personally know people moving out of River North due to the amount of high people, the smoke and pot parties being held on our sidewalks. People do not feel safe. These drugs around. People who once took nighttime walks no longer do so, and eventually end up moving out. I appreciate Mr. O'Brien's analysis and his expertise, and I know the board has seen this multiple times in other evidence. But probably the most prominent, I would say, an unbiased source of impact on residents from a value perspective was a study that was done in 2020 by the National Association of Realtors, which I assume Mr. O'Brien may be a member of, where they found that where marijuana is legal the longest, 27% of the respondents, these are realtors, had seen a decrease in residential property value near their dispensaries. So you can understand why the people who live in this area are concerned about that. A comment was made earlier, I'm sorry, next slide. A comment was made earlier by one of the objectors with regards to the concern about the total cost to the neighborhood and as an offset to any potential tax revenues. And I'll admit off the bat that this is just a calculation. It's not. I'm not implying that there's a 20% decline in value. What the decline in value would be. Anastasio, I think we lost, but in her letter to the board said, I am very concerned of potential risk to my property value should this additional facility right next door be permitted to open again, in addition to an increased level of crimes. And is there any wonder why no residents voice support? Same study in an area where we're trying to build more commercial and good neighbor commercial establishments says 45% of those realtors said that commercial tenants do not want to be near a dispensary. What does that mean? Does that mean we just put more and more dispensaries because that's the only business that's going to locate in that 1,000-foot radius? Continue. The law, we already talked about the law. Every state that legalizes marijuana, either at the state or municipal level, including Illinois, has laws with regards to the density of dispensaries. Our experience tells us that packing dispensaries in an area simply doesn't make sense. You heard that from the residents today. And common sense and research also dictate the same thing. There are multiple research studies. We won't have time to go through all these. National Institute of Health, the Rand Corporation, Washington State University, Brown University, Journal of American Medicine, all state that high density of cannabis dispensaries cause young people to, in one case, to go into cannabis vaping and edibles earlier, increases in the top left there. One additional dispensary per square mile, associated with a 6.8% increase in the number of marijuana hospitalizations. I don't think we need the research to tell us that packing an area with a bunch of dispensaries is not a great idea. We mentioned I think, I'm not sure who gave the testimony with regards to the density, and I think that's probably pulling from the same source. Denver, Colorado, about 9.8 dispensaries per 100,000. It seems pretty close to the number that was testified to. River North, according to the latest census, has a population of about 15,909. It could be larger than that. I thought it was larger than that, quite honestly. But that puts a dispensary concentration in River North of 33.3 dispensaries per 100,000. And we already talked about the data that's on the slide, which says that River North is 4 times as dense a residential area as the rest of Chicago. This next point is really not to make a disparaging remark to anybody. Again, I appreciate the applicants, but we have to understand that if they weren't supporting the applicants, the experts, but if they weren't supporting the applicants, they wouldn't have been called to testify today. It's just an obvious thing. So I want to make that point and illustrate that. I think one of the other residents made this point as well. Alderman Riley, and this is in the context, so we put the right context around it, in the context of the casino, commented on this very same tendency of experts. And I don't know what the long-term solution is for the board, but as long as you have the applicants providing the experts, it's going to be really hard to get an objective opinion. You might get expert testimony, but not an objective opinion. Case in point, the applicants' experts said they find a clearly significant demand for additional adult use cannabis dispensaries. They would have the ZBA believe that there's this perceived unmet need, and here's where it is. This need is best fulfilled by placing a 5th dispensary in the middle of the highest concentration dispensaries in the state of Illinois, because that concentration is simply not enough. Do we understand why there's so much opposition? As was mentioned earlier, Alderman Riley was not able to weigh in one way or the other. I think someone made a comment on that earlier. That is unfortunate. I will tell you, and because we were able to obtain, and I mentioned the FOIA, I think at the August 19th meeting, we did FOIA the correspondence with Alderman Riley's office, and the correspondence was 16-1 against this dispensary. And when I say 16-1, there were 17 emails, 16 against, 1 was for the dispensary. I want to go back up to this slide. Sorry, Victor. Here's my only point I want to make. The point I want to make is we've got a lot of experts, and I don't want to disparage their opinion. Myself and the other residents, we're not paid to make statements, but we are the residents that have firsthand experience and knowledge more than anyone ever brought before the ZBA. These are residents that live in the largest concentration dispensaries in the state of Illinois. I used to be from Indiana, so there's my slip. In the state of Illinois, the largest concentration. That's who is testifying today. You've never had a group of firsthand experts with that amount of experience before the board. We have people who've lived in the neighborhood for decades. This is not a fear of the unknown, which I'm sure you hear sometimes. People who've never had dispensary in the area, they have fear of unknown, or a not in my backyard mentality. We're the experts that live that. I just ask the zoning board to consider that when you hear what the residents who live in the largest concentration of dispensaries in Illinois have to say and qualify that expertise. For the sake of time, I will not go through these next few slides. These are excerpts for letters that are in the record, and certainly the zoning board has access to those letters that were submitted on behalf of residents. But I urge you to pay close attention to, with the lens that these are experts. Thank you. Go to the last few slides. Well, we're going to the slide where it starts with respectfully request. Okay, thank you. This was addressed earlier. In fact, it was really introduced more by the applicant. There is a slide at the end presentation, which I'm not going to go into. So we've acknowledged, it's been acknowledged that a fence was erected around the public posting. There's pictures that have been submitted into evidence so that you can see. I think to say that you can read the sign through the mesh, you can just look at the pictures. I think the point that was not brought out was, first of all, I know that they testified that they fixed that on the 21st. I have an image on the 22nd, timestamp 1:09 p.m. where they are still behind the fence. So perhaps there's a date issue from the applicant in terms of when that actually got corrected. My point would be, which they didn't say, is that only got corrected because I complained about it. They gave the impression that it was on their own, and it wasn't. I complained about it. I also included the zoning board. Victor was included on an email complaining. In fact, when it occurred, I submitted evidence on that date via email for the zoning board, and I was instructed to resubmit it for this application. I would still contend, although I know I've been overruled on this. I'm sorry, get back, Victor. That the community meeting really didn't fulfill the purpose of a community meeting, and I guess that's for maybe other people's interpretation. Victor, go up one. Still on that slide. Is that me spinning or are you spinning, Victor? Victor, I'm still on the. Still go up a couple slides here. I'm sorry, but this is my closing argument, so I want to make sure we get them. Okay, one more. Okay, stop there. Good. The applicant, having submitted a sworn affidavit under penalty of law on April 12th, affirming that all statements contained in their application were true, attempted to materially alter their application on October 17th through what I believe to be a non-approved means to modify an application that's been sworn to through an exhibit submitted on the 17th. Their alteration occurred not only after their sworn representation in their application, but also after making that representation during the community meeting on May 10th to the facts represented under their April 12th attestation. Next slide. Proposed location is illegal. We've established that by law. It's within 1,000 feet of 4 other cannabis dispensaries. The law is very clear on that. There's even a rule confirming this advisory from the IDFBR on July 1st, 2022. And that's the one where they clarified that it can occur if neither of the dispensaries are active in operation at the time. That is not the situation before the board today. I think it's gone undisputed that PTS is not a social equity applicant. The social equity applicant exception, which is defined in 410-705, defines the applicant as a single legal entity. It does not, it specifically defines it as a single legal entity. It has to be the name that is on the application, not the names. PTS cannot exempt themselves from law by joining as a co-applicant, which is an undefined term in the law, with another legal entity. Neither the ZBA and administrative court having jurisdiction has ever concluded differently in such cases. There is no magic loophole here. There's not even the slightest indication of a legislative intent to allow a non-SEA to secure the zoning exclusion, which they're asking for today, via an SEA co-applicant. ZBA decisions regarding zoning locations for cannabis dispensaries are subject to the CRTA and more generally to Article 7, Section 6 of the Constitution of the state of Illinois. City of Chicago Ordinance 17-106E3 also recognizes that the authority of the 410 of CRTA on actions taken regarding cannabis special use request, I guess maybe it should say, takes precedent. When we know when the anticipated impacts of a special use are determined to have a potential for adverse impacts on surrounding property, the special use must be denied. 1713-0906 conditions of approval. The community experts concur that it does. The community of residents experts, having the sole privilege of residing in the largest concentration of cannabis dispensaries in the state of Illinois, are uniquely qualified as experts. Pursuant to section 1713-095A, with regards to the question of public convenience, who better can opine on public convenience, adverse impact, general welfare, and character than the residents who reside in the largest concentration of dispensaries in the state of Illinois. The applicant's looking to locate in the middle of an area that already has the largest concentration, state of Illinois, as was stated, and actually one of the largest concentrations this side of the Mississippi. There's where the unmet need is, they would tell us. Residents have a reasonable and a justifiable concern about the community impact of becoming the country's boulevard of weed. Now I'll rephrase it if I need to. During the non-compliant meeting, we'll say the meeting on May 10th, of the report A to individuals in attendance, no residents voiced support for the plan. You're hearing that from me, I was there. All residents' comments that were allowed to be heard were in opposition. You're hearing that from me, you're hearing from the RNRA. You don't need to hear it from the Chicago Tribune, I guess. Despite claims by the applicant's experts that this dispensary will be beneficial to local businesses, none of the adjacent businesses have voiced support. I think that's clear in the record. Additionally, the United States Post Office has been excluded, and as was confirmed in our conversation, so was the largest residential building sitting right next to the dispensary. Quite frankly, applicants' representation that the proposed site fulfills an unmet need that is best fulfilled by placing a fifth dispensary in the middle of the highest concentration of dispensaries in the state of Illinois in a radius of 1,100 feet is simply incredulous. They've not demonstrated that its operations will not be deleterious effect on crime in a neighborhood, and presented no evidence to the contrary other than conjecture and some block level data.
On this slide and to the conclusions made on this slide, we have certainly provided expert testimony. It has not been conjecture. It has not been not presented. It has not been no evidence. There has been evidence presented through solid, uncontroverted expert testimony that there will be no deleterious effect on crime. And in fact, we had experts that testified to the opposite of that.
So fair enough. My point is that the resident experts testified contrary to that. So a different opinion from the residents experts on the crime. So that we contend the proposed cannabis dispensary would have an adverse impact on the general welfare of the neighborhood community. It is not in the interest of the public convenience. The law, our experience as residents, common sense, and research tells us that high density dispensaries have a significant adverse effect on the community. Packing a community in a 1,000-foot radius with 5 recreational cannabis dispensaries, everything tells us that that's a bad idea. The law tells us a bad idea, our experience, common sense, and the research tells us that's not the thing to do. The application has numerous errors. We pointed to several of them: flaws, misleading, unsubstantiated statements, and omissions. There's no reference in the application that that their intent is to be a managed service agreement. We heard that for the first time today. The security plan that was submitted as an attachment says there'll be one security officer at during hours of operation. What are we to believe? Quite frankly, the representation of the ZBA and the public, this is some valid co-applicant filing, is flawed and misleading.
I object to
Approval
the
action.
presentation of the testimony here. There's been no testimony to the contrary.
Counselor, let him finish his argument.
Thank you. An approval action on this application would require the ZBA to act contrary to the overwhelming expression of the community, who have significantly more relevant experience than any experts. And I'm not disparaging the experts, it's just we have more. Zoning Board of Appeals procedures, which I've outlined, Chicago City ordinances, which we outlined, and frankly, the state of Illinois laws regarding proximity of dispensaries. We are not asking the ZBA to correct the damage that's already been done to our community by placing 4 dispensaries in a 1,000-foot radius. We are just saying enough is enough. And with that, I'll conclude.
Thank you. I can see that we have, I believe this is Alderman David Moore. You want to unmute?
Yes, I do. Thank you so much.
Could you just state your name and role, please?
This is David Moore, Alderman of the 17th Ward, and I, though not on zone.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Absolutely.
Thank you. Please proceed.
And what I'm trying to ascertain here is because I heard first, because everybody know how I felt about moving without minority ownership at first, but that cat has been out the bag for a while. But I'm lost here in some of the testimony, and when they talk about if it was a equity ownership, then they would allow it. Then is that that's what I heard? It sounded like that's what it was said, and saying with the state law and all of this. But if it was full all majority minority ownership, then it would be okay with that going in. Is that what I heard?
I mean, what you heard was that BioPharm is a social equity applicant,
right?
Which allows them to operate under state law within 1,500 feet of another dispensary.
Right. And so under state law, since it allows that, they're saying, what am I hearing as the opposition to this is because of just saturation, or I'm trying to understand that part because I was confused on that testimony.
Yeah,
I could respond if you've heard of my testimony or the applicant's testimony.
No, your testimony.
Okay, so the social equity applicant can be within 1,500 feet, less than 1,500 feet of another non-social equity applicant. Green Rose Dispensary is a social equity applicant. This location would be within 885 feet, which you're not allowed to, because in essence, you're infringing on another social equity applicant. So the law says 1,500 feet, as long as the other one is not a social equity applicant. So from that perspective, that was part of the contention early on, is that you can't have two social equity applicants that are within less than 1,500 feet. We'll say less than 1,500 feet from each other. So there's an issue right there because of their location to another social equity applicant.
Right, but as we discussed, that is a state issue, and that's not a zoning board of appeals issue.
Right. That's what I was getting at. And I just want to give my testimony to this, as much as we're trying to get social equity applicants in because of the fact that for the past few years, there's nothing, a lot from ancillary stuff, nothing from any applicants. And we lost out on this. And I think we have an opportunity here to, in this city, to make sure that the social equity applicants are benefiting in this business, because as long as they're not, then they're going to continue to get absorbed by the larger firms. And it's just they're going to be making so much money that social equity applicants already are selling their licenses. And if we have someone that's keeping it and doing the business in Chicago, which was what the intent was, so that they can then hire minority security firms, hire minority transportation operators, then that's altogether the best for this city. It is my understanding that the alderman supports this, and I've known Alderman Rowley to have meetings and listen to the majority of his residents. But I also feel that we cannot be in a position, especially in the downtown area, not to have the equitable social equity partners and that are willing to come down there. And so I'm definitely in support of this. And I think this is something that needs to be moved and passed by the Zoning Board of Appeals. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Alderman Moore. All right, we have heard from all of the objectors, and now we are going back to Councilor Georges and the applicant for rebuttal and closing.
And supporters.
Oh, and supporters.
Mr. Chair, I don't want to take too much of your time. First of all, thank you all for your kind attention. I know what a rigorous position this is. I believe that we have proven everything required to have our special use permit application approved. First, we have shown that we comply with all applicable standards of the Chicago zoning ordinance. In summary, we had expert testimony talking about the fact this is in a DX7 downtown mixed use district, the primary purpose of which is to accommodate commercial development and projects that contain active ground floor uses. We've also had expert testimony that has been uncontroverted that the property is not within 500 feet of a school. The proposed special use also is in the interest of public convenience and will not have a significant adverse impact on the general welfare of the neighborhood or the community. Again, we had uncontroverted expert testimony that the subject property is part of the vibrant, high-density, mixed-use River North neighborhood, and the area's mixture of retail, bars, restaurants, high-rise residential, commercial, and hotel uses make it a highly desirable neighborhood for multiple types of uses, cannabis dispensaries included. We also proved through uncontroverted expert testimony that the proposed special use is compatible with the character of the surrounding area in terms of site planning and building scale and project design. Further, we've proved that the proposed special use is compatible with the character of the surrounding area in terms of operating characteristics, such as hours of operation, outdoor lighting, noise, and traffic generation. Finally, we proved through uncontroverted expert testimony that the proposed special use is designed to promote pedestrian safety and comfort. This proposed special use takes a site that has been vacant for more than 2 years, that is a site of loitering and illegal activity, and turns it into a vibrant asset for the community. Therefore, we respectfully request that our application for a special use permit be granted. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair and honorable members of the Zoning Board of Appeals.
Thank you. And before I let you go, let me just make sure that the board doesn't have any final questions before I let you go. Are there any final questions from the board?
No, this is just Commissioner Toy. I want to make a statement. Like I said, I've been on this board almost 12 years. This might be the record of 4 hours on one case. So I just want to go on record saying we really went deep on this one.
That's true. That is very true. Okay, we are going to take this matter under advisement. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Okay, we have one last case. Calling calendar numbers 330-22-Z, 331-22-Z, 332-22-Z, and 333-22-Z. This is 3615 North Wilton. If you're here in support or objection, please raise your hand and we'll get you promoted. Okay, I can see we've got Counselor Pekarsky. Chris Stankiewicz, can you state your name and address, please?
Yes, Chris Stankiewicz. My address is 836 South Arlington Heights Road, Elk Grove Village, Illinois, 60007.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in tonight's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Mario Cruz, can you state your name and address, please?
Sure. Mario G. Cruz at 2450 West Division Street, Chicago 60622.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in tonight's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. And I can see Terry Culver, are you here in support or objection?
Your Honor, I'm actually represent the neighboring property that shares the common wall and roof.
In objection?
No, opposing counsel and I have, I believe, have reached an agreement as far as this particular development with respect to the zoning only. We're still waiting for the final plans as well as the contract, which I assume will be finalized upon your decision as to their zoning variance.
Hallelujah. It's always nice to hear when people talk.
Yeah, so we're, like I said, we're finalizing a hold harmless indemnity agreement between the parties. It has not been signed. But as
Okay,
far as
are
the
you an
zoning
attorney?
itself- Excuse me?
Are you an attorney?
I am.
Okay, okay, great.
I'm representing the property owner that is the neighboring building of 3617.
Okay, great. Let me get the applicant's case on, and then if you want to say anything after the applicant puts their case on, you will have the opportunity to do that, okay?
Fantastic, thank you.
Okay, with that, Counselor Pekarsky.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. I think the record should reflect that I had the first case on this morning. Oh, well. Anyway, the case involves a piece of property that is zoned RM5. It's 25 frontage feet by 120 feet of depth. It is improved with a 3 dwelling unit building that is in need of repair. and a garage that is in very great need of repair. My client has purchased the property. The property, as currently structured, has a unit in the basement. The second and third floors are duplexed. So we end up with 3 units. We are seeking to add a unit at the top. We are seeking to take away the duplexes and to make them freestanding, thus having a unit in the basement, a unit on each floor, and an additional unit on the roof. Additionally, the garage will be removed and will be replaced with a new garage, a 3-car garage. I have with me today the client, Mr. Chris Stankiewicz, and our architect, Mr. Mario Cruz. And in attendance is Terry Culver, counsel for the adjacent neighbor to the north. As Terry has indicated, we've entered into an agreement which has been written and is awaiting signature, having been approved by both clients. The property in question needs to be improved. Its facade and its superstructure is quite good. But its interior is not. My client, as I said, is improving each of the units so that we will have a basement unit, a first, second, third, and fourth floor unit, and end up with something that is totally compatible with surrounding properties. If you remember, I mentioned that this is RM5, and this is in the shadows of Wrigleyville, or Wrigley Field, rather. The situation is unique, and there is a hardship caused by the fact that the building is existing. The building is existing for the first 35 feet adjacent to the property at 3617 North Wilton, and then it flares out to have a 4-foot side yard for the rest of the site. Because of the fact that we have an existing building, we need 5 variations. It sounds very impressive, but it really isn't. We are seeking a decrease in the north side yard, which is adjacent to Terry's client, of 0 instead of the required 2.5, because they're not common walls, they're adjacent walls. We want to reduce the required rear yard setback from 36 feet to 22 feet. We want to decrease the north side yard from the required 2.5 feet to strike that. We want to allow an increase in the floor area ratio from the current 6,014 square feet to 6,581 square feet. And we want to relocate the 180 square foot open space